Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Now is the Time of Monsters by A.G. Mock. Narrated by Jeremy Carlisle Parker. The old world is dying, and the new world struggles to be born. Now is the time of monsters. Paraphrased from the prison diaries of Antonio Gramsci. He who fights with monsters should be careful not to become one. Friedrich Nietzsche. The Gemini. 1. October 13th, 1969. San Francisco. The Polaroid clicked, a flash of brilliance igniting the night. A negative after-image swam across his blinking eyes as the camera's distinctive whir and grind spat out a thick, glossy square of paper. Slipping through his fingers, what would soon become a photograph wafted to the floor. As it dropped through the darkness, its descent was captured when another click whitened the room. Another mechanical whir filled the silence. Another square dropped from the instant camera's rollers. Already developing between their chemical sheets, the photos slowly appearing would preserve this feeling forever. She lay unconscious upon the floor, her strawberry blonde hair in a subtle bouffant spilling from a bright green headband. Having been carefully combed and positioned by the man just so, it framed her sculpted face and flowed gently over her shoulders. He'd also wiped and tidied the smudged crimson of her lips before perfectly repainting their pouty contours. Though incapable of processing what was happening to her, the woman's eyes, those clear, bright green eyes, had remained open as her breaths came fast and shallow. He knew the Polaroids would capture that emptiness and failed to do justice to this occasion when he relived it later. Again and again. And that just wouldn't do. So he closed her eyes with a gentleness associated with great intimacy, careful not to disturb her smoky eyeshadow or those long, enhanced lashes. He did this despite the mascara streaks that ran down the woman's face, traces of black lightning. These he never wiped away because, truth be known, they excited him more than just about anything else. Those salty runs told a story. There, that was better. With her eyes closed, the woman was again perfect, wanton, waiting, willing to be whatever he wanted her to be. She was his now, only his, always and forever. Another click, a blinding flash, the telltale whir. From the rain-soaked street, the living room window of number 8213 pulsed a final time. Brilliance blanched the room. Now, darkness. With all but one of the 10 photographic squares discharged, the window was again an inconspicuous void, like so many others that lined the street like vacuous eyes. The fact that this particular one had been strobing bright white made little difference. The residents of West Summerdale Street hadn't noticed, one way or another. Sheila McCabe was new to the neighborhood, having moved in only months before. Knocking on every door on the street with a smile and a batch of her famous lemon drop cookies, Sheila had made a deliberate point of introducing herself within her first month of living there. After all, as a single mom, Sheila felt it was important to make new friends with whom she and her daughter could share this next chapter of their adventure. Lord knows life can be tough enough at the best of times. Having a caring support network can make all the difference. It takes a village. Now, as her brutal and methodical murder was being immortalized in instant photos by the very man who was perpetrating it, those same families were concerned with nothing but clearing away their dinner plates so they could settle down in front of their TVs, entranced by Goldie Hawn and shiny white go-go boots and psychedelic dress, giggling to the punchline of her own jokes on Rowan and Martin's Laugh-In. Most of the residents saw nothing. Most, but not all. One woman, Gladys Noble of 8220, had caught one of the unusual flashes from the corner of her eye while calling out for Mr. Whiskers from her front stoop. But then came a rumbling of faraway thunder, and Gladys gave no further thought to what surely must have been a flash of distant lightning. Swooping her wayward feline into her arms, Gladys promptly returned to the safety of her modest two-bedroom mid-century home. Across the street and 3 doors down, the man in Sheila McCabe's home cared little whether the flashes of his camera were noticed or not. Ignoring the developing squares of glossy paper now cast about his feet, he stepped softly toward Sheila and knelt before her naked body. She was bound by decorative rope tiebacks from the curtains he'd torn from the window. Her ankles were tied to one another, her wrists tethered so that her hands rested upon her abdomen as if clasped together in prayer. Extending his finger to touch her, the man reached slowly, oh, so slowly, savoring the exquisite anticipation with intention. When his fingertip was all but an inch away, he paused. Wait. Okay. Now. He gasped as he made contact, the air escaping his lips in a sigh of ecstasy as his fingertip barely brushed Sheila's smooth ivory skin. Now he allowed a second finger to touch her, then a third. He played these over her left arm, cherishing the sensation of her soft, transparent hairs beneath his fingers. His stroke halted at the woman's wrist. Thin and perfect, it was adorned by a petite silver wristwatch. The man delighted in the cool sensation of the watch's metal firmness, its polished crystal face. Such a titillating contrast to the woman's warm, satin skin. Now, playing his fingertips over the slight bump of her wrist, he began to tremble as he stroked the outside of her hand. Her pinky finger was short and thin and so wonderfully delicate, and he pressed the tip of his own to it. Running his finger around it in small, sensual loops, he softly moaned in anticipation. Now the man closed his eyes. Moving with great forethought from the woman's pinky to her ring finger, he etched in his mind a permanent memory of the way it felt when he touched her silver wedding band. Cool and smooth, the ring was so deliciously wide that she must be very, very married indeed. And a grin lit upon his face as wide as that ring seemed upon Sheila's finger. The expression twisted into something beyond joy when he again caught sight of the mascara runs down her cheeks. Oh, how those tears had poured as the woman begged. She offered him anything he wanted, if he would only promise not to harm her child. Caressing the wedding ring and the woman's long, slender finger, he thought about this desperate pleading as he unzipped his trousers and touched himself until he came. This time he granted himself permission to ejaculate over the ring, between the woman's fingers, across the back of her hand. Despite being of a similar age, he called out to her as though she were his mommy. He was still erect when he pulled the serrated pruning blade across the soft, supple skin of her wrist. It rasped its distinctive duotone as he pulled, then pushed, pulled, then pushed, the saw blade satisfying its hunger as it chewed through her bones. As it did, the woman began to stir, her eyes fluttering, spasming. The unmistakable stench rose to the man's nostrils, a smell like teeth at the mercy of a dentist's grinder as the saw blade grew hot from the friction. After detaching the woman's left hand with the greatest of care, the man removed Sheila's gold peace sign pendant from her neck. She clearly cherished it, and it felt disrespectful to get it covered with blood when he slit the mother's throat from one ear to the other. He then went about the task of removing her head, while ejaculating again. 8:43 p.m. "There's been a murder." The man's voice was bright and crisp. The words were not spoken, but lilted in a sing-song manner the way tattletale children sing the phrase, "I'm gonna tell." Being her first week with the San Francisco Police Department, this particular switchboard operator found herself succumbing to the natural reaction anyone would have. "Excuse me?" In due time, after receiving more unnerving calls, desperate pleas for help, inarticulate screams, or just plain hoaxes than she could count, the operator would learn to stifle such an instinctive response. Conditioning would erode any empathy until she was all but numb to the most brutal, bizarre, and heartbreaking aspects of human depravity. That day had not yet come. "What did you just say?" The approaching storm front punctuated the otherwise silent phone line with a telegraph-like series of crackles before the caller again sang the confession. His lyrical cadence then glided to a halt, emotionless as he declared, "There have been others. Allow me to give you a couple so you know I am telling the truth. Are you ready to write this down?" With her fingers shaking as much as her voice, the operator put pen to paper. I'm ready." "I took that young girl from Mount Diablo, the one they haven't found yet, and the wife from Sausalito. That one I stuffed into the trunk of her own convertible. I called it in myself. Her sexy wedding ring finger even dialed the phone for me. Make sure you pass that on to Sheriff Morris Miller over there in Contra Costa County. He'll know what it means. And if you say you coaxed it out of me, you just might get a promotion." Bristling with adrenaline, but with her training now kicking in, the operator steadied her voice and asked for the address from where he was calling. 8213 West Summerdale. The switchboard operator knew that area. It was west of downtown, near Clarendon Heights. She knew this because she lived not far from there. "Her daughter is alone in the house, sleeping. You might want to get there before the little darling wakes up and finds what used to be Mommy lying on the floor." "May I have your name, sir?" Silence. Interference crackled like popcorn. "Is she still alive? Does she need an ambulance?" "She needs a hearse." A gentle rumble of thunder, first over the phone line, then in the ear of the operator that wasn't covered by the mono headset. Now she knew he'd lied about his location. The headquarters of the San Francisco Police, and where the operator was currently seated, was in Mission Bay, the east side of the city, a good 4 miles from West Summerdale Street. But that thunderclap was audible over her headset and in person simultaneously. He was calling from somewhere close. "And pardon me for being rude. You asked me a question which I haven't yet answered, about my name." "Yes, sir. What is your name?" "This is the Gemini speaking." Now came the sounds of the city street. A car horn, a car splashing through standing water, the muted tones of a partial conversation as a man and a woman walked past the phone booth. More crackling. Then a gentle hiss of static as the caller did not hang up, but instead dangled the black handset from its coiled metal cable until his dime would eventually run out. The SFPD operator continued to speak to a caller she was certain was already gone, as the handset rapped against the inside glass of the phone booth. She did this because her training taught her to keep a caller on the line as long as possible, until officers arrived if she could. Silence. Static. A light tap of the receiver against the phone booth's glass. It was several long minutes later when the caller's voice again whispered unexpectedly in her ear, and the operator's breath caught in her throat. "One more thing," the voice offered in a gentle tone one would normally associate with a certain level of intimacy. "I've left another little something for your detectives." "What did you leave, sir? Is it something that might harm the officers?" "Let's just say it will make our little game a lot more fun." The caller hesitated before adding, "For all of us." In the same sing-song manner by which he had begun the call, the Gemini whisper-sang goodbye. Cassie. 2. 3 months earlier, July 1969. Haight-Ashbury. It wasn't ghosts and goblins she was afraid of. It was people. They were the real monsters. And if there was one thought that tightened Cassie Kennedy's chest, it was the growing fear that she wasn't alone in the house at night. Like the very prowlers she presaged, the idea crept uninvited into her soul each time the lights went out and the stillness and silence took over. The mere thought of it gave her the heebie-jeebies. On her own these days, far more than she wasn't. It was everything Cassie could do to keep this thought from consuming her. If only she could share with her husband how she was feeling, she might find a way to overcome it. But she knew he'd think her unstable, maybe even crazy, at the very least phobic. But weren't phobias a fear of the irrational? This fear was anything but. And she wasn't crazy. Just to make sure, Cassie buried herself in research at the West Portal Library, where she found herself surrounded by shelves of books most afternoons. An avid reader with plenty of time to kill, the library invited her to explore a world where she could be anything she wanted to be, go anywhere she wanted to go. Certainly more than the suburban housewife and mother who, at the age of 25, had already dedicated her future to everyone but herself. The mere visit was an experience in itself, and Cassie was enamored with everything about it. From the weight of those heavy old doors with their tainted brass handles polished to a sheen by endless touches, to that cool, stale air laced with the scent of wisdom. Her senses were awakened by it the very moment she stepped inside. And then, of course, there were the books. So many books. In the pages of those lovely tomes of hard-toiled creation, she found more than just words printed on paper. She found portals to a realm of infinite possibilities. And just like the building itself, Cassie's love of books stemmed from so much more than that. She adored everything about them. From the way they looked, bright and colorful modern covers or staunch classic cloth bounds, to the way they felt in her hand, sturdy and real and worthy. Cassie especially loved the way they smelled, new or old, that alcohol scent of fresh ink or the faint hint of vanilla as the lignin slowly breaks down as the books age. She pored over reference books, magazines, even this new and slightly daunting way of reading periodicals in a format called microfiche. Demanding only a fraction of the library's storage space, they were now able to carry a much greater wealth of options. For the first time ever, Cassie was able to view several newspapers from New York through the reels of film on which they were forever preserved. With their pages cast big upon a lightbox, she twisted and turned the machine's little knob to shift from one page to the next. More than once, she turned just a shade too far to the right, and the pages whizzed by in a dizzying flurry. This she didn't care for, and after a few attempts to embrace this newfangled technology, over which her husband would no doubt marvel, she went back to her beloved books. On the third day, she found what she was looking for in a barely touched reference copy used by psychiatrists and psychologists, called the Diagnostic Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, DSM for short. Identified in 1952, sclerophobia was a disorder defined as an intense and irrational, irrational, fear of being stalked and harmed by an intruder. There was nothing in the DSM to explain a rational fear, however, let alone one caused by intense psychic visions. So, with no sane comparison to help her understand why this fear was eating her up inside, Cassie suffered in silence. She refused to even confide in her husband. After all, how could she, when doing so would be tantamount to sabotaging his dream career? It hadn't yet been 3 years since Bill had taken his shiny new job with International Business Machines, a growing technology firm with an office in San Jose. They were, amongst other things, helping NASA achieve its presidential goals in space exploration. A year prior to Bill being recruited, IBM had built a system capable of tracking the Mercury astronauts' orbital flights. Then, in November 1967, just 14 months after Bill had joined, his work became a part of history when the government launched its Saturn V rocket. Amazing for Bill, bittersweet for Cassie. When he was first offered the job, it felt like kismet. After all, the Apollo program operated from NASA's facilities on the east coast of Florida, now known as the Kennedy Space Center. It had been President Kennedy's dream that Americans would not only be the first to walk on the moon, but would do so before the end of the decade. To honor this dream, Lyndon B. Johnson dedicated this new space facility to his predecessor just 1 week after the president's horrifying and very public assassination. Now, it's worth noting that Bill and Cassandra Kennedy could boast no connection to the iconic Kennedy family, other than the coincidence of having the same surname. But when Bill was recruited to work at the Space Center that also shared their name, it felt like a sign. Overt confirmation that the universe had conspired to gift the young couple with an opportunity impossible to decline. And in many ways, it had. But it made no sense for IBM to fly her husband from Northern California all the way across the country to South Florida for just a day or two. So, not only was Bill immediately away from his new wife, but usually for a week at a time, sometimes more. Not easy for any beautiful young wife and mother, let alone one with Cassie's history. Little did she know how quickly these periods of separation were about to escalate. If she had, and this Cassie would never have admitted to her husband, she might have reconsidered their entire union. For instead of the fortuitous kismet it first seemed, it was now starting to feel like some kind of cosmic karma for Cassie's own past wrongdoings. In this life or another. Bill had only been 4 months into his new job when everything changed. It was a date neither would forget, nor would most Americans. Friday, January 27th, 1967. The date of the Apollo 1 launchpad fire. After that tragic day, Bill's trips away from Cassie became even more frequent and lasted even longer, which only served to fuel her fears even further. In turn, this brought on feelings of guilt and selfishness for being afraid of what most adults would dismiss as a fear of the boogeyman. But Cassie knew the truth. She knew from experience that out here in the real world, monsters like the boogeyman were far from fictional. Because terrible things really did happen. Awful things. Mortifying things. And they most often happened to good, normal people. You only had to look at what happened to those unsuspecting astronauts. Cassie couldn't even imagine it. Those poor men being locked inside that metal cylinder right there on the launch pad as the flames grew and the heat seared and the toxic smoke choked the breath from their lungs. Yet she found herself drawn to doing exactly that, imagining it, until it became a heavy ball in her gut, churning and tumbling and making her want to throw up. It was little surprise that Bill returned from that trip a changed man. Always so eager to put his education and natural talents toward something more than just theory, to dedicate them to something that was real, something with meaning. Bill's entire demeanor had changed. He'd left their Twin Peaks home in mid-January, brimming with anticipation and promise, only to return in early February as little more than a shell of his former self. He didn't sleep, he hardly ate, and he'd begun drinking just that little bit more. Not enough to be a real concern at first, but certainly more than Cassie could faithfully call social. Most striking was the fact that her husband barely engaged anymore with their beautiful, sassy, and curiously clever 5-year-old, Isabella. It was clear the girl felt this loss as surely as her mother, perhaps more, though she couldn't quite explain why her little heart was hurting. Many was the time Cassie found herself rocking Isabella to sleep in her arms, tears drying on her daughter's soft cheeks, until the gentle gurgles of sleep issued from her lips. It was this, more than anything, that made it painfully clear to Cassie that even when Bill wasn't away, he wasn't here either. Not really here. A shell masquerading as the man she'd married just 6 years before. His withdrawal only worsened when the conclusion of the official and very public Thompson investigation was announced. This board of experts revealed that the combustion within the Apollo 1 craft was caused by a simple mistake in the choice of wire coating, which, through fire retardant, was too easily damaged. This is what caused the spark which became the fire that billowed inside the sealed capsule's oxygen-rich environment, until it devoured everything that could fuel it, the astronauts included. As a result, NASA's entire Apollo program had come under scrutiny, only adding to Bill's worry and placing untenable amounts of duress on their marriage. Over the months that followed, Cassie had tried to get Bill to talk about what happened. If he would only open up to her, she believed firmly that her husband might finally feel empowered enough to exorcise that terrible demon called guilt. Eventually, Bill did finally talk to her, which is when Cassie learned another thing she would never forget about that day. With a half-drained tumbler of whiskey in his hand and a soulless stare in his eyes, Bill told her with almost sang-froid poise that since she was so keen for him to open up to her, then how about we try this one on for size? He then recounted in the most graphic detail how everyone on site had listened to the screams of those astronauts over the control room's comms link, as all 3 men were essentially cremated alive. Far from diminishing the weight of his emotional burden, Bill's admission seemed to only send him deeper into withdrawal. Soon he was in a place so dark that the young wife could not allow herself or their Isabella to follow. It was this point when Cassie began to realize that the Florida Launch Center had been cursed the moment President Johnson renamed it. As bright and shiny as the world of the Kennedys seemed to most, all Cassie saw was how everything that touched that family somehow rotted and fell from the vine. All you had to do was look at the facts. In August of '63, the First Lady's pregnancy failed to go full term, and poor little Patrick died after less than 2 days on Earth. Barely 3 months later, as Jacqueline continued to mourn this fresh and devastating loss, her husband was gunned down as he sat beside her in the back of a convertible Lincoln Continental limousine. Pieces of his brain had embedded in the nap of the First Lady's pretty pink jacket as she scrabbled to either get away or salvage a lump of the president's brain which had skimmed across the trunk lid. Maybe both. And now, just a few short years later, public opinion had turned on Kennedy's pipe dream to send man to the moon. With social issues such as a burgeoning homeless population, mixed public opinions toward our returning Vietnam vets, and civil rights tensions at an all-time high, the people were demanding not only change, but a shift in priorities. The whole Apollo program, once the blonde-haired, blue-eyed prom king of America's future, had become the awkward, red-headed stepchild. And these were just some of the tragedies yet to come. Still, as if it were no longer satisfied with devouring the iconic Kennedys alone, now the curse had begun to eat away at Bill and Cassie's life, too. For all intents and purposes, the man she called her husband ceased to exist after the Apollo launchpad tragedy. Consumed by the flames of failure, her sweet, loving Bill had been taken that day, as surely as those poor astronauts had been. Now, all but alone with Isabella, the once carefree 5-year-old she affectionately called Bella Luna, Cassandra spent most of her nights listening for the telltale signs of an intruder she knew would one day come. Darting from one side of the room to the other, her eyes searched for signs of movement or shadows she couldn't explain, while her daughter slept unawares in the next room. Only after Cassie would succumb to the thin and restless sleep she so vehemently resisted would her mind be permitted to escape this grainy, stress-induced reality in which she constantly resided. But the realm of her dreams offered scant refuge. In them, Cassie was barraged with grotesque and confusing images. Often, she saw herself in third person, weakened and bloodied on the floor as a man in coveralls and military boots towered over her. Perhaps more frightening than anything was the fact that she was unable to see his face. Having a burlap sack pulled tight over his head, there were no eye holes for him to see, no nose or mouth holes for him to breathe, no facial features whatsoever. Just a blank burlap sack. And in those dreams, that blankness was as empty as the man's soul itself. Friday morning, July 18th. "That's terrifying, Cass." Her friend, who was sometimes Trish, sometimes Patty, but always Patricia, grimaced through a plume of smoke as she tapped her cigarette against the brown glass ashtray. She took another slurp of coffee as Cassie cradled her own mug between both palms, savoring the warmth of the sturdy ceramic. Summer rains were threatening, and a morning mist had settled over the city. Its cold and damp seemed to infiltrate her very home to nip at her delicate fingers. "It is." Cassie tried to think of something more to add that would better convey the terror she felt every time this lurid dream assaulted her unconscious mind. But nothing seemed to match its darkness, its violence, its intimidation. Besides, although she and Patty had been friends for going on 2 years. Cassie still found herself unable to share with her that this recurring scene was born of a fear which had shadowed her since childhood. One that, in recent months, was only getting worse. Patricia Brewster visibly shuddered. "And you've never seen this guy's face?" Cassie shook her head as she raised her mug to her lips. "What about the location? Is it here?" Patty gestured broadly about the third-floor walk-up. "In your own house?" Cassie swallowed, shrugged. "I really don't know. I don't see that much of my surroundings in the vision." She cut herself short, bristling at this particular label, as if it bestowed the power to manifest the horror into reality. "I mean the dream, you know?" Patricia took in the apartment slowly and shuddered. An overly dramatic shivering sound put an exclamation point on how well and truly creeped out she was by the whole thing. "Really, Patty, it's okay. It's only a dream." "Yeah, but is it?" Patricia lowered her empty cup and snuffed her cigarette, exhaling an impressive final billow that caught the circulation of the ceiling fan and swirled in loops until it dissolved. "I mean, come on, Cass. Do you really think it's just a dream?" Cassie stared into her friend's eyes, a gaze as soft as it was sincere. She said nothing as her kitchen wall clock quietly ticked away the seconds, each one a thunderbolt in the electrical storm brewing in her mind. "You know, I have to admit, I kinda missed you and Bella the last few weeks," Patty said while pouring herself a second cup from the percolator. "When you stopped coming to the cafe and then stopped calling, I thought maybe you'd already flown the coop or something. Pooped the scoop. Busted out of this popsicle stand. And without telling your best friend, no less." She lit another of her Virginia Slims. "I was getting a little pissed, if I'm honest." "I know. I'm sorry. I guess the move's been just a little more than I could take. And you know me by now. If I have nothing positive to contribute, I just retreat into my little turtle shell and take Isabella with me." Patty took a long drag, nodding. "Speaking of nothing positive, have you heard from Bill?" "He's still at Kennedy, so no arguments or screaming for over a month, which has to be a record." Silence. A light pop like crinkling paper from the tip of Patty's cigarette, which glowed bright. "You did the right thing." Patricia could have been speaking about any number of recent decisions, but Cassie knew she meant her separation, and of course this place, her Haight-Ashbury rental. A third-floor walk-up at the bottom of the Lion Street descent. Hauling groceries was a drag. But being catty-corner to the park, mere steps away, meant everything. Especially to Isabella, who simply adored taking walks there and running around the playground. Twin Peaks just isn't the place for you, at least for right now. I mean, Patty pulled aside the curtain over the kitchenette's slim French door, and the morning's soft, diffused light filtered in from the small balcony. Just look. Even with the fog rolling in, you're so close to the panhandle you can still see all that beautiful, delicious green. I mean, just look. It's life-affirming. The panhandle to which Patty was referring was the long but unusually thin park abutting the eastern boundary of the much larger and far more famous Golden Gate Park. Being just 1 block deep but 8 blocks long, on the map the park appeared to be the handle to the much larger pan of its better-known counterpart. "Life-affirming? Sure is," Cassie said. "Hell, I get to see half-naked hippies getting stoned and shagging like rabbits. And from the comfort of my own living room, no less." Patty's eyes lit up. "Wow, can you? God, you're so easy. Cassie laughed. No! Ew! Cracking open the French door just enough to blow the smoke through, Patty took another drag. It swirled in the breeze and blended with the fog. Sister, I'm a whole lot of things, and easy is one title I'm actually proud to admit that I've earned. There's nothing wrong with us gals getting some too. I mean, guys get to do it, so why not us? Cassie chuckled. Right on, babe. She held out her mug and clinked it against Patty's. Here's to my sister from another mister. With a wink, she added, and here's to being easy. Before leaving for work, Patty offered to come back and stay that night. She knew Cassie wouldn't accept the offer, but she felt she had to at least put it out there. Living alone for Patty was no longer a big deal. In fact, she had come to relish it over the years. But this whole solo thing was going to be a new experience for her friend. Being several years Patricia's junior, it was Cassie's first time living on her own. With any separation, there's always an element of emotional turmoil. When it's a marriage or cohabitation, you also suffer the added stress of having to find a new place to live, coupled with the gut-wrenching task of packing up and moving. Little else in life is more humbling than seeing your life compartmentalized into neat little cardboard boxes. Of course, as Cassie also had Isabella to think of, finding a place was even more difficult than had she been on her own. Which is why Patty couldn't have been more thrilled when Cassie revealed that she'd found this third-floor walk-up. Sure, 3 floors of rickety old steps were a bitch, especially with bags of groceries in tow. But the price was right, and it was adjacent to the park, and frankly was as cute as a button. Being on Lion Street also meant it was just a few minutes' walk up the hill to the heart of Haight-Ashbury, with Patty's Cafe being just another few blocks more. So, the potential risk of seclusion and loneliness were less of a worry than if Cassie had moved to another part of the city altogether. Her biggest concern for Cassie was the ubiquitous financial worry, should Bill ever decide that he simply no longer wanted to support her. If that were to happen, Cassie could lose everything, including custody of Bella. Bill was the one who paid for her fancy private daycare, and Patty knew that Cassandra loved that little girl so much that she'd rather see her live with Bill and continue the daycare than live with her without it. Added to all the other inherent stressors, it made for a recipe of unease at best, soul-crushing anxiety at worst. Lord knew it wasn't going to be easy, but that didn't mean it wasn't right. In fact, by Patty's way of thinking, being difficult and being right were often one and the same thing. If it comes too easy, she often remarked, it probably isn't worth keeping. She as good as said those very words as she kissed Cassie goodbye. She then bounded down the stairs, 2 at a time, and out into the morning drizzle where the mist had settled in and now lay cold and clammy on her bare skin. Bundling her arms around herself, she began to climb toward Haight Street, where her cafe awaited its early morning awakening. Before the trees would block her view, she stopped and turned to blow her friend a final kiss. She knew Cassie would be standing on the balcony in front of that quaint little French door, a guardian angel looking down upon her. And, of course, Cassie was doing exactly that. With a floral shawl draped over her shoulders, she craned to peer through the branches of the trees. Stretching far over the metal railing, it creaked and groaned beneath her slight weight as she waved goodbye until Patty was swallowed by the mist. Closing the balcony door, Cassie now stood alone in the kitchen, isolated once more. Now would come the silence, so tangible you could feel it. Like a wave through an open porthole, it would saturate the apartment to hungrily fill the void Patty had only just occupied. The kitchen chair's stainless steel legs bounce-scraped over the mustard-yellow linoleum floor as she sat to finish her coffee. Amplified by the silence, their telltale squawk mimicked a scream almost perfectly. It was all Cassie needed for those dark, pervasive thoughts of an intruder to again wheedle their way in. Pressing upon her like great barbells atop her chest, her breaths became labored, her heart thumping faster. She listened, holding her breath, waiting, dreading, almost wishing for the sounds, any sound, that would belie her inevitable attacker's covert presence. At least then she would know that it was real, that she wasn't crazy. But the only sound she heard was that of her own blood as it rushed like a torrent through her ears. It was the crashing surf of anxiety in a sea of silence that battered her shoreline of sanity. And she knew it. After a while, with deliberation and an intense focus on her breathing, Cassie's heart rate slowed. Eventually, it mirrored the easy, reassuring tempo of the pendulum wall clock which she'd hung in the kitchen. The clock was simple, unfussy, dark wood and clean lines with an octagonal wood frame around its ivory face. An antique, or so she believed. She had spotted it at a flea market and fallen in love instantly. For the price tag, she simply had to have it. There was no haggling in the transaction. Now, here it was, her first official purchase as a single mom in her new place. And in this moment, it was her only companion. It struck 8 times, a rich, soft timbre. In her mind, Cassie imagined Patty getting ready to open the doors to the cafe, a 6 blocks away. A small group of people would no doubt be keen to end their work week with a sweet treat or brisk morning coffee. She took a final swig of her own, now tepid in her mug. Settling into the comfortable sound of the clock's circumspect marking of time, Cassie surrendered to the fact that she too must simply keep ticking on, regardless of what life brought. Easier said than done. For unlike the oblivion in which that clock existed, Cassie was all too aware of the horrors that could descend upon your life at any given moment. Janice. 3. Friday afternoon, July 18th, Panhandle Park. "Don't you go too far now, Donnie." Janice Wynne shook her head, an exaggerated display of frustration as her 6-year-old son scurried away. "I swear, that boy has no fear." Janice, perched upon the nearest bench, let out an audible sigh. "None. Whatsoever. Sometimes I'm quite sure he'll be the death of me." She was speaking to another young mother whose returned smile was merely the product of good manners. Offering Janice little more interest than she did the bench on which they sat, the woman resumed the task of buttoning her daughter's sweater. Wriggling as she did so was a blonde girl of similar age to Donnie, with eyes as bright as turquoise. An uncomfortable silence. Now Janice crossed her legs, one perfectly pedicured open-toed foot tapping empty air as she twisted away from the pair. Just enough to suggest her disappointment. With a sigh as evident as it was unintended, the young mother succumbed. "I haven't seen you here before." The observation was deadpan, spoken over her shoulder as she instructed her daughter Lindsay to stand still so she could fasten the final 2 buttons of the girl's cardigan. Having evoked any response at all, of course, thrilled Janice, who twisted back to face the mother-daughter pair. "Lindsay, what a beautiful name. And no, I mean, you haven't seen us here before because we're new, yes. She paused for an indication of further interest from Lindsay's mom. When none came, Janice elaborated regardless. Well, not exactly new here. She gestured broadly, both hands encompassing the city skyline. But to this park, yes. Lindsay's mom gave a closed-lip grin and patted down her daughter's cardigan, smoothing it over the girl's slight paunch. She patted her on the backside, and Lindsay took off toward the playground, ponytails sailing behind her. She turned to face her unsolicited companion. Well, we love it here, so I think you will too. She craned to see past Janice, eyes focused on her daughter as she entered the playground. And frankly, Lindsay could use the exercise. If I didn't bring her here for some playtime every day, she'd be a couch potato all summer, lying on the floor, watching reruns of Howdy Doody and gorging herself on Pez, Swedish Fish, and Pop-Tarts. Well, I think she's beautiful. She will be, after she loses about 10 pounds. Oh, my, no, Janice remarked, genuinely surprised. She's gorgeous, just as she is. Mrs., She extended her hand, and the woman momentarily stared at it before offering her own. Veronica, she answered, contemplating Janice's impeccable manicure and surprisingly long, delicate fingers. And my daughter is Lindsay. Yes, I heard. When you were buttoning up her little cardigan. She allowed her eyes to sweep over Veronica, from her toes to her nose. And I'm Janice, Janice Wynne. It's my genuine pleasure to meet you, Veronica. She waited for the typical response that Veronica felt likewise, but no such platitude was forthcoming. Instead, Veronica asked about her son. So, your boy's name is Donnie. Oh, yes, I remember you calling after him when you first sat down. Now, Veronica scooted forward on the bench, observing the playground and the handful of children playing there. Which one is he again? I didn't actually see him. He must have not existed. Made a beeline for the swings directly behind you so that he was out of my line of sight. Donnie does love his swings, Janice admitted, pointing toward the children. He's that one, there. Veronica spied at least 3 boys where Janice had indicated. The blonde? Or that cute little boy with the dark hair, maybe? Janice affirmed. She pulled a mini Tootsie Roll from her purse, offering it to Veronica while enjoying one herself. Veronica and Lindsay Rowe were no longer there when Janice excused herself to the restroom a good 100 yards from where they had been sitting. Thankfully, she managed to find them on the south side of the playground. This one was sheltered beneath the trees and slightly remote from the playground. Yoo-hoo! Hello! She called out as she scurried to join them, Veronica too slow to avoid being seen. I'm so glad to see you. Hello again, Janice, Veronica answered. She offered no eye contact, feigning to dig through her purse for something that must be incredibly important. Just so you know, we won't be here much longer, she added, as Janice took the liberty of seating herself at the end of their bench again. We've been here quite a while already, and— No, we haven't, Mommy. We only just got here. Just now, Lindsay decreed to her mother's embarrassment. You're being a silly goose, Mommy. In the most matter-of-fact manner, she then said to Janice, You look funny. Lindsay! You shush now. We don't say things like that. Oh, it's fine, my dear, Janice responded. Out of the mouths of babes, as they say. She unwrapped a Tootsie Roll and offered it to the girl, requesting her mother's permission with a raised eyebrow. Veronica did not give it. Janice duly retracted the treat just before Lindsay's plump little hand was about to snag it. When Veronica looked away, Janice assuaged Lindsay's dour face by silently mouthing the word, later, and offering her a wink and a smiling nod. Donnie's not with you? Veronica asked, unconcerned with the biting tone that accompanied the question. Oh, yes, he's on the swings. Veronica Rowe saw no one on the swings. Oh, Janice revised. Maybe the jungle gym, then. He does like to climb. He's a right little boy about stuff like that. Many a time he's come back with a knee full of dirt or cinders, and if I make a fuss, he just... Aren't you bothered about where he is, Janice? Oh, heavens, no. Like I say, he's a right little boy and can take care of himself. He's a little man, actually, is what he is. About your age, I'd say. She held the gaze of Lindsay, who continued to study her features, clearly perplexed. How old are you, my beautiful little girl? I'm 6, Lindsay replied with pride as she held up 7 fingers. Her mother gently closed one, bending the pinky back to her palm. Oh, yeah, the girl giggled. This many. Well, that's quite a lot. And yes, my Donnie is also that many. Veronica placed her hands on her daughter's sides and twisted her face to the playground. Off you go, baby. We can't stay long today. Why don't you go find Donnie and say hello? Okay, Lindsay complied, running off without the slightest idea who she was looking for. You must be proud, Janice said as she offered a Tootsie Roll to her new friend, who again declined it. She's a delightful child. Thank you. I'm sure I will say the same of Donnie when I meet him. I do hope so. Janice Wynne beamed. He's truly my pride and joy. My, it is a cool one today, isn't it, dear? For summer, I mean. Veronica stared off in the distance. I think I could do with a sweater myself, you know? Janice pantomimed, shivering. This West Coast weather really is so unpredictable, don't you find? One moment it's hot, the next it's so cold and damp, it's like a dead man's fingers are playing down your spine. The simile was shocking, and Veronica twisted back to face her, while also reflexively pulling back in disgust. What an absolutely horrid way to describe it. But so true, no? Veronica grinned. I apologize, dear. I do have somewhat of a penchant for the gruesome and forget that not everybody shares my interests. Veronica, not dear. Yes, of course, dear, she stuttered, a blush rising in her cheeks. Veronica. Rather than move to another bench, as was Veronica Rowe's natural inclination, she chose instead to see if she could find out a little more about this person, who had somehow decided it was perfectly acceptable to insert themselves into their lives. So, you're not from San Francisco, then? This renewed interest delighted Janice, and she replied with great vigor. No, Pennsylvania. Western PA, as we say, to be precise. Veronica had always found it so odd that people from Pennsylvania almost always referred to their home state by its recognized abbreviation rather than its full name. After all, it was only 5 syllables. Just like 4 other states' names. Her own beloved California being one of them. Yet Veronica and her fellow Californians didn't find the necessity to speak of their home as CA or any such nonsense. For the first time ever, she was unashamed to ask, caring little if she embarrassed her uninvited companion. Why do you PA guys call it that? Well, Janice replied after a genuine moment of reflection, you know, dear, I really don't know. How odd, I guess we are. Although I prefer the term quirky, don't you? She mumbled, processing no inclination to answer the question. What brings you to the Bay Area, Janice? Oh, a little this, a little that. How about you, dear? I've asked you to call me Veronica, not dear. And I really don't feel comfortable sharing the details of my life with a stranger. So, if you really don't mind, perhaps you can find another bench and allow my daughter and me to enjoy the rest of our morning in peace." Janice left in embarrassed silence. Veronica Rowe waited until she was out of earshot before cursing under her breath. Freak. Young Lindsay gasped, clapping a hand over her mouth in surprise.
"Oh, Mommy! That's not very nice. You said we shouldn't talk like that."
"Never mind what Mommy said." As Janice disappeared from sight, Veronica scooted the 6-year-old in the direction of the sandpit in swings. "Go on now. Go find your friends and leave Mommy in peace to read her book. Okay, my little pumpkin?" She opened her book and poured coffee from a metal thermos, the oaky scent of whiskey mixing with the earthy, aromatic steam. She filled the cup lid, downed it in one, then poured another as she opened the book and eased back into the scene she had been reading when Janice had managed to spot them a second time. As the words flowed from the page, the sun kissed her cheeks. All around her, the air was filled with sweet fragrance as a gentle summer breeze whispered through the flower beds encircling the bench. 30 yards away, Lindsay cackled and shrieked with delight, running and playing as the sounds of the children rose and fell in tranquil, inarticulate waves. Checking the playground for her daughter once more, Veronica ensured Lindsay was happy and occupied with all the other children, then closed her eyes for a 5-minute rest. "That looks like hungry work," Janice proclaimed as she perched on the edge of a bench within the playground itself, her shoeless feet burrowing into the sand. Lindsay Rowe nodded earnestly.
"Yes, it is very hungry work."
Tired of playing tag, she had now set about building a sandcastle for Princess Peach to live in.
"She's my best friend."
"Is she now? Well," Janice leaned forward. "May I join you? I do adore making sandcastles for princesses." Lindsay eyed her with a hint of reservation, spun to make sure her mother was still sitting on the bench, then twisted back to Janice. The sudden motion sent a cast of sand airborne, much of which found its way into the crack of Lindsay's shorts. Her face instantly soured. She reached behind her and brushed at it with manic strokes that only opened the gap further and brought more sand flying.
"Oh, no!"
Her mouth twisted, eyes scrunching into the precursor to a blubbering cry.
"It's scratchy! Mom!"
Janice knelt to be at the child's height as Lindsay rose and prepared to run, bawling, back to her mother. "Shush now, dear. Your mommy is very tired and has asked me to take care of you while she naps." Lindsay's breath now came in hiccuping starts and stops, the tears and the howl at the precipice. Now, baby girl. Remember that yummy little chocolate treat?" The stuttering breaths came down a notch. Lindsay nodded. But then again, it may have been her breath catching in her throat. "You do like candies, don't you?" Janice opened her palm, slowly, as if revealing a magic trick. In it, she held a wax paper-wrapped treat. Now, Lindsay's breath diminished and softened again. She slowly reached for it. Janice pulled it away, snapping her hand closed. "Only good girls get sweeties, don't you know?" Lindsay nodded several times, her wet eyes no longer squinty and tight, but widening with anticipation to reveal irises the color of warm chocolate. Framed by her long, naturally blonde locks, they were simply stunning. "You do know?" Now Lindsay began nodding fervently, her trembling lips relaxing into a hopeful smile.
"Yes,"
she said, no longer mindful of the sand that slid down her shorts like an hourglass as she stood. With one hand extended before her, Lindsay took a tiny step toward Janice, who still knelt in the sand. Well, the woman said as she pretended to consider her options for a moment. I guess I did promise you. Janice unfolded her fingers, this time offering no dramatic flourish, and extended her open hand. Lindsay Rowe accepted the invitation and tentatively reached for the candy. Paused as if it might be a trap. Waited for Janice's single nod of approval. Then wrapped her little fingers around the candy and clutched it to her chest, beaming with delight. See, Janice assured her, you must be a good girl. She winked, pointing to the chocolate-flavored toffee. And good girls don't cry, right?
Right,
Lindsay said, her tone bright and prideful as she unwrapped the treat from its waxy paper. Now, Janice stood, casting her gaze toward the bench where Veronica Rowe appeared to still be napping, 100 feet away. Dark sunglasses hid the mother's eyes, however, so Janice couldn't be sure. To test it, she reached for Lindsay's hand and the child willingly gave it. Your mother asked me to clean you up. What do you say we get that nasty, scratchy, itchy old sand out of those drawers of yours? On the bench, Veronica did not move. Janice took a small, single step forward, still surveying the bench. Lindsay took it with her, gripping her hand with the trust of an innocent. No movement from Lindsay's mother. Janice released her breath. Lindsay mimicked it, then carried on chomping gleefully on her sticky chocolate treat. I'm your Aunt Janice, by the way. I bet your mother has told you all kinds of wonderful stories about me and her. Probably a bunch about when we were growing up together. They began walking from the playground. Lindsay denied in a mutter between loud chews. Oh, my. Well, I guess you and I will just have to get acquainted with one another ourselves, then. To this, Lindsay nodded, and they casually quickened their pace. Janice Wynne took one final opportunity to glance behind them to ensure the girl's mother wasn't charging their way. She wasn't. When Veronica awoke, Janice Wynne was sitting beside her. She was thoroughly engrossed in the novel Veronica had been reading before she nodded off. The mother sat bolt upright, rubbing her eyes behind her big Jackie Onassis sunglasses. I'm sorry, but to me she'll always be Mrs. Kennedy, Janice stated. She pointed at Veronica's glasses. All the rage to follow her lead. A fashion icon, they say. But marrying again, after what that saint of a husband of hers endured? And betrothed to a filthy Greek, no less. Whatever is she thinking? Janice read a few more lines of the book, her lips slightly moving as she formed the words in her mind. A moment later, she slapped it closed with a delighted gasp. Such a page-turner! No wonder you love it. Still groggy but growing tense, Veronica Rowe snatched the book from the woman's lap. She lifted her glasses and scanned the playground for her daughter. Leave me alone, Janice. I'm getting Lindsay and we're going. I don't want to see you again. Do you hear me? Well, someone's testy after her nap. Veronica piled her things into her oversized handbag and jumped to her feet, again searching the playground. No Lindsay. Now her pulse quickened, her eyes darting from the swings to the jungle gym to the sand pit. Still no sign of her daughter. Her breaths became shallow, a tightness coming over her chest like the skin stretched over the frame of a snare drum. She stepped forward, covering her eyes from the glare, and scoured the park. Mothers and children were in small clusters all around, but none included her Lindsay. Now panic set in. She couldn't catch her breath. Now, Mrs. Rowe, no need for that. Janice tugged the bag in Veronica's grip, and both handbag and woman jittered back toward her. Lindsay is perfectly well. Better than well, actually. She's away from you, you toxic, self-absorbed whore. Terror widened Veronica's eyes, her pupils growing wide to darken them. Coursing fiercely through her veins, adrenaline was tightening her muscles, priming her to either fight or take flight, neither of which Veronica was doing, resulting in her hands shaking to the point of uncontrol. Where is my daughter? Janice stood, faced her. She's quite the sweet young girl, your Lindsay, and to be certain you understand what's happening right now. Here she tapped Veronica on the forehead. Veronica flinched, her eyes blinking, but did not retaliate. To be sure you understand, I want you to know that you've heard me. I called you Mrs. Rowe. Did you hear that, Veronica? She did not respond. Well, I'm going to take that as a yes. You see, how could I know your last name, if not for getting it out of young Lindsay? We had such a fine conversation, Lindsay and I. She told me all about her best friend, Princess Peach. Just delightful. Now Veronica began to sway, her eyes blurring. There was no way this crazy woman could know about Lindsay's imaginary friend unless she was telling the truth. No, don't you go fainting on me now. Janice grabbed the mother's shoulders and gently guided her back down onto the bench. I need you to focus, Veronica. Your daughter is fine, for now. But there is a time limit we're working to, you see. If we dilly-dally, she's not going to be fine anymore. So I need you to listen. Veronica absently nodded, her eyes glassy. She tried to speak, couldn't. Her mouth dry as a desert, her lips parched and pale. She tried again, licking them. Her tongue was thick, her saliva like glue. What do you want? Just tell me where my baby is, and I'll do anything, I promise. The words had come smooth enough, until their meaning had caught up with Veronica's own brain. Once that happened, it was all she could do to get them out. Well, that's good to hear, Mommy. Janice dusted herself down, straightened her skirt, and began strolling down the cinder path. I suggest you come, if you ever want to see her again. She paused before adding, alive, I mean. 4. Friday night, July 18th. Night came too quickly. No sooner had Cassie been alone in the kitchen that morning than the sun was painting Panhandle Park in an array of sunset pinks and oranges and reds. They shone through her living room window where they played across the bay window's bench seat, the feature she loved more than any other in this new home. She couldn't tell you where the day had gone. After Patty left, she remembered waking Bella to get ready for kindergarten. Other than that, she recalled only a spattering of the morning's mundane activities. Then nothing. For hours. But her body was sore and the small of her back was barking. Throughout the apartment, moving boxes had been repositioned, opened, rummaged through. Several now lay flat in a tiny stack, broken down, ready for the trash. So it was all making sense. She must have been so busy unpacking and organizing and generally making the apartment feel just that little bit more like home that she'd simply blocked out the tedium of it all. It wouldn't be the first time, and she would have accepted this if it hadn't been for what she noticed next. blood. Hiding amongst her tiny freckles, specks of it were all up and down her arms. At first, it elicited a sense of curiosity. After all, they were barely visible, and she felt no pain. But the more she looked, the more her anxiety throbbed in her neck. Fanning out her hands and raising her arms, she twisted and turned them as she scoured for cuts, gashes, scrapes, anything to explain the blood. Nothing. Now she hiked up her bell-bottoms and studied her legs closely. They, too, were covered in little red dots. With her heart now beginning to race, she rummaged in a hurry through the moving box marked bathroom, searching for her makeup mirror. When she found it, she moved closer to the light and examined her face. Nothing. Then the realization struck. Oh my God, Bella. She was down the hall and at her daughter's bed before she realized that she had even told her legs to move. Baby, wake up. Mama needs to have a look at you. Rolling over, Isabella bared her tummy from a cocoon of twisted blankets. Her eyes blinked and squinted in the shaft of hallway light that was casting a beam across her bed. Mommy, everything's okay, baby. Mama just needs to look at something real quick. She untangled Bella from the sheets and lifted her baby girl to eye level, scanning her body from head to toe. But found nothing. Thank God. Bella, honey, did you get any kind of boo-boo today? Maybe a little scrape playing with one of the moving boxes? Isabella groaned, shaking her head while pawing at her mother to let her go back to bed. Satisfied, Cassandra obliged and laid her down, untangling the blanket and tucking it all tight and snugly around her. Bella was asleep before her head even hit the pillow, the soft purrs of infant snores rising and falling in comforting lilts. Inching from the room with the light-footed agility of a mouse, Cassie pulled the door all but closed. After the incident last year at their Twin Peaks home, in which Bella had irrevocably stained the new carpet and made Bill curse up a storm, Cassie had come into the habit of leaving Bella's door slightly ajar. This way, she could find her way in the dark should she need to go potty in the night. The light from the hallway narrowed to a thin, triangular wedge, reaching for Bella's bed but not quite touching it. Which is when Cassie spotted it. On the floor, near Bella's side table. The can of spray paint. Bright crimson. In an effort to smooth over the heartbreaking transition, one of the promises Cassie made to Bella was that they'd paint her bedside cabinet once they moved into their new apartment in Haight-Ashbury. Bella had been begging for months, which Cassie, of course, relayed to Bill. But he wouldn't hear of it in their precious new Twin Peaks home. Why on earth would we do such a thing and lay waste to a perfectly handsome nightstand? Bill replied to her question with one of his own. He ran his hand over the nightstand's yellow oak wood-grain surface. And with such a ghastly color at that. Well, because it would make Bella happy, was her response. She recalled the conversation now, as clearly as if it were yesterday. Again, feeling the angst and frustration from having a husband who cared more about material things than he did his own daughter. And wife, apparently. For although Cassie never revealed to Bill the gut-wrenching fear that gripped her every time he went away, she was certain he must have sensed something was wrong. He could have asked her about it, could have sat her down and taken the time to discover why she, too, had changed so dramatically since he'd taken the life-altering position with IBM. But none of that mattered now. She instead allowed giddy relief to wash over her. Far from ominous, the red spots on her arms were nothing but a promise fulfilled to a restive little girl in need of love and security. Now more than ever. See, no monsters, no boogeyman, just calm and quiet. I can do this. I am strong. I am smart. I am capable. I am safe. Pulling the door just a little more closed, she quietly tiptoed down the hallway, the tension easing away as she made her way to the living room. Overlooking Lion Street and Panhandle Park was Cassie's favorite spot in the whole apartment. The modestly upholstered bench nestled in the nook of the bay window. It was obvious that it had been fashioned by one of the owners at some point over the years, as neither its quality of wood nor its craftsmanship quite matched the rest of the turn-of-the-century home's vibe. But it was cozy, perhaps more so because of this, and Cassie felt most at peace when lounging upon it. Although money was tight, she'd splurged on the purchase of a floor lamp specifically to place next to the window seat. Its chrome dome, resembling one of the hairdryers at her stylist's salon, gave the perfect amount of shielded light by which she could read at night, while ensuring the apartment remained dim enough that she didn't disturb Isabella's sleep. Settling now onto her bench, Cassie balanced a dog-eared copy of Jack Kerouac's On the Road in one hand, a vodka tonic in the other. Watching the fog, she then read for a bit, watched the fog some more, read again. 2 vodka tonics later, that elusive thing called sleep took her into its embrace. The voice tugged her from sleep, bluntly and without warning. In her dream, it became one of those giant vaudeville hooks, while she was the performer being booed and yanked from the stage.
There's a man in my room.
For an instant, the actual words did not register.
Mama, there's a man in my room.
This time, they were a douse of cold water, and Cassie bolted upright in her bed, not remembering how she'd gotten here. The last thing she recalled, she had been reading and watching the nighttime world from her beloved window seat. Baby, what?
There's a man.
No, baby, what do you mean there's a man in your room? Though trying to conceal it from her daughter, Cassie's chest was a snare drum, her heart a series of staccato claps. Isabella lowered her head as if ashamed or confused or both, and pursed her lips around her thumb. Oh, did you have another accident, baby? Isabella's response was to suck on her thumb even more aggressively. Come here, my little Bella Luna. It's okay. Cassie opened her arms and Isabella shuffled into them to be engulfed by her mother's embrace. In turn, the young girl threw her arms around her mother's neck and pulled herself tight to Cassie's bosom, squeezing so hard she nearly choked her. Hey, it's okay. Look, Cassie patted the bed. Why don't you come and join me the rest of the night? As Isabella began climbing up onto the bed, Cassie spotted the large wet patch still creeping across her daughter's PJ bottoms. On second thought, how about we run ourselves a nice warm bath, huh? She took Isabella by the hand, and together they walked down the hallway, flicking on every light as they went. She dropped the rubber stopper in the bath and ran a mix of hot and cold from the taps. Now, how about you take off those gym jams, and I'll go make sure there are no more boogeymen in your room. Deal? Again, devouring her thumb, Isabella nodded in agreement. Okay, then. Deal. I'll be right back, Bella. Smiling at her daughter as big as she'd ever smiled before, Cassie left the bathroom. The smile on her face, however, did not leave with her. Dissolving the moment she began inching down the hallway, Cassie fought the short, quick breaths that began to bubble up into her throat as the hot poker of panic took hold. Come on, Cass. You know there's no one there. It's just the overactive imagination of a 5-year-old. Her mind's way of... 4 more steps, and she would be at Isabella's room. deflecting from the kind of accident she knows deep down she shouldn't be having anymore. It's a figment, 3 steps, of her imagination, a projection of 2 steps. Her mourning for our old life, a remnant 1 step of a bad dream. Cassie was standing at the threshold when the light inside her daughter's bedroom clicked off. Beyond the door, still slightly ajar, darkness took hold as Cassie froze on the spot. Heart pounding, hands trembling, her breath caught in her throat and would not release.
I told you, Mommy.
Cassie twisted around to see her daughter naked in the hallway. The girl's brow furrowed as she slid her thumb back into her mouth, while slowly raising her other arm and pointing behind her mother. Tears of alarm glazed Cassie's eyes as she pivoted back to her daughter's bedroom door more slowly than she thought herself capable of moving. As she did, she listened past the faraway babbling of the filling bathtub and the immediate sound of her own shallow breaths, which had not only released, but were now coming rapid and harried. There, between both of these sounds, Cassie found another. The muted breathing of someone else. With a scream, she spun the rest of the way around and flailed at the man's face, punching and scratching as she howled for Isabella to run. Run, baby, run! And get away from here, to run downstairs as fast as she could, to get help. But Isabella did not move. Rooted in place, the whites of her eyes grew as the boogeyman in the big dark clothes and heavy boots and scary sack over his face deflected her mother's every blow. When he then raised a ball-peen hammer high above the featureless burlap sack, Isabella did not blink. Instead, the light in her eyes simply dimmed when he brought the hammer down upon her mother's head. Again and again and again. The 5-year-old did not understand when her mommy's eyes, dilated black and filling with blood, locked with hers for what would be the final time. Naked and shivering in the hallway, Isabella stood motionless and silent as the boogeyman then tied Cassie's hands and feet with clothesline. It was the same plastic line Mommy had stretched from one bathroom wall to the other because they could not yet afford a fancy clothes dryer like they had when they lived with Daddy. Isabella plucked the thumb from her mouth as the boogeyman tore the nightgown from her mother's body.
Mommy?
Prone on the floor, naked, bloody, and bound, Cassie's mind formed the 3 words she wanted more than anything else to say to her daughter. Her mouth, however, could not form their sound.
My bath is ready, Mommy.
These became the last words Cassie would hear. Her last image was her beautiful Bella Luna, confused and stunned, standing mere feet away as the faceless man now took what Cassandra Kennedy alone had the right to give. 5. Saturday morning, July 19th. You don't have to worry about your mommy, my sweet little Lindsay. She won't yell at you. The man dropped a sack of sugary treats at the girl's feet. It hit the dirt floor with a hollow thud. The sound quietly echoed through a dark chamber beyond the tiny pen in which Lindsay Rowe was huddled in a tight ball in the corner. And she won't stop you from eating what you want. He bent down and opened the sack, presenting it to her. Not anymore. Lindsay shrunk away, her mouth trembling. Her dirt-covered cheeks were streaked with thick lines where the tears had wiped them clean. Her shorts and pink t-shirt were encrusted with grime. the young girl tossing and turning throughout the night, only sporadically managing to sleep between fits of forlorn wails. I want my mommy. She kicked and pressed as far into the corner as possible, her mouth twisting into a shriek. The man mumbled and took 2 steps back. Well, Lindsay, I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, we made sure your mommy wouldn't be awful to you anymore. You can eat as many sweeties and fun things that you want now. Lindsay screamed for her mother again, this time starting to her feet and turning to face the wall, howling. If she could have clawed her way inside of it, she would have. Now, there's no need for that. We're your new family now, and I know you don't know us very well, but I think we're going to love you more than you've ever been loved before. Doesn't that sound nice? Lindsay's cries only intensified, growing so loud that they eventually fell mute. Her little throat swollen and sore, her vocal cords strained and stretched. Janice Wynne came in after the man could do nothing to relieve the little girl's intense distress. Kneeling in the corner next to Lindsay, she softly caressed her long blonde hair, now sweat-soaked and knotted with grime. She offered soothing whispers of reassurance in her ear, her breath fine and warm upon the girl's neck. It was gentle and kind and caring. Not at all the comportment of the person who had slit the throat of Lindsay's mother in the adjacent cell, then marveled at the life flowing from her squirming body. 6. Saturday night, July 19th. Cassie's scream was a nerve-shredding echo, but only in her mind. Again, Isabella repeated, "My bath is ready, Mommy." The 5-year-old was pressing both hands against her mother's back, putting her whole body into it as Cassie lay asleep on the window seat. Contorted around a splayed-open paperback and a half-empty smoked glass tumbler, her mother rocked back and forth with each of Isabella's attempts to wake her.
Get up, Mommy!
When Cassie did wake, the scream in her head became real, and Isabella recoiled with a start, tears instantly filling her eyes. "Oh, God, Bella, I'm so sorry," Cassie half-sputtered. Confused and blinking, she took inventory of her surroundings. Her daughter, favorite paperback, a cocktail glass, now spilled, window bench seat, still wet, Lion Street below, their beautiful park caddy corner. It had been a dream, an awful, nerve-shredding dream. There had never been an intruder in her home. Cassie was still alive, and there had never been an odd woman in the park called Janice, or a mother called Veronica, or, God help me, a little Lindsay Rowe. All of it had been figments of another night terror, a product of her mind torturing herself over her decision to separate from her engineer husband. She grabbed Isabella with gentle hands and pulled her close, giving her daughter a deep and safe embrace. "Oh, baby, it's okay. Mommy just had a really bad dream. I'm so sorry that I scared you." Isabella's lower lip trembled, but not as dramatically as a moment ago. "But look at the time. My goodness, we have to get you to kindergarten, Bella. It's well past 8, and Mrs. Monroe will be livid." Isabella scrunched her nose, pulling away.
What's libid?
This was the tension break Cassie needed, and she giggled, but only a little. The day she'd found out she was pregnant with a baby girl, Cassie had sworn she'd never make her daughter feel less than. Bella deserved better than to feel the way she herself had been made to feel for so much of her childhood, or at least what she was able to recall from her limited and spotty memory. Livid. Livid. It means your kindergarten teacher will be very, very upset with us. What she actually meant was that Mrs. Monroe would be very upset with her, but she chose to omit this part of the explanation.
But why, Mommy?
Well, because you're supposed to be there by now, Bella. Remember the little rhyme Mrs. Monroe taught us? In your seats by 8, or else you'll be late. Isabella crossed her arms, taking on the air of being stern while shaking her head.
Now you're just being silly, Mommy. We don't go to kindergarten at night.
Cassie began to correct her, pointing out the clock in the living room, which, when she hung it this week, she'd noticed was about 2 minutes slower than the pendulum clock in the kitchen. And in this very moment, the kitchen clock was beginning to whir. That meant it was winding up in readiness to gong the half hour. See, Bella? It's already 8:30. Interrupted by what she glimpsed out of the corner of her eye, Cassie didn't finish the sentence. As it should be this time of day, the sun was low to the horizon in Panhandle Park. But with the park being the next block north of the apartment, the sun should have been low to her right, but it was low to her left. The breath caught in Cassie's throat, and she inadvertently tightened her grip on Isabella's arm more than she realized.
Ow, Mommy! You're hurting me!
Cassie released her grip slowly in response, staring into her daughter's eyes. Isabella, how long has Mommy been asleep? The 5-year-old pulled away the moment her mother fully released her wrist. She backed up 3 steps and shook her head, not wanting to say. Bella, baby, how long have I been sleeping? Thinking she was in trouble, Isabella took another 2 slow steps backward until she was against the old green couch which had been left by the previous tenant. The couch Cassie could not turn down, for now, at least.
Last night, Mommy,
she finally whispered. Honey, I know I went to bed last night, just like you. Cassie lowered her speaking volume, softened her tone. But, baby, how long have you been awake while Mommy slept? Isabella did not reply, evaluating in her child's mind what answer her mother would most want to hear. Unable to decide, she closed off her stance by pulling her arms tight to her chest and lowering her head. She then told her mother the truth.
I tried to wake you, Mommy, but you've been sleepy all day.
It wasn't possible. How could it be possible? She'd put down Isabella a little later than usual last night, closer to 9 than it was to 8:30. But given their mind-numbing combination of recent, major life changes, Cassie figured it wouldn't hurt to let her daughter stay up just a few extra minutes. Just this once. She'd made sure Isabella understood before handing her daughter a small bowl of cereal, no milk. She remembered pouring herself a drink, grabbing her favorite book, and nestling up with a throw on the window bench seat. There, she'd periodically read between absent periods of watching the fog roll past until she had grounded herself. Oh, that's right. She remembered now. All of it. She had been nervous. That awful feeling again that she wasn't alone in her home. So she'd poured a second drink. And maybe a third? She recalled the gong of the clock. So that had to have been around 10-ish. 10:30, latest. As it was now 8:30, that meant she had been asleep for over 22 hours. It wasn't possible. And yet, the sun had already begun to set over Panhandle Park. Most of the happy families there had already begun to leave, replaced by rambunctious teens, a few older couples, and the odd jogger or two taking advantage of the cooler evening temps. So, Bella was right. She had lost an entire day. It was unfathomable.
I'm sorry, Mommy.
Cassie snapped back to the moment. Oh, babe, come here, Bella. She patted her hands together over her heart, then opened her arms. You have no reason to be sorry, baby girl. Come over here to Mommy. At first, Isabella did not budge, but when she saw that her mommy really meant it, she grinned and ran into Cassie's arms.
My bath is ready, Mommy.
Oh, you ran the bath like a big girl? Who's a good girl, then? Cassie rubbed her nose over her daughter's, what she liked to call their Eskimo kisses. Just promise me that you'll never get into the bath without me being there too, okay? To this, Isabella nodded enthusiastically and led her mother by the hand to the tub full of water, which had already gone cool. Cassie made no mention of it and simply let some of the water out and added more hot, along with her daughter's favorite bubblegum-scented bubble bath. By the time Isabella changed out of her little jeans with the big flowers sewn on the back pockets and her red, yellow, and brown-striped shirt, the tub was all but overflowing with soapy bubbles.
Promise you won't ever go away like that again,
Isabella demanded as she dipped her toe into the mass of foam. She settled into the water and immediately dunked her head. When she reemerged, it was crowned with a soapy beehive. I promise. As long as you'll always forgive Mommy when she acts like a little silly billy goat. Isabella nodded as dramatically as the smile which had lit upon her face. She said nothing, instead kissing her mother on the lips, so that they both shared a tiny taste of the bubbles, the flavor of which was everything like soap and not at all matching its sweet bubblegum scent. Then I guess we have a deal, Bella. Patty came over that Monday morning, as she often did before opening the cafe. Located just off Haight Street, Brewster's was the namesake of Patty's perfectly suited surname. She'd once told Cassie, in much less of a joke than at first it seemed, that with a name like Brewster, her career choices boiled down to running a coffee bar or a brewery, and she didn't much care for beer. Mondays were one of her busiest days, with Patty's most regular patrons desperate for their Brewster's coffee fix after a Sunday off. But eager to finish the phone conversation she and Cassie had started the night before, Patty was standing on the stoop of Cassie's walk-up a good 10 minutes earlier than usual. Holy Christ on the cross, Cass. I don't even know what to say. For the first time in recent memory, Cassie actually found her longtime friend struggling to find the words. She felt the same, but tried to articulate it with honesty. I'm scared, Trish. Well, she didn't know why. Cassie always reverted to calling Patricia Trish instead of Patty when things were heavy. I didn't just see it all. I experienced it. It felt real. Patricia shook her head and lit a cigarette. Once she was at the cafe, there wouldn't be another chance until she'd gotten through the early morning rush. And that could be hours from now. I really don't know what to say, hon. I mean, it all sounds batshit crazy, right? But then again, maybe it's not. Cassie finished for her. I know. You've told me for a while now that you think they're more than dreams. Girl, I know they're more than dreams. There's no think about it. Patty took one last puff, breathed in deep, then snuffed the glowing butt underfoot as she exhaled a long, steady plume. But you've never seen someone else in your visions, dreams, nightmares, whatever you want to call them, before. Not like this, no. And tell me again, were you this Veronica lady in your dream? Cassie shook her head. Not really. It was me at first. The man was coming for, like always. Only, for a moment, Cassie was no longer there. Her mind drawn back to the horrifying images of being attacked, of being violated, of her apartment becoming the park, then somewhere dark and dank and saturated with low bass vibrations. Images of Veronica gasping and gulping for air like a carnival guppy in a bag as her blood pulsed from her throat. While the man watched, while Janice Wynne watched. Only this time it was too real, Patty. I believed it. I felt it. To me, in that moment, it was real. Does any of this make sense? Patty gently puffed out the sides of her soft pack of smokes and peeked inside. Only one left. Fuck it, she thought. I'll buy a pack on my break. She tapped the last one out and lit it as Cassie watched, envious, and not for the first time, at how nice it must be to have such immediate comfort at the tip of your fingers, and to indulge in its succor whenever you needed. It does make sense, Patty answered through a shroud of smoke. And you say this happened after I left Friday? Yes. I can't exactly tell you much about that afternoon, though. This made Patty squint, one eyebrow raised. Meaning I know I unpacked more boxes, but I must have been on autopilot or something. Because next thing I knew, it was night. Bella was snacking on cereal before bed, and I was reading in my favorite spot. The window seat? The window seat, with a couple vodkas and tonic going down just a little too smooth. A couple? Cassie's cheeks flushed, her freckles more apparent against the pink. Maybe one or two more than a couple? Ah, yes. Well, that'll fuck with your sense of time and memory, to be sure. What happened next? Then the dream, the vision, whatever you want to call it. Where the faceless man was coming for you. Yes, and this time he got me. And he was doing these Stifled by her own words, Cassie swallowed hard before attempting to speak them aloud a second time. He was doing these terrible things to me while Bella watched in shock. Then next thing I know, it's no longer me and we're no longer here in my apartment. You were at the park, then? At the park, yes. In my dream, I mean. And I was a fly on the wall, so to speak. Watching this Janice woman. Janice Wynne, Patty confirmed. Oh, I'm not going to forget any of these names, trust me. Yes, Janice Wynne. And she's harassing this lady, Veronica Rowe. Cassie swallowed, her eyes temporarily focusing on something far away that Patty could not see. That's correct. But there's something not quite right about Janice. Even Lindsay noticed. Oh? You didn't tell me this bit. How so? I remember this so clearly. Little Lindsay said, "You look funny." And she was right, because Janice did look funny. By which I mean funny odd, not funny ha-ha. Can you tell me how she looked odd? Cassie shook her head. No, I just know that I felt it. And you want to know the weirdest thing? Patty half chuckled before taking a long drag of her Virginia Slims cigarette. Sure, I mean, it's got to be really weird if it stands out from all of this. It is, because Janice knew she looked odd. She didn't deny it, and she didn't brush it off either. She said, "Out of the mouths of babes." Isn't that freaky? She knew she looked not quite right. I wish you could somehow show me your dreams, babe, 'cause this is some grade-A shit right here. Patty snuffed out her cigarette underfoot and tossed the empty soft pack into a waste can 10 feet away. And that's a 3-pointer, she proclaimed. her right hand hovering in the air from its follow-through as Cassie appeared confused. "That's a basketball term, babe. Not your thing. Anyhow, I think maybe I need to go to the police." Patty lowered her arm. She stood expressionless, started to say something, stopped, closed her mouth, exhaled, opened her mouth again. It was a great impression of a fish out of water. "Wow," she finally said, her usual sarcasm fully in check. "You really do feel serious about this one." Cassie told her she did. "Are you sure, Cass? I mean, what if they have no record of this woman and her daughter going missing? Or worse yet, what if they do? Then I tell them everything I know. And then they lock you up for having information you could not possibly have unless you had something to do with the crime." Cassie smirked. "I told you it was a man. You told me it was a woman called Janice Wynn who lured them away." "Right, and I have my ID on me that proves I'm Cassandra Kennedy." Cassie opened her arms and moved closer, beckoning a hug. "I love you, Patricia. I so do. And I know you're only looking out for me. But I'll be fine. Promise." Patty moved in for the embrace and squeezed her friend as though both of their lives depended on it. She pulled away and looked Cassie over. "Fine. Then when do you want to go? If you wait till Michelle comes to relieve me at 2, I'll go with you." "No." With her thumbs hooked into her jeans belt loops, Cassie's fingers had begun unconsciously tapping her hips. Patty noticed her shifting her weight from one foot to the other. "Thank you, though. I need to do this now, before the worry drives me crazy. And besides, if it's even the slightest bit true, then that little girl needs my help. So, I gotta do this, Trish." There it was, the tell. She called her Trish again. Now Patty knew this was really happening. Despite 2 customers already waiting, Patty waited outside the locked cafe and watched Cassie jump onto a cable car. By the time the cafe owner would be cashing out her first customer, Cassie would be telling the San Francisco police intimate knowledge about a child's kidnapping and a mother's murder. Knowledge she had come about by way of a psychic vision. God help her. 7. Monday morning, July 21st. SFPD headquarters, Mission Bay. "Hey, Wrestler, there's a woman in the lobby who says she has info about that missing mother and daughter case from the Panhandle." The desk sergeant disappeared before Doug Wrestler could voice his objection. "Christ almighty!" Wrestler shouted through the door already closed. "Have Sid handle it! Hey! I said—" He watched through the frosted glass as the sergeant walked away without looking back. Wrestler's only acknowledgement that he'd been heard was when the sergeant's right hand shot high above his shoulder. It looked suspiciously like his middle finger had shot up with it. Hard to tell, though, through the semi-opaque window, but likely. He whipped him the finger back. The sergeant wouldn't see it, but it made Doug Wrestler feel better. The woman was sat in the lobby, making herself small at the farthest end of an inhospitable wood bench. Hard and angled just right to be uncomfortable after mere minutes. It was a relic from the station's 1930s remodel, a good 3 decades earlier. She was in her mid-20s or so, strawberry blonde hair, pretty face. Wrestler's first thought went to her having a little more meat on her bones for his taste. But there was certainly something alluring about her as she tapped her toes and studied her nails in nervous anticipation. Sid Younger, his partner for nearly 7 years, abhorred the way he eyed every woman as a potential mating partner. Sexual conquest, Sid actually called it. But to Doug Ressler, it was just part of his DNA. After all, it was the 60s now. Sexual freedom, especially among the fairer sex, was all the rage now. That whole Leave It to Beaver vibe of the 50s was no longer the way America looked. Young women didn't aspire to be like housewife and mother June Cleaver anymore. They aspired to be like Raquel Welch, Anne Margaret, and Brigitte Bardot. It wasn't unusual now to see women in boob tubes with no bra, their nipples hard and pressing through. And, well, to Ressler's way of thinking, if you weren't hip to the scene, you were just a square. He, for one, was going to embrace it for all it was worth. "So go ahead," he once told Sid, tired of the man's incessant badgering. "Call me a feminist, 'cause unlike you, my right-angled friend, I'm all about that flower power, girl power, expanded consciousness, whatever. As long as it gets you laid, that is." To this, Ressler just shrugged, a kind of, if you can't beat 'em, join 'em look across his face. And besides, he wasn't married. Sure, he and Siobhan Jacobs, the head of forensics, were something of an item, but who knew how long that would last? Ironically, it was becoming increasingly clear that Siobhan saw it as much more casual than Ressler wished it to be. So, the best way Doug was able to keep himself grounded and not get too attached was to allow himself the privilege of a little look, a little flirt, a little fantasy, here and there. Knowing the woman was still not aware of his presence, his eye wandered to her left hand. A simple gold band adorned her third finger. Well, fuck a duck. He cleared his throat and Cassie winced, her hands dropping to her lap with a slap. "I'm Detective Douglas Ressler." He extended his hand and she politely stood. No boob tube here, and definitely not braless. So, no loss then, he thought to himself and cleared his mind. "I'm told you have something to share about the missing persons case from last Friday." Cassie Kennedy shook his hand. She was still holding it as she rose to her feet and introduced herself. She spoke loudly to be heard over 3 uniformed officers and 1 suspect who was clearly resisting. They had come charging through the lobby, doors slamming and F-bombs flying. Doug Ressler was deaf to it. It made Cassie Kennedy cringe. "Is there maybe somewhere we can talk that's a little quieter?" She told him everything she'd seen, how the vision had begun as one of her usual nightmares, but had felt so real that she truly believed she was being attacked at the time. "And if I'm honest, Detective Ressler, I'd still swear, even right now, that it really happened. If I didn't know the truth about what was really taking place, that is." He commiserated without looking up from the table of notes he was taking, until she described how the dream had morphed into a vision of Veronica Rowe and her daughter, Lindsay. "Wait, hold on a minute." He put his pen down more forcibly than necessary and slid the tablet to one side. Leaning in with his fingers interlaced, his look hardened. "Are you telling me that the information you want to share is from a dream?" Cassie felt herself shrink. Just like that, she was a child again, facing the wrath of her uncle for doing, or not doing, something right. Anything right, it sometimes felt. She wetted her lips. Well, a vision, I would call it. Not a dream. A psychic vision. Christ on the cross, lady! He struck the tablet of notes and it spun across the table, hit the wall and dropped to the floor, pages fluttering like a bird falling from the sky. "Do you have any idea how busy we are around here?" He lurched to his feet. Now Cassie was that little girl about to be punished. "Strike that. Do you know how fucking busy I am? I stopped what I was doing to come out here and talk to you. Now I've just wasted time that could have been spent trying to find that little girl." He moved to the door, glaring. "You have wasted that time." "But I thought I was helping." "Helping? By feeding me some bullshit about a psychic vision? God damn it! I knew I should have let Sid deal with you. You fucking nutjobs crawl out of the woodwork at times like this. It's sick, is what it is." "But I wanted to help." Now Cassie stood, her legs feeling weak but determined to finish what she came here to do. "How could I know their names if what I'm saying isn't true?" "Ever hear of the San Francisco Ledger, lady?" "You mean the newspaper?" "No, I mean the Ferry du Alcatraz." He shook his head. "Yeah, the paper, Mrs. Kennedy. It's been all over the headlines since Saturday." Cassie was shaken. She stuttered. I don't read the paper. I'm sorry, The TV, then. Channel 5 is covered at every newscast as well. You know, maybe I should charge you with wasting police time. Hell, for all I know, maybe you got something to do with it." His eyes drilled into hers, unspeaking. She was trembling, which meant there was no way she had a damn thing to do with the disappearance. And he knew it. But fuck. The job was hard enough without bored housewives like this playing armchair detective. What was the name of that ludicrous Agatha Christie character that was still so popular? Wasn't it Miss Maple or Mrs. Mabel or something like that? "Miss Marple," Sid corrected, once he'd returned from finishing Cassie's witness statement after Doug had charged out of the interview room in a simmering rage. "One of the best creations of modern crime fiction by the undisputed matriarch. Just because you're an ignoramus who doesn't read doesn't mean the rest of us are." Yeah. Whatever you say. I don't know why you even bothered to spend another minute with that crackpot. If it were me, I could have slapped her as easy as looked at her after hearing the word psychic come out of her mouth. He lowered his voice to a near mutter. Pretty mouth, though it was. "Yeah," Sid Younger responded with a shake of the head. "You're a real feminist, Doug. I can see it clear as day." "All right, lose the attitude. I just don't see why you'd waste another minute with her. Because maybe there's something useful in there. Like maybe she actually knows Veronica Rowe and wants to keep her distance. So she comes to us with a story that what she says came from a vision, when in fact it could be the real deal, and maybe the lady's just scared of getting in the middle of a shitstorm." Sid slid his interview sheet across the table. It spun between Wrestler's arms. "Ever think about that? Because that lady you just insulted and intimidated gave us a name." "Yeah, I know it. The names anyone in San Francisco could have fathomed from the media. Not those names, Doug. She gave us the name of the perp. We need to dig up anything we can find on a Janice Wynn." 8. Tuesday morning, July 22nd. Brewster's Cafe. "You must have been scared shitless." Patty was wiping down tables with fervor, a Virginia Slim's cigarette slowly burning itself down in an ashtray at the small high-top table in the corner she kept for personal breaks. "I would have shat myself." "Well, would you have been shitless or would you have shat yourself? You can't have it both ways." Patty chuckled, working her way toward the cigarette table. "I can if I shat myself first. Then I would have been shitless." This made Cassie laugh out loud, the first positive expression of emotion since returning from the police interview. The second guy was nice, Detective Younger. He apologized for the other guy and took the time to hear me out. "Well, this other guy sounds like a real dick. I know the sort. Always checking you out. In their minds, they're halfway to fucking you before they can even open their mouth. Spoken like a true lesbian, Cassie giggled, giving her a wink. Takes one to know one, bitch. I can hardly be a lesbian when I have a husband. The words had barely left her lips before the conscious realization of her recent separation had dawned. Again. It was becoming clear that it was going to be a while before a permanent acknowledgement of this new life would finally take hold. Well, more's the pity for us, that's all I can say. Cassie tossed the rag she was using at her. You know, if I were, you'd be top of my list. Oh, there'd be a list now, would there? Cassie floated both hands along her sides, accentuating her contours. Well, my lovely, a girl like me doesn't come along just every day. I think I'd be in high demand. You got that right, Patty said between puffs, leaning back in the bar chair as she smoked the cigarette down to the filter. Whether she was referring to the first part of her assertion or the second, Cassie did not know. Maybe it was both. Speaking of you being in demand, you've just given me the perfect segue for an idea I've been tossing around in my head. You want me to give readings to your cafe patrons? Somewhere in the deadpan clarification was the hint of a question from Cassie. Isn't that what I just said? Patty was now wiping down the counter, tossing Cassie her rag back in the process. Help me get this place open, then we'll talk. Okay, sugar? It was 10:15 before the rush slowed to a trickle. With nowhere else to be, Cassie stuck around and helped take orders, bussing tables in between. With only a handful of remaining customers sipping their coffees and reading newspapers or books in various nooks and crannies of the cafe, Patty settled into her special table near the back and lit the Virginia Slims she'd been jonesing to smoke for more than an hour. Oh, my God. It was an expression of near-climactic release, Patty's words rasping through the smoke she pulled into her lungs, then held before tilting her head back to blow it up to the ceiling. That was some morning rush, eh? The crowd or the nicotine? Patty snickered, a light choking cough. Both. You know those are gonna kill you one day, right? My customers? You got that right. She laughed again. It was real and unabashed, and so unlike Cassie's own self-conscious manner that it was one of the things she loved about Patty the most. But seriously, these slim little things? Patty rolled the cigarette back and forth between her fingers, examining it. Never. After all, we're biologically superior to men, haven't you heard? She was referring to the cigarette brand's prominent magazine advertisements, in which a strong, beautiful brunette in blue velvet jumpsuit, purple stockings, red knee-high leather boots, and flowing superhero cape appeared to be squaring off to the reader. With a Clint Eastwood squint to her steady gaze, she was as alluring as she was tough. All around her, the body copy text of the ad illustrated the dozens of ways in which Philip Morris espoused their claim, from women being more resistant to starvation and fatigue than men, to their naturally superior immunity to baldness, colorblindness, and even nomadism. And that logic is about as solid as it is scientific. What can I say? We've come a long way, baby. Cassie half chuckled, realizing she'd teed it up perfectly for Patty to quote the cigarette's famous slogan. Yes, we have, but not far enough to see through the bullshit of a bunch of Fifth Avenue advertising execs whose only goal is to sell more cigarettes. Our health be damned. Patty feigned a scowl. There, you ruined it. She snuffed out the cigarette, acting as though it were to appease her friend. But Cassie was fully aware that it had already been smoked down to the filter. Okay, happy? Very, Cassie answered, equally feigning her gratitude. Now, can we talk about your idea, please? What's to talk about? You've been reading tarot for as long as I've known you. You have visions, I have dreams. To this, Patty shot her friend a look that would give the Virginia Slims superhero gal a run for her money. Cassie raised her hands in mock surrender as Patty continued. That's not what you told the police yesterday. So, as I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted, you have visions. You've done readings. For friends. Patty's squint tightened. Girl, I swear, if you don't let me finish... I'm sorry, she mimed, zipping her lip, smiling. With her lips clenched, it looked a bit creepy. The floor is yours, she mumbled from the corner of her mouth, a muffled utterance between pursed lips. Damn right it is. Not only the floor, but the walls, the ceiling, the whole goddamn cafe. Crossing her arms and settling back into her chair, Patty waited for her friend to verbally respond in any way whatsoever. When she didn't, Patty continued. You've done readings, and they've been spot on. And now you've shared information that could actually help the police in a missing persons case, whether they appreciate it or not. It's remarkable, actually. You have a gift, babe. So why not put it to good use by helping lots of other people? It would get you out of the house more and give you some much-needed cash of your own. I mean, what if Bill just decides he doesn't want to help you anymore? He wouldn't. Don't forget about Bella. She's not just mine. Yeah, but is that enough? If he really decides he just wants a break? You're not actually married, babe. The laws don't apply to people in our situation. Of course, Patty was right. But the separation alone was a hard enough pill to swallow. She couldn't allow herself the emotional or mental space to even think about things getting worse. I could get a part-time job. Yes, you could. But that wouldn't bring in much. It certainly wouldn't be enough to get by if the worst were to happen. Plus, it would probably be hit or miss when they'd give you a shift. So how would that work when you've got Bella to consider? I'm just saying there's a way to get you some more time out of that apartment and get you a little more money of your own, on your own terms. Patty sighed, lowering her voice, which had grown agitated. Look, chick, I think you could do with just a little more of both of those things right about now, don't you? In the manner of one of Bella's classmates, Cassie raised her hand to speak, her mouth tight-lipped as her hand bobbed up and down with vigor. Patty mirrored the whimsy, instantly adopting the role of teacher, pointing at her enthusiastic student above a sea of invisible classmates. Yes, you there, the pretty girl in the third row. I'm sorry, I don't remember your name, young lady. Kathy, is it? Cassie mimicked unzipping her lip. It's Cassie, ma'am, she corrected and tittered, the bashful but exuberant young student. Clear as day, Patty could see her in pigtails and poodle skirt back in grade school. But seriously, I don't know, Patty. Do you really think I could do it? I do. The response was swift and without hesitation. And who knows? Maybe it'll also help you come to terms with this god-awful recurring dream or vision or whatever the hell it is that you keep having. Because if you don't get a handle on what it's trying to tell you, I'm afraid it may end up driving you crazy. Patty considered sharing what was really on her mind. The worry that tied her stomach into knots as she lay awake at night. Worrying about Cassie being all on her own. Worrying that her vision of a faceless attacker could actually be a real threat. After the vision she'd had of Veronica and Lindsay Rowe, it felt more prophetic than ever. In the end, Patty simply concluded with, or worse. Cassie chose the following Monday afternoon, when the cafe was far less busy. It would give her a chance to ease into it. Patty had placed a reserved for psychic sign on one of the small rounds so it would be hers whenever she wanted. Tucked away in the corner, it was private enough to offer a more intimate experience while still being visible enough to generate some curiosity. From her macrame bag, Cassie pulled out the cloth mat on which she always drew her cards. She laid it neatly over the tabletop, beautifully embroidered with a stylized galaxy that graded from royal blue to black. At its center was a 5-pointed star with each tip connected to the others by a crisp white thread. Running her palms over it with sincerity, Cassie smoothed the cloth as she absorbed its energy, absorbing its vibration while also allowing her own energy to be absorbed into it. Next came the cards. A gift from Bill when he returned from Florida on yet another trip that ended up being longer than expected. Each of the 78 cards was handcrafted and individually painted. So, in essence, it was a box of 6.5 dozen small but original paintings. That alone was enough to make it inexplicably special. But there was more to it than that. From the moment she'd unwrapped them, Cassie felt a vibrant energy from the cards. A dynamic, positive pulse as if the deck had a heartbeat of its own. Oh, Bill, they're just spectacular. A spectacular gift for a spectacular gal. He winked, pulling her close. I thought of you the moment I saw them. Cocoa Beach? I can't even imagine them selling something like this. Bill shook his head. And you'd be right. The beachfront shops there are all sandcastle kits and plastic rocket ships. This is from a day trip we took for a meeting over on the Gulf side of the state, around Tampa Bay. A quaint little artsy town called Gulfport. Well, I just adore them. Thank you for thinking of me. She lifted herself on her tippy toes and gave Bill a peck on his cheek. I always think of you, Cass. Don't ever forget that. Don't ever forget that. His words now echoed in her mind, and suddenly the memory, which had begun so sweetly and filled with light, had bittered, becoming dismal gray. It weighed heavy in her gut. This is a mistake, she warned herself as her pulse quickened. It must have been convincing, for she had already begun involuntarily sliding the cards back into their box. Hey, whoa there. Patty had returned to her table with a cup of chamomile and a pep talk. Instead, she found Cassie packing up her stuff. Got some more urgent plans I don't know about? This is a mistake, Patty. Really. I don't think I'm ready to... Ready to what? Run away? Too late for that, hippie chick. Your first paying customer is already here and walking this way. She slapped $4 on the table and watched Cassie's expression as the realization dawned. Not only did someone want to experience her gift, but they were willing to pay good money for the privilege. This is for me? But I haven't even started yet. Yes, indeed, chickadee. The house already took its cut. Patty waggled a dollar bill in the air before stuffing it in her shirt with a wink. So, yes, you actually have started. The girl was younger, maybe late teens. The aura surrounding her matched the long red hair that flowed in enviable waves down her back to settle somewhere below her narrow waistline. A tie-dyed earth-tone mini-dress was cinched round the middle with a strip of beige leather. A pair of strappy sandals, while matching her makeshift belt, did little to protect her feet from the grime and dust of the city streets. She was smacking bubble gum as she took a seat. Bracing her elbows on the table, she rested her chin in the heel of her hands, as though her head were simply too heavy for such a slender neck to hold upright of its own accord. Her name was Paige, but apparently everyone had taken to calling her Pegs.
Because I used to be so skinny, she explained. You know, like I had peg legs or something.
Now Cassie couldn't help but draw her gaze to the girl's legs, demurely crossed and extending at an angle from her side of the small table. The left was gently bouncing up and down atop the right. Tanned and toned, they boasted calves most women, and some men, would die for.
Anyway, sounding so similar to my name and all, I guess it just stuck. I kinda hate it, but also kinda like it.
She shrugged and popped her gum. Pegs was looking for answers about a boyfriend who, in her own words, had up and left in the middle of the night. She hadn't heard from him in over 2 weeks, and wanted to know where she could find him. Oh, well, Cassie began to clarify with apology softening her tone. I'm afraid tarot readings don't work like that, honey. The young woman's unblinking eyes remained transfixed on her own. Soft and full and perfectly round, their innocence belied the natural sensuality that oozed from her like warm honey. Had they been rich chestnut instead of dazzling hazel, they could have been the same doleful Bambi eyes from the movie Cassie and Bella had watched one rainy Sunday, as Bella nodded on and off in her lap. Please, ma'am, I need this. Like, really need this. With a muted sigh, Cassie took the tarot deck into her hands. Warm to the touch, the young woman's energy had already begun flowing through the cards as Cassie began a slow, mindful shuffle. Okay, but, sweetheart. The instinctual dance between her hands and the cards paused. I want you to know that we may not get anything, but I will try my best, and we'll see where the universe leads us. Do you consent? Pegs nodded, her gratitude manifesting as a soft smile, embellishing the warmth in her eyes. I want you to close your eyes and take a deep breath. In through your nose, then hold it and count to 3. Then you're going to expel it from your mouth very, very slowly, okay? We'll do this together, Pegs. 3 times. By the 3rd, Cassie felt Peg's aura soften. Initially fiery red, a color associated with intensity and passion, it was now closer to a soft pink. A clear indicator that she had lowered her defensive shield and was permitting her caring, more nurturing side to come forward. That's really good, Pegs. Now, as I said, tarot doesn't show me things in a concrete way. There's no such thing as peering into a crystal ball and seeing the lottery numbers or where Aunt Sally misplaced her wedding ring before she died. But it can give us some extraordinary insight to your situation if we ask a powerful question with intent. Something open-ended rather than a closed yes-no type of question. Do you understand? Pegs nodded. Now, close your eyes. Focus on your heart. And when you're ready, and take your time, okay? There's no stopwatch here. I want you to open your eyes and ask me what you most need to know. What will help you make your life all that it can be? Pegs did as instructed, and after one more deep breath, she slowly opened her hazel eyes. Glowing with warmth, they held Cassie's gaze, and, in this moment, they were the only two in the world. In reality, Brewster's had become unusually busy for a Monday afternoon, but none had existed but Cassie and Pegs. The cafe was now a sacred space, a haven of their own devise, where they were one with each other, and together were one with the universe. Pegs, Cassie said so softly it was all but a whisper. What is your question? Releasing a gentle breath, she asked, How does the universe see my future relationship with my boyfriend? Good. Now, cut the deck, sweetheart. Close your eyes once more and allow yourself to sense the cards, to feel them. And when you're ready, trust your intuition, trust your place in the universe, and present to me the 3 cards which are the only ones meant for you in this specific point in time and space. Closing her eyes once more, Pegs raised her chin and breathed in the pink aura she could not see. The aura which Cassie not only saw, but felt. It twirled gently into Peg's mouth between lightly parted lips and filled her lungs with its soothing light. When she exhaled, a soft breath that was little more than a whisper, her loving light kissed Cassie's face and became one with her as Cassie took it deep into her own lungs. Now they were ready. As sure and silent as an egret harvesting its meal from the water, Pegs slid 3 cards from the deck Cassie held in her outstretched hands. Peg's intention was clear. These were the cards that awaited an audience with their divine goddess. Opening her eyes, she handed them one by one to Cassie, who laid them on the table in the shape of a pyramid. This, Cassie anointed as she placed the first card face down in the pinnacle position, is you, Pegs. She slid the next from her palm with a gossamer touch and placed it in the lower left point of the triangle, also face down. This is your boyfriend. You may now reveal to me his name, first name only, please. Chris, Pegs answered in a voice as soft as silk. His name is Christopher, but he goes by Chris. This card represents Chris, and this one... Cassie turned the final card over and allowed it to float to the table in the triangle's 3rd position. It fluttered in its descent, rotated in the air, and landed face up. This one is the construct of your future lives. Together or not, this represents your future as it appears to the universe in this present moment in time. Cassie released the breath she'd been unconsciously holding. Visible to those who would permit their 3rd eye to see it, an aura of purple flowed from her lips with fine wisps of Peg's pink. Merging into one, they dissolved in the air between them. Now we delve into the wisdoms of the universe. She smiled as her eyes widened, brightened. She beckoned Pegs to join her in rising up from their near trance-like states into a fully alert and lucid one. The universe had spoken. All that remained was the assimilation of its divine message. Cassie turned over the first card at the apex of the pyramid, the one representing Pegs. The 8th card of the major arcana, Strength, was presenting itself upside down. Ah, yes. Wow. Validation, if ever there was. She absently tapped the card 3 times, and the sound was rich and commanding. If a sense of safety were a sound, this was it. Unlike its minor arcana counterparts, which signify more temporal circumstances or events, when a card of the major arcana shows up, it is showing us a powerful energy at play. Perhaps overshadowing, it represents the potential for a life-changing shift. And what does this one mean? Strength? Pegs wetted her lips, a nervous energy rising in her countenance. And why is it upside down? That kind of feels to me like it's not a good thing. We must remember one thing, Pegs. The cards are like a snapshot. They're how the universe sees things in this immediate moment. But how we interpret what we're seeing is the most important aspect of understanding that picture. What do you feel it says to you, this upside-down card? I think it's saying that I'm not feeling very strong right now. See, Your intuition is quite impeccable, Pegs. A reverse card, oversimplified, does essentially mean the opposite of its right-side-up interpretation, which isn't always a negative thing. This is a perfect example. Reversed, this card indicates the current state of your inner strength, Pegs. I'm seeing self-doubt, low energy, raw emotion. That you feel like the ground is quicksand, and every time you think you've found a rock to stand on, it all shifts and you're in danger of being sucked down again. Cassie didn't have to ask if this interpretation was correct. Peg's bright hazel eyes had glossed over, thick wells forming in the corners. Cassie handed her a tissue, and Peg's wiped the tears from her eyes before they could fall. Oh, sweetheart, I understand how you feel. Everyone understands, if they're being honest. Because we've all been there, and many will be there again. But it's what we do about it that matters. Remember, this card signifies a major shift or life-altering opportunity. So while the universe may have exposed a vulnerability it recognizes in you right now, it also reveals that all that's about to change. You're stronger than you think. A force to be reckoned with, sister. Cassie winked, and this brought the hint of a smile to Peg's lips. While still wet and glassy, her eyes brightened just slightly. Now this card represents Chris. Interesting that it also is upside down, don't you think? Pegs nodded, again wiping her eyes. Before I tell you what it reveals, that in itself has meaning. To me, this card is saying that you're both in the same metaphorical boat right now. Cassie waved her open palm above the card and allowed it to hover there, absorbing its energy as her eyes partially closed. Its warmth radiated into her hand and spread to her wrist. It crept up her arm until she removed her hand and the feeling dissipated. Yes. Okay. So, this card of the Minor Arcanum is the Suit of Pentacles, which related to the material realm of our lives. Finances, gain, and the physical manifestation of our surroundings. The 9th card depicts a wealthy individual walking through abundance with their small companion, or pet, by their side. But upside down, it must mean a lack of abundance? To a degree, Cassie affirmed. Yes, it can mean financial hardship or loss of possessions, but it can also reveal that Chris is suffering a sense of delay or frustration in his current circumstance. He may be feeling fearful about his own ability to provide for himself and the small pet, a vulnerable soul, who relies upon him for its safety and well-being. As a result, Chris may be over-investing in his efforts to try and make ends meet. Cassie went silent. Clutching a disheveled tissue with both hands, Pegs settled back into her chair without breaking eye contact. Cassie's gaze, however, had transitioned to a 1,000-yard stare as her third eye took over, and she viewed only the inside of her mind. Peg's self-doubt, low energy, raw emotion, quicksand. Chris's frustration, even fear. A kink in his plans, pushing himself to provide for the vulnerable soul walking beside him. Cassie snapped back to the moment. Peg's eyes again welled with tears, while her own had become bright and focused. Pegs, sweetheart, you're pregnant, aren't you? The cafe buzzed and thrummed in the background, but only Pegs and Cassie existed. Pegs dropped the tattered tissue and wiped away her tears with the back of her hand. Her voice cracked with emotion. You can see that? It really says that? Cassie answered with a nod of her head, empathy softening her features. Is it correct? Now Pegs nodded weakly in return, breaking eye contact for the first time and staring at her sandals. They scraped back and forth in small lines, emitting a dry, repeating shwick, shwa sound beneath the table. Does Chris know, sweetheart? He suspects that I am. And you talked about it? The day he up and left, as you say? Yes, ma'am. Cassie handed her another Kleenex, and Pegs dabbed at her eyes, cast down. Every so often her breath would hitch, and she'd let out a soft whimper as she fought to hold back the hysterical sobs looming just beneath that fragile surface. Well, I guess we've gotten to the root of the issue. So, what do you say we move on up from here, sweetie? Because I happen to see some very good news the universe wants you to know. She tapped the third card, the one in the lower right corner of the pyramid, which had floated from her hand and landed face up, so it was visible the entire time. Its message now made such sense to Cassie that it couldn't be more clear if it tried. Here, in the final position reserved for your future, yours and Chris's, we have the Three of Cups. Before I share the insight this card hails, how many individuals do you see on this card, sweetheart? I can see, I guess, 3? It wasn't a trick question. 3 people were clearly depicted on the card. No more, no less. Yet Peg's response oozed with a lack of conviction that was on the verge of debilitating. Far more a question to answer her question than it was an answer in and of itself. Self-doubt, shifting ground, quicksand. And what significance do you sense in that number? Now Pegs lifted her head and began to straighten in her chair. She dried her eyes once more, but this time fresh tears did not replenish those she wiped away. Chris, me, and baby makes 3? It was still spoken as a question, but it was clear that it came from a place of hope, not trepidation. Indeed, her very tone and cadence and the unconscious rhyming of the words were testament to Peg's blossoming change in perspective. Yes, I also believe that is what it's proclaiming. Cassie reached out and lay her hand over Peg's, and now the young woman hiccuped a light laugh born of joy. And do you see how these merry souls are emerging from the mouth of that horrible monster? This shows them overcoming what has been a dark situation. They are happy, joyous, and celebrating. Pegs was openly smiling now, her relief evident in the liberated laughter of the reprieved. They're celebrating. Yes, they are. And here, do you see? Cassie brought her attention to the woman standing tallest, head and shoulders above her companions. See how she pours her chalice over her head as the other 2 clink theirs together in a toast? Oh, yes, I see that. She's finally forgiven herself, Pegs. More than that, she has grown strong and confident. Doubt and recrimination have been replaced by assurance and kindness. The water washing over her from that divine chalice has washed away her sins. You may call them her shortcomings. Some even say it is nothing more than self-imposed guilt. Whatever your perspective, she is free. And she looks happy, Pegs added. Doesn't she look happy to you? She pulled the card closer, turning and examining it with eyes that no longer reminded Cassie of the woeful fawn in Bambi, but of glorious hazel windows shining with hope and joy. Yes, Paige, she does. Cassie read the cards for 2 more people that day before her energy was depleted. Both readings were as successful as the first. That's all it took for word to spread through Haight Ashbury of a psychic, an impressively gifted psychic, offering readings for cheap out of Brewster's Cafe. While Cassie had only planned on offering readings 1 day per week, she found herself doing them every day that first week. In return, it seemed that half of Haight-Ashbury now frequented the cafe, just to see if they could find themselves at the receiving end of Cassie's astonishing gift. Now, Cassie would be the first to admit that not every reading was as powerful, or every guest as remarkable, as Cassie's first 3. But no matter how commonplace or repetitive their inquiries were,
"Can you commune with my dead grandmother?"
"No, that's a medium, which is slightly different, and I don't have that ability." "Is my husband cheating on me?" "Sometimes he was. Sometimes he wasn't." "Will I get that promotion at work?" This was a yes, more often than it wasn't. Cassie felt buoyed by helping people find their way. Most left with a sense of satisfaction that they'd found what they were seeking. Certainly that they'd gotten their money's worth when they dropped their crisp $5 bills in Cassie's donation pail. A few, however, were not. More than once that week, a cafe patron had up and left, to use Peg's words, when they realized the woman at the back table was not here to drink tea and chat with her girlfriends, but was in fact a godless pagan performing witchy hocus-pocus for money. The first 2 times it happened, Patricia Brewster sent them packing. They probably weren't from around here anyway, so no big loss. It wasn't like they were going to become regulars or something. Because nobody she knew, certainly nobody from the Haight, would act in such a rude and close-minded fashion. And Patty wanted nothing to do with their money if they were going to skunk up the vibe with minds so small it was a miracle their heads hadn't already shrunk to the size of an egg. While this image made Cassie laugh, and yes, she agreed with Patty's take on it, she didn't much care whether they accepted her or not. As far as she was concerned, they had just as much right to enjoy a beverage and some respite from the relentless summer heat as she and her clients did. So she told Patty to not even give credence to people like that, because making a fuss over them is exactly what they wanted. "Just nod and smile and let them stay, Patty. Don't even worry that they might be bothering me, okay? Because they don't. I'll be damned if I let someone's bad juju harsh my mellow." She gave Patty a hug, rubbing her concern away. "Now, boss lady, if they up and leave of their own accord, as Pegs would say, that's on them." At the opposite end of the spectrum, they met one guest who'd waited quietly for more than 2 hours to see Cassie, while drinking nothing but complimentary glasses of water, which Patricia was more than happy to provide. When it was finally this particular guest's turn, they asked with a modesty bordering on timidity if it were at all possible to receive their reading for free. Though Patty's first inclination was to say yes, she understood Cassie's shaky financial situation all too well. Not only did she have herself to take care of, she also had Bella. Things with Bill were progressing downhill at a rapid pace, and if Patty were being frank, she really didn't expect them to last much longer. And then where would she be? Even though Cassie called herself Bill Kennedy's wife, Patty knew that wasn't completely true. In Cassie's heart? No question about it. In the eyes of the law? Not even close. Cohabitating partners or a domestic relationship at best. And neither could shine a light on an actual legal marriage if legal push came to legal shove. Of course, they had Isabella, but Patty didn't think that would make one damn bit of difference if Bill were to decide he just didn't feel like supporting his wife, who no longer wanted to support him, or even live with him. Without some money of her own coming in, things could spiral downward for Cassie, and fast. As it were, some of Bill's weekly checks, the ones he'd promised Cassie she could always count on, had begun arriving just that little bit later than before. The most recent hadn't arrived yet at all. So Patty declined the guest's request, not without some considerable guilt and a tinge of embarrassment for them both. When Cassie discovered what happened, she made a pledge to Patty right there on the spot. From that moment forward, she would read for anyone, whether they believed in the tarot or Cassie's ability, or whether they thought it was all a big joke and something to do for entertainment, whether they could donate the $5 or whether they couldn't. Regardless, they would all get a reading if they wanted one. After all, this was Patty's cafe. She was the one who'd put her neck on the line, trusting enough in Cassie to believe she wouldn't make her, or her establishment, out to be a laughingstock. And Cassie wanted to pay that back to her by never making Patty feel she had to turn somebody away. Certainly not on her account. Her own finances be damned. To Cassie Kennedy, the money wasn't nearly as important as her peace of mind. And surely, didn't Patty feel the same? Which, of course, she did. So that was the last time they turned anyone away. Little did they know how quickly this altruistic policy would become one they would never forget. Not because of someone who didn't believe, but from someone who very much did. And not because of someone who was unable to pay, but from someone who very much could. Her name was Meredith Harper, and she wasn't looking for a "Will I Find Love" reading. Although a dedicated wife and doting mother, Meredith wasn't seeking insight from our guides beyond as to whether or not she might become a grandmother soon, or if her husband would get that final promotion he always wanted. Because, unbeknown to Meredith Harper, she was about to become the innocent harbinger of a truth so dark and forged from a secret buried so deep that even Cassie Kennedy herself had long forgotten it. And that memory was about to change everything. 9. Friday morning, August 22nd, Brewster's Cafe. The readings had been going on for weeks, virtually every day, and for the first time in ages, a gaggle of customers were waiting on the cafe's sidewalk when Patty unlocked the door. Filtering in amidst the buzz of enthusiastic chatter, they chose their tables and proceeded to lay out books or newspapers before ordering a coffee, tea, or their favorite morning pastry. One guest did none of these things. Instead, she made a beeline for Patricia Brewster. Well-dressed and in her mid-40s, she crowded the counter as Patty read the names of guests here to see Cassie. "I'm well aware that a few of your patrons arrived before I managed to do so," the woman explained. "Equally, from our sidewalk small talk prior to you opening, I understand that at least 2 are preparing to sit for a reading with Cassie as we speak. Nonetheless, it's crucial I see her straight away." Despite the woman's best efforts to remain dispassionate, a grave urgency had crept into her voice. A pregnant pause. With the self-assured confidence of someone who doesn't feel the need to micromanage their bank account, the woman then procured a $100 bill from her purse and slid it across the counter. Pristine, without a fold, dog-ear, wrinkle, or crinkle in sight, the bill looked freshly minted. Patty imagined it being extracted from a currency strap of 99 equally impressive others by a white-gloved bank teller with the nimble precision of a surgeon. Inwardly bursting with giddiness, but maintaining an air of detachment, Patty plucked the 100 from the counter, thereby furnishing the bill its first crinkle. As she examined it, she also noticed from the corner of her eye that the woman was unconsciously squeezing her hands together. So hard that it must be painful. Realizing Patty had caught this nervous tic, the product of a restrained anxiety she was doing her best to keep from spilling over, the woman's aloof attitude softened. Her eyes pleaded silently. Folding the 100 in half, Patty slid it beneath the register's drawer and changed it out for 10s. Given previous conversations about helping those in need, coupled with this woman's state of distress she was trying so hard to contain, Patty had already made the decision to move her to the front of the queue. The official government-issued portrait of Benjamin Franklin didn't exactly hurt the woman's cause, though. "Okay, hon. Wait here a mo, and I'll see what I can do." With a sheepish smile, Patty approached the two patrons who were booked to see Cassie first. Implicating herself in a fictional scheduling error, she offered both ladies their breakfasts on the house. Both being older women and Brewster's regulars, each appeased her with assurances that they've made many such mistakes of their own in the past. "And of course, we'd be happy to help, my dear." Tucking one of the tens into the pocket of her apron, Patty crept over to Cassie and pressed a tight little fold comprised of 9 others just like it into her unexpecting hand. For a single reading. Boasting a self-satisfied grin and an "I told you so" look on her face, Patty winked as Cassie stared at the cash, her mouth agape. $100? Patty, that can't be right. That's a fortune. "A fortune given for a fortune told," Patty teased. "Trish, be serious now. That's more than most people I know earn in a week. Are you sure?" Patty nodded with the exuberance of a child. When she answered, she found herself all but whisper-squealing, "Hell yes, I'm sure." She thumbed over her shoulder, pointing out the well-heeled woman at the counter. "See, hippie chick, that intense-looking lady? Thar she blows, your first whale." Suddenly, Cassie felt oddly and uncomfortably self-conscious. "You're on a roll, babe, and you deserve it." Patty waved at the woman preening herself at the counter, gesturing for her to come on over. "This gift of yours is really something, and it's starting to make a real difference. Now, the two of you gals go have a chat with the universe or whatever, and have yourselves some fun." Fashionably dressed in a rib-knit A-line skimmer and matching coral jacket, the woman appeared every bit the confident, independent career woman who not only had her ducks in a row, but probably had them labeled and lined up in alphabetical order. Which meant she was probably also the kind of person for whom the cost of living posed absolutely no concern. In short, she was everything Cassie aspired to be. Why would such a woman feel compelled to pay 20 times the going rate, more than a week's wages for most, just to jump to the front of the line? She couldn't begin to imagine that her guidance would help this woman achieve, well, anything in life. Quite the contrary. Cassie wondered if she wouldn't do well to turn the tables, in this case, literally, and pay her to learn how she could model her own life after this woman's. She was about to say that very thing and return the money when the woman cut her short. Meredith Harper." The woman extended a perfectly manicured hand whose nails were now bitten down to the nub. Her smile was thin and closed, refusing to yield to what Cassie imagined were probably the whitest and most perfectly aligned teeth she'd ever seen. "Cassandra Kennedy," she reciprocated, shaking the woman's hand, and Meredith's head tilted just enough to reveal her piqued curiosity. Leaning ever so slightly closer, she looked Cassie up and down, as if she were weighing whether she thought Cassie could actually be a member of that dynasty. Before she could ask the question, which always came next, Cassie put pay to it. "Sorry, no relation." Meredith straightened her shoulders and eased back into her chair, a silent issuing from her mouth. And Cassie knew in that instant that for one fleeting moment, this smart, confident, affluent woman had actually wanted to be more like her. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Meredith," Cassie said. "Likewise. Cassandra, was it?" "Cassie is just fine," she offered, setting the tone for a more intimate informality which would be more conducive to the session. How may I help you today, Meredith? Is there something in particular you're seeking? Perhaps I can help you find the answer, with the universe's blessing upon the cards, of course. The woman's austerity melted away. Lowering her head, she forgot to choke back the emotions. Cassie spied a tear on her cheek before the woman self-consciously wiped it away. My daughter. Meredith spoke the words as if doing so would manifest a reality she was not yet willing to accept. Please, I'm begging you. Help me find my daughter. 10. Meredith Harper's eyes were glassy as she raised her head. She now spoke with the slow and measured deliberation of the forlorn. Hannah, disappeared last week. At first, you think they've just lost track of time, you know. Went shopping and didn't realize how late it had gotten. But her husband, Jerry, was beside himself. I just know something's happened, he kept saying over and over. And it was everything we could do to keep that boy calm. Getting all riled up wasn't going to help anyone. And besides, Hannah was going to come rolling into that driveway any moment. But then... Meredith swallowed hard, looking off into the distance. Cassie knew she was seeing nothing in the cafe, her mind taking her to that evening with her son-in-law and the moment she was about to share next. But then we saw the blood. Well, I saw it. First, it was just a drop in the kitchen, small and hardly noticeable, barely even red. It was more of a rust color, like a stain. Meredith began pointing, a weak and incomplete motion that reminded Cassie of the way a dog's leg will twitch as it runs in its sleep. In her mind, Meredith Harper was no longer sitting in the cafe on a bright summer afternoon, but standing in her daughter Hannah's home as the August sun began to set and the summer storm clouds rolled in. There was another in the breakfast nook. I didn't say anything right off. Lord knows I've cut myself peeling potatoes or slicing carrots more times than I could ever count. But I began to see a pattern, a trail of sorts, and I followed it. The drops were bigger and closer together as I made my way down the corridor to the bathroom. They were dark, like I said, pretty much dry, but a few of the bigger ones were still claggy, and when I pressed my finger against one, the dark film over it gave way, and the tip of my finger came up sticky and deep red. That's when we went to the police. And, well, they... Now the fatigue was apparent in the woman's features, the weight of worry recognizable in her darkened eyes. Oh, Meredith, I'm so sorry. Cassie took her by the hands. A wave of energy swept through her like a current, and Cassie was forced back in her chair. Except that chair was no longer in the cafe. It was in Hannah Wilson's house, a week earlier. The same day Meredith had just been describing. There the mother stood, examining her reddened fingertips in the hallway. She was not aware of Cassie in this fractal of space and time, because Cassie, of course, had never been there. Now there merely as a ghost of sorts. She was an invisible spectator, both present and not present at once. Cassie barely registered what was happening before time slowed so dramatically that for a moment, if it could be called that, it stopped completely. Impossible though it was, Cassie watched in amazement as the second hand of the Wilsons' pea-green plastic wall clock ceased ticking, then began moving backwards. The pause between each ticking second no longer remained steady. each becoming half as long as its predecessor. In what would have been less than 3 seconds of actual time, the clock hand had spun a full cycle in reverse. In that backward minute, Cassie now saw firsthand what Meredith Harper had been describing. Rubbing her thumb and index finger together, but now doing so in reverse, the drop of blood did not smear across her fingertips, but reshaped into a well-defined spot. Bending down, Meredith dabbed it onto the beige carpet, and it reformed with the rest to become slightly larger again. When Meredith lifted her finger, the blot turned from bright red back to dark, almost brown, the film of its bubble again dry and rust-colored. Now Meredith was rising from her knees, striding in curious backward steps, pausing in 2 separate places as she went, the second so briefly it barely counted as a pause. She continued to scurry backward into the living room, where she spun in wild reverse circles around Hannah's husband, Jerry. Frenzied hand gestures centered around the bathtub soon became so fast that they were all but visible. Meredith Harper herself then became a blur as she and Hannah's father disappeared in reverse through the front door and were gone, having never been there. Whirling backwards around the home in a flurry, Jerry Wilson ducked in and out of various doors until he, too, was little more than a streak of color sucked out through that same front door. Now came a moment of stillness, the scene mildly trembling, like a time-lapse recording from a camera poised upon an unsteady tripod. Then Hannah appeared. The door flew open to reveal the young wife cocooned in a translucent shower curtain. Printed with a pattern of blue bubbles, great pools of blood flowed slowly from within its folds. Crawling before her like 1,000 animated cilia, Hannah's long blonde hair pulled her lifeless body through the doorway. Behind her, grimacing and leaning back as he resisted the pull of Hannah's slinking hair, a man with no face gripped Hannah's ankles like the handles of a wheelbarrow. Unable to stop her hair from tugging them both into the house, he blindly reached behind and slammed the door shut. No longer trying to resist, the man released Hannah's legs, guiding them slowly to the floor. After a few reverse laps around her body entombed in plastic, he grabbed Hannah by her ankles. Once more, he leaned back, resisting with great effort as Hannah's long blonde hair again pulled them both through the living room and down the corridor. As they passed the pea-green wall clock, Cassie saw its hands rotating counterclockwise at a furious pace. 3:42, 3:41, 3:37, 3:26. Now in the bathroom, the man unwrapped Hannah's lifeless body amidst a flurry of choppy, unnatural motion. As he began to roll her corpse from the shower curtain, the smears of her blood flowed together to become rivulets. Clamping his right hand over Hannah's unmoving lips, plunged the hunting knife in his left into one of the many blood-soaked slits in her chest. Sucked from the plastic sheet, a plume of blood arced through the air, following the motion of the blade before squeezing into the gash in Hannah's body with surgical precision. The man did this again and again, miraculously stitching Hannah back together until all but 3 of the incisions were gone. With the next retraction of the knife, Hannah's back arched in a violent spasm, her panic growing with each of the next 2 plunges of the knife that inserted more blood into her body. After the last, once the man had healed all the slits in her soft, young skin, the rivers of blood had returned to her body, the shower curtain once again clean. She became still. Only her chest rose and fell, shallow breaths as the faceless man clenched the shower curtain beneath her and magically pressed it out from beneath Hannah's unconscious body. With the reverse flourish of a magician pulling a tablecloth from beneath a place setting, he then cast the sheet from his hands. flying up to the metal rail over the tub. The plastic curtain threaded itself upon a dozen hooks until it had hung itself neatly back where it belonged. Straddling her unawares, the man now kissed her, long and slow, upon lips that were bloodied and swollen. He then dealt Hannah Wilson 3 brutal punches to the face. Each one cleared some of the blood from Hannah's mouth and chin as her head rocked to the side. By the 3rd blow, all of it had been cleaned away, and Hannah's lips were no longer puffy. Her eyes shot open. Reanimated, Hannah sucked in a scream as she lay upon the bathroom floor, kicking and grabbing fruitlessly at the sink basin, the tub, the hamper. Finding no grip, she clasped her fingers around the man's forearms as he now spun her around and pushed her out of the bathroom. Again, the wheelbarrow with her long blonde locks acting as the wheel. Once in the corridor, the man knelt. He wrestled with the young woman on the floor until they leapt together to their feet, clinging to one another in an unnatural embrace. The man set a finger to her lips, mouthing, "Shush." And in an instant, Hannah's fear and confusion melted away to a natural smile as the man released her. Over her shoulder, the frenetically spinning hands of the pea-green wall clock began to slow. 3:16. 3:15. Side by side, Hannah and the man now walked backwards into the living room. There they paused, chatting, but speaking so quickly it was impossible for Cassie to know what was being said. Though somewhat stilted, she felt the interaction to be cordial, a modest smile upon Hannah's face. It remained as she escorted the man to the door, both of them walking in reverse, opened the front door, and saw him out. Alone, Hannah danced a bright backstep through the living room to the record player. Lifting the needle, she removed a vinyl album from the turntable. Her hitching, jerking movements slowed, and in a few moments, they resembled normality. Here, the scene halted. Time reset. Hannah now moved naturally, both in direction and speed. She again pulled the record from the paper sleeve she'd only just placed it in, palming it onto the turntable while taking great care not to tarnish its grooves with the oil of her fingers. She lowered the needle to the wide outside track. A week later, in a cafe 40 miles away, Cassie Kennedy heard the faraway sounds of wolves crying. This was followed by 4 powerful, orchestrated chords that were the unmistakable intro to Deep Purple's new single, Hush. The song wasn't even through its first verse before Hannah's doorbell rang. With a smile as genuine as the young woman herself, and filled with nervous anticipation, Hannah Wilson danced across the living room to answer it. Cassie gasped, releasing the breath that had been balled in her throat. She unclasped Meredith's hands, mere seconds after taking them into her own, and Meredith reeled back in her chair. Brewster's Cafe went quiet. Twisting in their seats, a few mid-afternoon patrons craned to see what had rent the gentle, almost hypnotic murmur of coffee cups and casual conversation. Behind the counter, Patricia cut the steam from a frothing wand, and its hissing gurgle bubbled to silence in a pitcher of lukewarm milk. Only the soft jazz being broadcast from local AM radio KFRC was immune to the outburst, as it lilted away in the background, none the wiser. At their table in the corner, Meredith Harper's face had gone ashen. Cassie's wore the panic of a little girl lost. The entire vision had taken place in the blink of an eye. Now, Cassie was left to face Hannah's mother. A woman who would give anything to know where her daughter was. A woman who had come to her for help. "You've seen something," Meredith stated with rising emotion once the lightning bolt of surprise had dimmed. Finding herself able to think with greater clarity, the mother repeated, "You've seen something." This time, that overwhelming sense of yearning had returned to Meredith's voice, along with a subtle inflection that rang of hope. Deep within eyes which had been dulled by unbearable loss, Cassie saw a spark of promise attempting to ignite them. Still, she had no reply. How could she? What could she possibly say? A flurry of thoughts spun through her mind, not one substantive enough to provide a foothold as Cassie clung to the crumbling vertical rock face that was a new reality. "You know where she is!" Rising from her chair, Meredith's voice had also risen. She either didn't notice or didn't care that her chair had toppled in the process. "You know, don't you, where my daughter is?" Meredith Harper's chair slapped the floor with a snare drum clap. "I don't!" Cassie's answer came without hesitation, almost a reflex. Now she found herself also rising from her seat, gesturing for Meredith to settle down. "I did experience something. But please, Mrs. Harper, you must calm down. Please." Too late. With a damp, coffee-stained dish towel over her shoulder and fists firmly balled into her hips, Patricia was already at their table. "Everything groovy over here, ladies?" It wasn't really a question. Meredith Harper showed no interest in the cafe owner, if she even noticed Patricia at all. Standing before a toppled chair with her palms hard and flat to the table's surface, Meredith leaned aggressively forward toward Cassie. To Patricia Brewster, who'd been entirely unaware of what was really going down, this was unacceptable. For all her fancy clothes and crisp $100 bills, in Patty's mind, Meredith Harper was no different than any other client. And any one of them had the potential to be less than thrilled about the outcome of a reading. No, she was not going to become a famous actress. And no, there wasn't $1 million on its way from some mysterious and long-lost relative. Patty Brewster reached for Meredith's forearm. She was a heartbeat away from escorting her through the front door when Cassie stopped her with a silent plea that conveyed an apology as much as it did a commitment to handle the situation. Patty released her arm, and as if stirring from a sleepwalk, Meredith was back in the present moment. Becoming aware of Patricia's presence and the steely gaze of the majority of the cafe's patrons, she sat without a word. Shrinking in her seat, she smoothed her skirt across her thighs and avoided contact with anyone. With an audible and very deliberate harumph, Patty returned to the espresso counter where a beatnik who was surely a writer of sorts was impatiently waving his check. "Look, Mrs. Harper," Cassie broke the awkward silence, reaching for Meredith's hand. "I can only imagine where your mind is at. I have a daughter, too. Isabella. I call her Bella, sometimes Bella Luna because her eyes are as big and bright and beautiful as the moon, is 5 years old. She's my absolute everything. I couldn't even begin to imagine how I'd be if something ever happened to her." A tear formed in Meredith's eye as she again wrung her hands together so tightly that her fingers began to whiten. "But yes, I did see something. And I'd like to share that with you, if—" Cassie unclenched Meredith's hands and took them into her own. This time, she did not spiral into a vision. She did not see the woman's daughter overcome in her hallway, then stabbed in her own bathroom to be wrapped in a shower curtain and dragged unceremoniously out of the house, her long blonde hair trailing behind her. What Cassie saw was only Meredith Harper, terrified mother. "If you'll please just take a breath, we can talk. For a start, I need you to validate that what I saw was a legitimate vision, and not just a product of my own imagination, okay?" Without looking at her, Meredith nodded. The tear which had welled reached critical mass and slowly breached her eyelid before rolling, fat and wet, down the mother's cheek. "Okay, then. Meredith, does your daughter listen to music?" As if a marionette on a string, Mrs. Harper's head snapped up. Her eyes glistened. "Oh my God, yes. Hannah adores her music." "Good. Okay. What kind of music does Hannah like?" "Oh, my. Well, she enjoys all kinds of music. Always has. Hannah wanted to be a dancer when she grew up. Had the body for it, too. But then she married Jerry, and all that changed." Meredith's spirit became warmer, brighter, as though she were capable of shining her light directly into Cassie's soul. And for one intense moment, Cassie found herself wondering which of them had the real spiritual power here. "But you know how that goes. We all know. Don't we, sweetheart?" Cassie did not reply. Now her light extinguished as quickly as Cassie had sensed it. Meredith Harper scrunched her nose, the way you do when you suddenly smell something unpleasant. "Hannah's really been into that awful rock music lately. Jerry, her husband, has been digging it too. In fact, I wouldn't be a bit surprised if Jerry was the one that got Hannah into it. I mean, we love Jerry. He's a good son-in-law, I suppose. But I've always felt that he's a bit of a bad influence upon Hannah." A faraway look clouded her eyes, and Cassie could tell the mother was again back in her daughter's home on the day Hannah went missing. "So, you don't care for today's music?" Mrs. Harper's eyes refocused. "You know, dear, I just don't get it. Neither does Hannah's father. This new music, it's all just a bunch of noise, if you ask me. Just awful, truly terrible." Cassie ignored the editorializing that reminded her too much of her own estranged husband, and proceeded to the question that would be the first real test of her vision's credibility. "Do you know if Hannah owns an album by the band Deep Purple, Mrs. Harper?" Meredith Harper broke into tears. Holden. 11. Hannah and Jerry had been high school sweethearts. He was on the track team, she the marching band. It was the drumline she craved to be part of, but her parents, her father in particular, wouldn't hear of it. "Not nearly ladylike," he'd reasoned. So she settled for the clarinet. It was hardly the same. While the drummers were pounding out a beat, their sticks fast and furious, she was breathing into a reed, with her dainty fingers pressing lever keys and tone holes to produce what was, at best, an irksome sound. Of course, a good player could really make a clarinet sing. Just look at jazz greats like Jimmy Giuffre and Art Pepper. But Hannah Harper was not a great player. Given their respective choices in extracurricular activity, Jerry and Hannah's paths rarely crossed. It's not often you'll see a marching band at a track and field meet, after all. But their late summer practices sometimes overlapped. Hannah and the marching band would be in the school's parking lot, the crumbling blacktop lined off in orange cones to signify the hash marks on a football field. Jerry and his fellow runners would be on the adjacent practice track. On these occasions, they might run into one another, both beating in sweat as the Pacific Coast sun scorched Jerry's infinite cinder loop, and the heat rose from Hannah's treeless rectangle of blacktop in visible thermal waves. It was after one such occurrence that Jerry Wilson, soaked to his bones with sweat that glimmered upon his skin as if he were coated in baby oil, overcame his dread and asked Hannah on a date. It was little more than a burger and a Coke float at the local diner on the southern outskirts of Sausalito. But to Hannah Harper, it might as well have been the Ritz. All she saw was Jerry. They dated throughout the rest of his senior year and vowed to keep their relationship alive while Jerry attended UC Berkeley and Hannah finished her final 2 years at South Sausalito High. Though the distance between them was less than 30 miles, for Hannah to visit using public transport meant taking no less than 3 buses and 1 trolley ride. A grand total of a good hour-and-a-half's journey each way. But with the high school's football team so often playing on a Saturday afternoon, which meant Hannah was marching on that turf and puffing pained notes into her clarinet during halftimes, any possible visit was limited to a Sunday. She would wake at 6 to catch the first bus just before 8, getting to Jerry's dorm around 9:45. The latest she could return was the 3:35 bus from downtown Berkeley, which, after the numerous changes, got her home sometime close to 5:30, just in time for Sunday dinner with her parents. Then it was dishes, homework, and an hour of TV with her folks. This was followed by a reasonable bedtime so Hannah could be up bright and early and ready for school the next day. And so the cycle repeated. It didn't take more than 4 or 5 of these Sunday visits for the luster to wear off for Jerry. The first, he was awake and waiting, flowers in hand. The second was after a late-night drinking session with his new friends, and he had been hungover and listless most of the day. He did little other than lie around his dorm room drinking more beer between naps while Hannah took walks alone around the beautiful campus. The third and fourth were nondescript. For the fifth, Jerry did not make an appearance until Hannah had been waiting outside his dorm for 3 hours. They had lunch together in the local campus cafe. Then it was right back on the bus for Hannah, and another soul-destroying series of rides home. Still, she loved Jerry, and understood that college was a time for him not only to learn, but to make new friends and grow into the man she so wanted to marry. In the absence of being able to see one another in person, they made do with letters every few days and a long-distance phone call on the weekend. This was limited to 10 minutes by order of Hannah's father, because they weren't made of money, and that boy could make a little more effort too, you know. Get a part-time job or something. After all, it wouldn't hurt for the kid to understand the cost of being an adult and actually paying to call you every now and then. After graduation, Hannah worked as a waitress at the very diner where she and Jerry went on their first date. She'd had plans of studying performing arts, dance in particular, and dreamt of being a star one day. But parcel to those plans was her attending the Los Angeles campus of the University of California, 400 miles away. Jerry wouldn't permit it. "We already barely see one another. If you're even farther away, we'll never get together," he explained on one of the few days he spent with Hannah when he was back home for his 3-week Christmas break. "And I gotta tell you, Han, college boys can't be trusted. They'll be on you like flies on shit. And then we'll be through." He swiped his palms together as if he were wiping filth from his hands. "You just gotta trust me on this." And she did trust him. Because he had said more than that. He also said she could start at UCLA once he'd graduated and they were finally married. He'd find a job in the city so she could go to school while he went to work. After all, Los Angeles was a bustling place. "Heck," he added, "living in a city like that, you could run into some big-time director who would want to make you a star. Look out, world! The next Ginger Rogers is here." He squeezed her tight and spun Hannah round and round until she was giddy. "Gee, wouldn't that be neat?" she agreed once she caught her breath. "Wouldn't? Jerry half asked, half reprimanded. I think you mean, won't that be neat? Don't you, baby? 'Cause there's no maybe, shoulda, coulda, or woulda about it. It'll happen.
So, Hannah waited. Besides, the diner wasn't so bad. She met lots of nice people there, and after 6 years, the owners had become like her second family. The other waitresses, her adopted sisters. Because she'd never left. Sure, they'd gotten married right after Jerry graduated from Berkeley, just like he said they would. But the LA part of the plan just never happened. It wasn't Jerry's fault. He was offered a position he couldn't refuse with a happening new company on San Francisco's North Beach, which offered Jerry more money in his first year of employment than Hannah's father had earned in any of his. That meant a nice house, a new 2-story near the water in Sausalito. Nice things, including not 1, but 2 TVs. And the most gorgeous cars Hannah had ever seen.
To make up for UCLA, Jerry said as he handed her the keys to a brand new 1966 Ford Galaxy convertible. If my baby's going to keep working at that crummy little diner every day, then my baby's gonna get there in style.
It was the most beautiful thing Hannah had ever seen. Pearl white, with a matching soft top, red leather seats, chrome wheels inside a set of white walls that still smelled like rubber. Those sexy fins that ran alongside each long, slender barrel that eventually ended in those groovy round taillights. And that trunk, that sleek, massive trunk.
Just think of the shopping you could put in there, baby doll.
And Jerry was right. She went shopping almost every weekend, either before or after her shift at the diner, and boasted a dreamy wardrobe her mother could only imagine having. The irony of this did not escape her, as Hannah was required to wear a uniform at work. The same pink skirt and button-down blouse that all the waitresses wore. She just wore hers with more of the buttons buttoned. Over the years, she'd earned a few promotions. Rising to the level of day shift manager over the wait staff, she'd occupied the role for about 18 months now. And Hannah loved the additional responsibility. But most of all, she loved that she was still able to interact with all the neat people, and a few not so neat, but that came with the territory, who she felt privileged to meet every single day. People from all walks of life. She especially loved the conversations. Oh, those conversations. She had them with business owners and executives, actors and directors, writers, singers, musicians, and just about every other kind of famous person you could imagine. But the conversations she enjoyed most were those she had with the other regular folks. Folks just like her. The secretaries and school nurses, the accountants and clerks, salesmen, garbage men, and servicemen. A young man from the latter category was her most recent acquaintance. He was 20-something years old, just like her, went by the name of Holden, and he was freshly home from Vietnam. To look at him, you wouldn't think Holden a soldier, let alone a combat infantryman on the front line of a war being fought in an exotic land on the other side of the globe. For a start, he was built differently than most men she knew. Something about his appearance struck Hannah as being less American GI and more European male model. Slight in stature, high, sculpted cheekbones, skin that was smooth, hair that was shiny, and hands that weren't thick and calloused, but on the cusp of being delicate. The way Hannah imagined an artist's or a pianist's might be. It wasn't a stretch for her to picture Holden's long, slender fingers tipped with a set of immaculately manicured and painted nails. Pondering this more than once,
She wondered if they would be even prettier than hers. Then there was the fact that Holden was softly spoken with impeccable manners, possessing a natural, easy charm that made you just want to be around him. It's not difficult to understand why Hannah found him so relatable. For a man, Holden exuded remarkable balance between his inherent masculine and feminine traits. He didn't seem to share that same predisposition for toxic masculinity that most men in Hannah's life, her husband Jerry included, were so concerned with projecting. And yet Holden, unlike Jerry, had waded through rice paddies, crawled through jungles, burnt leeches from his body, and shot M14 rifles. And Holden knew what it was like to kill a person. There was no doubt whatsoever in Hannah's mind that he'd put his share of commies in their graves before their comrades were able to return the favor. Oh, and there was one more thing. A big thing. Holden liked music. Loved it. In one of several moments of vulnerability, he even admitted to Hannah that it was one of the few things that helped him get through that 12-month tour of duty, which, along with everything else, made Holden just about the most intriguing person Hannah could ever want to meet. Their platonic friendship started with the usual casual, mundane chit-chat, remarking on the weather, what cool things they had done over the weekend, or what they were planning to do next. But it wasn't long before those conversations took on the heft of actual substance. Who was the bigger influence on them growing up, their mother or their father? Holden said neither. His mother had been killed in a car crash when he was only young. His father had been a Methodist preacher prior to serving in World War II, but had come back a different man. A broken man. One day, not long after Holden's mother had died, Holden's dad left and never came back. Holden, his brothers, and one sister then spent a brief time with their aunt and uncle. But something happened there. Something bad. And they were then bounced around the foster system for years, until Holden reached 18 and was drafted to serve his 12-month tour of duty in Vietnam. After hearing this, Hannah felt unexpectedly guilty for having grown up with such a vanilla, run-of-the-mill childhood in such a normal, middle-class family. The exuberance with which she was going to speak about her mother, her best friend, now seemed selfish and perhaps even childish. So she simply said, "My mother," and asked the next question that came to mind. Had he ever indulged in psychotropic drugs? Yes, Holden admitted without compunction. They definitely had helped him expand his consciousness. But he also felt they were somewhat overrated, especially given the side effects and a lingering anxiety he experienced more times than he didn't. Hannah, on the other hand, had never, ever even thought about taking them. The mere idea of it and the thought that everything could be entirely out of her control, filling her with dread. Though she was now becoming more curious than ever before. What did they think about the love-ins and the Summer of Love 2 years ago, and did they participate? Holden did, twice in July and once in August. He hung out with tens of thousands of strangers who'd flocked to Haight-Ashbury and adjacent Golden Gate Park from seemingly every place on Earth. All 3 times, he'd planned on just taking in the vibe and chilling to some killer live music from local Haight residents, the Grateful Dead, Janis Joplin, Jefferson Airplane, and more. But when Timothy Leary exhorted the crowd to turn on, tune in, and drop out, Holden found a single day morphing into a mind-blurring, week-long marathon of music, sex, and limitless possibilities. Was he glad he had taken part? Absolutely. But in the moment, It hadn't felt so much about societal change as it did an excuse for a throng of disenfranchised but hopeful young people to get high and fuck. It certainly didn't seem to match all the hype about social justice, equality, and creating a better future. But then again, maybe that was how the winds of change blew. Perhaps they began as a whisper. Because underneath the music and the noise and the drugs and the sex, the point was being made that just because certain things had been accepted, not accepted, or always done a particular way, didn't mean that that was how things had to go on. Maybe that's all the summer of love was really about. Hannah had no idea. Last summer had been the second year of her marriage to Jerry, and he had expressly forbidden her from going anywhere near Haight-Ashbury or Golden Gate Park that summer. "For your own safety, baby doll," Jerry assured her, sealing it with a passionless kiss on the cheek. But, with a coquettish grin, she now admitted to Holden that she had been propositioned, despite staying away from those places. At the grocery store, no less. By two men draped in beads and a beautiful brunette with flowers spilling from her hair. Apparently, Hannah was just far-out gorgeous, especially in the eyes of the brunette. So they began coaxing her to drop out with them and make it a foursome. Hannah was tempted. So tempted. After marrying Jerry, the contemplation of throwing all her physical, emotional, and sexual inhibitions to the wind would have been terrifying and foreign. It would also have been the last thing to ever cross her mind. But in that moment, it felt like total freedom. Here was the chance to emancipate the vibrant, dynamic girl she once had been, but had locked away in a place so deep and dark that she'd almost forgotten that girl ever existed. Would it hurt to let her out again, just this once? Just for the afternoon? Because, and let's be honest here, Jerry would never in a million years suspect her of doing such a thing. So, would he ever really find out? But with a dozen eggs, 4 sirloins, 2 cartons of milk, and several bags of frozen vegetables in the trunk of her Ford Galaxy convertible, Hannah chose to do the responsible thing, the expected thing. She chose to go back home to Sausalito. "Maybe I'll meet you guys there?" Before the last syllable had passed her lips, she knew it was a lie. She fidgeted with her car keys, timorous but bristling with a nervous energy she hadn't experienced for a very long time. She just couldn't do that to Jerry. Neither could she relinquish control of her polished, enviable new life to that girl she had once been. The girl who would have envied this opportunity the most. "Right on. Catch you there." The trio responded with smiles that felt sincere despite the blindingly obvious charade. They flashed her the peace sign and wished her love and light and the best life she could live. Neither of them planned for it to become an affair. But Holden now frequented the diner more often, only when he knew Hannah was working. Hannah knew this because she had asked Tina, who had become one of her best friends over the years. Funny how working at a place will do that. Because if it weren't for the diner, Hannah and Tina's paths would likely never have crossed. Not only was Tina a fair bit older, she was also nothing like the friends Hannah had in school. Tina Mercer was brash, opinionated, the antithesis of well-read, and couldn't tell you a beat poet from a beetroot. But she was fun, and also the most genuine person Hannah had ever met. Life may not have handed Tina much in the way of brains or beauty, but her account surely had been stocked to overflowing with blind optimism, and, more importantly, a proclivity to want to spread it. "Oh, yes, indeedy," Tina chided, digging a finger into Hannah's side as they snuck a quick cigarette near the dump bins behind the diner. "Only when you're on shift, girly girl. Never see that handsome young buck anywhere near this grease pit elsewise. After several minutes without speaking, Hannah snuffed her cigarette against the wall and tossed it into a half-filled bucket. She fingered her wedding ring, twisting the wide band round and round as her friend watched out of the corner of her eye. "It's a tough call, hon," Tina admitted, as she too contemplated the options, while smoking her cigarette down to the filter. To make sure it was out, she squeezed and rolled its ashen tip between fingertips permanently stained by nicotine. A dry, sandpapery sound scored the awkward silence. "I can hear them gears whirring away from all the way over here. What's going on inside that pretty little head of yours?" Hannah shrugged, still looking within. Her eyes had lost their shimmer, locked in a 1,000-yard stare. "Okay, then," Tina responded. "What's going on in that great, big, beautiful heart?" "Gosh, Tina, I wish I knew. I really do." An unconscious sigh escaped Hannah's lips as she emerged from her kaleidoscope of ethereal, colliding thoughts. A shiver like the sensation of soft, trailing fingertips tingled between her shoulder blades. "Oh, I think you know plenty good enough what's in your heart. Your head just doesn't think you should dance to the rhythm that drum is beating." She was right, of course. Hannah had known for a while now that she had romantic feelings for Holden sparking in the furnace of her emotions. Now that the pilot light had been lit, all it would take would be for her to turn on the valve. If she did, that gas would ignite, and she just knew its flame would burn hotter and brighter than it ever had for Jerry. She'd experienced a similarly intense moment of passion when the 3 exotic hippies had propositioned her last summer. Returning to an empty house, Hannah had been bristling with such an intense sense of lust that she'd dropped the bags of groceries on the counter and rushed to the bathroom. There, she stripped to her bra and panties in front of the mirror and masturbated. It was the first time she'd done such a thing so brazen, and the orgasm that came as she watched herself was more fierce than any she'd ever had. Now, she had that same urge to drop everything for Holden. Except there was something much deeper about this desire. Something that felt like love. Real, actual love. Not safety, not security, but somehow the opposite of those things. With Holden, she felt her life was impatiently waiting for her. Scary, uncertain, wonderful life. It was a blockbuster movie she couldn't wait to see, a bestseller she was restless to read, and every second that ticked by without doing so was another second she wasn't experiencing what was hers for the taking. "Phew, well," Tina responded once Hannah had finished speaking her thoughts aloud. "Sounds like that heart of yours is gonna have you dancing to the beat, no matter what your pretty little head has to say about it." Hannah sucked in her lips, nodding. Then, after a pregnant pause worthy of the timing of Carol Burnett, and in a voice uncommonly similar, Tina clarified. "So, in front of the mirror, you say?" Hannah gasped. She shrieked. "Oh my God! I can't believe I actually told you that!" The heat in her cheeks rose as she shrank against the wall. "What was I thinking?" Tina did not immediately reply, giving Hannah the side-eye as she bounced all 10 fingertips together. She was an evil mastermind pondering her next move. "Well, well, well. Guess which girl's just got herself some new after-work plans." She drew both thumbs toward herself with a slow and steady certainty, her eyes and her smile widening. Another pregnant pause. "This girl," she mouthed, a single eyebrow raised. and the way a summer thunderstorm sweeps away the mugginess of a sweltering day, Hannah's rolling laughter dissipated the fear of the decision that, in truth, she had already made. 12. Tuesday, August 12th. Sausalito. It all came to a head on Hannah's 25th birthday. Jerry forgot. If he didn't, he showed no indication of such before heading off to work as usual. She would have given anything to hear, "I can't wait to give you your gift later," or "I won't be late, we're going out." Instead, Jerry gave her the customary peck on the cheek and a task. "I'll see you tonight, Han. Oh, and don't forget to collect my dry cleaning, will ya? That new place on Stafford I like." Hannah stood in silence in the living room, listening to the throaty hum of Jerry's Corvette fading into the distance as her enthusiasm trailed away with it. Her profound disappointment had nothing to do with the lack of a gift, or even the categorical absence of any ceremony. At just 25, she already had pretty much everything she needed, and she never really did enjoy birthday parties, or any occasion where she was made the center of attention. All those people staring at you, waiting for something clever to come out of your mouth, pretending to be on your side, but really they're silently judging you? No, thank you very much. She preferred being on the periphery, not the spotlight. So it was none of the above that hurt. What pained her heart more than anything was the simple fact that they'd been married just 3 years, and already Jerry was so indifferent that he couldn't remember even one special day. Was he a busy man? Of course. But did that make it all right? With the advent of her budding friendship with Holden, Hannah had been second-guessing her emotions more and more these days. And more often than not, in these little internal cross-examinations, she found herself coming to the same conclusion. Not only did Jerry no longer put in the effort, he didn't even pretend to anymore. Just 3 years in, and already he cared so little that he couldn't even bother to have his secretary schedule a reminder. So no, it wasn't the presents or the pomp that would have made Hannah's morning perfect. But a kiss, a real kiss, coupled with a simple, "Happy birthday, my love." Both effortless, both costing nothing, both priceless, to Hannah at least. Both might also have kept her alive. The diner where Hannah worked was the antithesis to the otherwise mundane start of her 25th year. Arriving as she did on any other day, Hannah was greeted this day by a sea of pink and blue helium balloons bouncing along the ceiling, and a rousing cheer from everyone in the restaurant, staff and customers alike. Behind the counter, with a smile threatening to break free of the confines of her face, Tina kicked off a round of applause. Mortified, Hannah lowered her gaze and shielded her burning cheeks with her hands. She skirted awkwardly between tables of clapping customers and made a beeline to Tina. "You're awful, T," she whispered. "You know that? I told you how much I hate this stuff." Tina replied by wrapping her arms around Hannah's waist. Kissing her, she laughed with genuine mirth while squeezing her tight. "I know, I'm such a little Dickens." Such a little dick, more like. To this, Tina feigned outrage and disbelief, covering her mouth wide with surprise. Taking a step back, she fanned herself with an invisible hand fan. Now the demure Southern belle whose sensibilities had just been injured. "I dare say, child, the mouth you have on you, and in mixed company, no less. Tisk, tisk, tisk. God, some days I just really hate you." "I know. Hate you too, babe." Tina kissed the soft part of her cheek, just in front of her ear, and Hannah shivered. Wasn't Jerry supposed to be the one giving her the feel-good goosebumps? Thank you, T. So much. Seriously. You have no idea how much you've turned my whole day around. Oh, I think I have some idea. From behind, a man cleared his throat. Jerry. It had to be. It all made sense now. The way he'd acted so normal. Like he didn't even know it was her birthday. No good wishes, no kiss, certainly no gift. Even going so far as to give her a chore. See? He didn't forget. He organized all of this. A surprise party. My first ever. With any lingering bashfulness gone, the many eyes upon her became invisible, and Hannah saw only her husband. Jerry! Thank you so much! She swung around to find herself facing Holden, hands behind his back, his eyes glimmering clearest cerulean. Any chance a cat like me can get in on this action? She hadn't even noticed Holden in the crowd. But then again, had she really been aware of anyone? Battling every impulse to just turn tail and skedaddle the moment the place had erupted into cheers. It was all she could do to pick her way through the crowd of swimming faces. Thank God they hadn't burst into song. That god-awful song, or she might have legged it. From behind Holden's back, a decorated cake magically appeared. Ablazed with burning candles, wisps of smoke rose from a few that sizzled and popped. Their radiant heat became a gossamer veil before Holden's face, causing it to waver the way the road ahead appears malleable, almost liquid, on a blazing summer day. And for just a moment, Hannah saw someone else in Holden's features. Someone she didn't know. Something frightening. The effect was fleeting. Just like that road, which was always solid as a rock, the face was again unmistakably Holden's. Handsome, warm, and unerringly steadfast. He cleared his throat and began to sing. Supporting him, the entire diner became his backup singers. Happy birthday to you. Happy birth. Heat flushed Hannah's face, and she cringed, smiled, laughed, cringed some more until the last note had been sung. She clapped, hands high in the air, applauding every one of them for making her feel so special and awkward. The perfect combination for any birthday. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Everybody. This really means so much to me. I love all of ya. Choruses of, love you too, Hannah, erupted from various pockets around the restaurant until the clamor of conversations and cutlery against ceramic plates slowly returned. Hannah twisted back to Tina and Holden. Oh, you too. She palmed her cheeks, still warm and rosy. Thank you for doing this, both of you. So sweet. Don't blame me, kid. Tina shrugged, pointed toward Holden. Your friend here is the culprit. Holden? How incredibly thoughtful. She lifted up on her toes and gave him an innocent peck. Anyone watching be damned. Holden was now a friend, and a good one at that. And Hannah wasn't about to let idle gossip stop her from thanking a friend. How did you even know? He winked at Tina. Let's just say a little bird told me. Well, thank you again. And thank you too, little bird. Oh, and this is for you. Again, something seemed to magically appear from behind his back. That same little bird may have said something about you being into this scene. He handed Hannah a flat, square gift wrapped in silver paper with black satin lace tied beautifully around it, a bow sitting proud at its center. Oh, Holden, you shouldn't have.
Seems like that little bird's been rather chatty. Carefully preserving the ribbon and bow, she stripped the paper away to reveal the record album, shades of deep purple. Oh my God, I love it. Thank you. Don't you just dig their single, Hush? It's the best. That howling wolf at the beginning? So cool. Then you should drop by sometime. We could listen to it together. She'd presented the invitation before she realized it. Delayed apprehension now swept across her face. Oh, Holden, look, I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking. You know I can't—
Sure, I'd like that, he cut in, not allowing her the opportunity to retract the invitation. I think that'd be a real gas, you know? Hannah cast her eyes down. She stared at her feet, noting how one pointed inward toward the other when she was nervous. You know I'm married, Holden. I can't just have men around. She paused, weighing if she should add the rest, which was already on the tip of her tongue. She decided she would. No matter how handsome and, well, just far out perfect they are. I mean, what would Jerry say?
Why would he say anything?
About me inviting a man over to listen to music? I really don't think that would be his cup of tea. Jerry's not into music like you and me are. Hannah swallowed, the taste of her next words bitter and thick. And he just wouldn't be, well, happy about me inviting you over. That's all. He can be the jealous type, and I'd be afraid he'd ruin our friendship.
Well, who said your husband has to be there? Doesn't Jerry—
Holden hated saying that name. He vowed then and there to never speak it again.
Doesn't he go to work? All the way across the bridge, in the city somewhere?
It was 1 week later when the doorbell told the beginning of Hannah's brutal and barbaric end. She had just pulled the album from its paper sleeve, taking great care not to taint the vinyl's grooves with the oil from her hands. Holding it between her palms, she threaded the record onto the turntable's spindle and lowered the needle to the wide outside groove. First came the faraway sounds of wolves crying. Then 4 powerful, orchestrated chords that were the unmistakable intro to the single Hush. Deep Purple weren't yet through their first verse before Hannah's doorbell rang. With a smile as natural and genuine as the young woman herself, Hannah Wilson danced a bright step across the living room to answer it. It wasn't who she expected. 13. Friday afternoon, August 22nd. Brewster's Cafe. Jesus, Cassie, you really saw all of that? Patty was slack-jawed, an unlit Virginia Slims clinging to her bottom lip. Cassie replied by only nodding. Please tell me you did not tell Meredith Harper you saw her daughter attacked like that. Good God, Cass. You can't have told her mother that. Cassie barely shook her head no. Christ, girl. Thank God. I mean, what if you're wrong? I'm not wrong. She almost considered reminding Patty that it was she who always claimed Cassie had a gift. She who insisted her dreams were psychic visions. She who had persuaded her to do readings here at Brewster's. Well, what do we do now? We don't do anything, Trish. Once again, and quite unconsciously, she'd truncated the last part of Patricia's name instead of the first. The only person to ever call her Trish, and only when she was under duress. They'd often joked that if she were ever kidnapped, Patty would know it was her if the abductors were to put her on the phone and she called her Trish. The fact that she was addressing her that way now told Patty that she was taking this harder than she might be letting on. Stepping away to pull another espresso, she lit her third cigarette in 10 minutes. As the burr grinder turned rich Kona Arabica beans into sand-like grains, the habitually pleasant fragrance of the cafe warmed and brightened further. "Did you see his face?" Cassie indicated that she hadn't. "Just a blur. Sort of fuzzy. I mean, he had a face, but to me it was devoid of any features. Same as the man who comes for me in my own dreams." At the counter, Patty forced steaming hot water through the portafilter, and the machine gurgled and spluttered until 2 dark and broken streams of espresso solidified into caramel-colored ribbons. It was almost hypnotic until the phone rang, its jangling peal amplified as it rebounded from the breeze-block walls of the empty cafe. Cassie jolted in her chair, while Patty seemed to not hear it at all. Focused only upon the details of her friend's vision, she was lost in thought. "Like one of those clothes mannequins, Cass? You know, like the creepy ones over at the Emporium that only have bright white material for a face? Almost like a bleached football?" "Yes!" Cassie snapped her fingers and touched the tip of her nose as if they were playing charades, and Patty just guessed the first word correctly. "Exactly like that. Only dark instead of light like that. See? How can I possibly go to the police again? What on earth would I tell them this time?" The phone kept ringing. "Without cementing your identity as a whack job, you mean?" The question was genuine, Patty refraining from the sarcasm she would typically employ right about now. "Yes." "Nothing, babe. You can't say a damned thing. You stay far away from there and that detective douchebag." Cassie laughed, a sharp little snort. "You mean detective wrestler, I think. Isn't that what I said? Anyway, the last thing you need is to insert yourself into a second investigation. Seriously." Persistent, the caller hung up, but then immediately called back. The phone rang twice as Patty's edict hung in the air. A third time, a fourth, as Patty walked back to the table, latte in hand. A fifth. Then nothing but the fading echoes of someone's query left unattended. Patty turned the sign on the door to read closed a good 2 hours earlier than usual. She and Cassie sat alone at a table at one of the 2 bay windows. After the jarring bell of the telephone, the silence lay heavy. Cassie was the first to break it. "I can't, can I?" she finally responded. "Say anything, I mean." "No, babe, you can't. They'll either commit you or incarcerate you this time. No joke. Can you imagine how that convo would go? Remember me? Great. This time I'd like to share some very specific info about a sadistic murder I happened to witness." Here, Patty paused, nodding as she played out listening to the response from an imaginary phone comprised of her thumb and pinky fingers outstretched, as if they were the receiver's ear and mouthpieces. "Yes, I was sitting in a cafe miles away from where it happened. Oh, and this was a week later." "Oh, well, let me explain. I saw the whole event in another psychic vision, like the last one I reported, only this one ran backwards through time." She paused again, nodding as a grin started to creep onto her face. "Yes, Well, you see, I was about to give a tarot reading." She nodded again. "Of course I can come right on down there, detective douchebag. And bring a change of clothes for the next 10 to 20, you say? Righto." "Okay, Patty, I get it. And I agree with you. But you don't have to be such a see-you-next-Tuesday about it." Patty laughed hard and sudden and real, a coffee mist spraying from her lips. Cassie found herself chuckling right along. Until reality set right back in moments later. "Oh, Patty, what do I do? That girl's mother believes her daughter is still alive and out there somewhere. How do I tell her that she'll never see Hannah again? What a strange thing to contemplate. Wanting to actually remove someone's hope instead of bolstering it. But hope, that wonderful thing that buoys us in times of hardship, can also be the most cruel thing. Sometimes it prevents us from finding the truth, from accepting, from eventually moving on. What did you say to her before she left? I certainly didn't tell her what I saw. I told her she should go to the police again. And what did Mrs. Harper, Meredith, say to that? She said she already did, of course, the very next morning, as soon as Jerry told them Hannah still hadn't come home. Though, speaking to Patty, Cassie's gaze was to the side and far away. She said a couple of deputies came within the hour, asked Hannah's husband, Jerry, some basic questions, looked around, checked out the drops and dried splotches of blood, and insisted it was nothing more than you might find in any house if you looked hard enough, especially if the person did a lot of cooking or maybe worked on fixing the place up. You know, using knives or saws, that kind of stuff. So now they think she's Julia Child? Patty asked. Or Ms. Ace Hardware. Patty drew on her cigarette, the tip glowing as the sound of the burning tobacco quietly crackled and hissed. You gonna see her again? I said she should check for a Deep Purple album on Hannah's record player. If there is one, it would validate a few things I was seeing. You know, basically ensuring that I'm not wrong. But you're not wrong. No, I'm not. Cassie took a deep breath. I'm sure of it, Trish. Like, really sure. Just like I was, still am, about Lindsay Rowe and her mother, Veronica. Have there been any updates on that poor little girl, by the way? She watched Cassie squirm. Oh, come on, girl. I know you checked in about it. You wouldn't be you if you didn't. I called and asked to speak to Detective Younger, the nice one. And did anything you tell them help their case? Cassie lowered her eyes, barely shaking her head. She spoke in a whisper. He said they found no record of a Janice Wynn in the San Francisco tax registry. Okay, so maybe she's not from here. That's what I said, too. Of course, they already thought of that. I mean, this is what they do. Hey, can I get a drag of a cig? Patty's eyes widened. Really? Cassie nodded. Just a little puff. I really need it. She accepted the filtered end of the freshly lit Virginia Slim and pinched it between her lips, inhaling hard. The heat of the smoke hit her lungs and came right back out in a hacking plume. Patty chuckled and took the burning cigarette from her fingers as Cassie intermittently gasped and coughed. It was a minute before she got it under control. The tears gathered in her red eyes. Better? Patty asked and blew a smoke ring toward the ceiling. God, how do you handle those things without hawking up a lung? She downed half a glass of water, clearing her throat one more time. Mr. Younger said they checked the records of every county in California. No Janice Wynn, anywhere. Which was at least nice of him to tell me, because he probably shouldn't have. I think it was his way of telling me, as sweetly as possible, that I'm a little bit far out, so to speak, and should maybe keep my distance from here on out. Patty stubbed out the cigarette. Its bent carcass sizzled and continued to ooze wisps of smoke as she talked, focusing only on Janice Wynn. So, she doesn't exist? Or she's not from Cali? Right. And yet, I know what I saw, Patty. I know what I felt. How else would I know her name? Not to mention the names of Lindsay and Veronica. Patty picked up a copy of that day's San Francisco Ledger. Maybe from this? Are you saying I made it up? Cassie stiffened, sitting upright and crossing her arms. No, babe. I'm just playing devil's advocate here. What if you saw a headline about them being missing and didn't realize it? Or maybe heard a news report and it just didn't register until your vision that night. Is that possible? Cassie frowned. She shook her head slowly once, and Patty tossed the broadsheet paper back down on the adjacent table. Look, Cass, I believe you, hon. I'm just trying to help you figure out what to do here. Because if it's real, and I do believe you're really seeing these things, then we have to find a way to use it to help these people, without the cops having you committed or something. That's why I need to have this vision validated. If that Deep Purple record is on the turntable in Hannah's home, then I know I'm right. And if it's not? I don't know how to answer that, Patty. If there's no album, like I said, then I got it all wrong. Which means Hannah wasn't attacked. And that would mean there really is no Janice Wynn, either. Cassie considered this for a minute. But it would also mean that I'm crazy. Patricia said nothing more, crushing the smoldering cigarette butt against the inside of her Demitasse cup. The embers sizzled in the loam of the dark Arabica. It wasn't the next day or so that Meredith Harper returned to Brewster's Cafe. It was right now. Yanking on the handle, the door shuddered in its frame but did not open. She did this twice before scurrying to the window and cupping her hands either side of her face. Peering in, she scanned the unlit room. It was only a moment before she spotted Cassie and Patricia at a table in the other window, and she ran there now, knocking fervently on the glass which flexed with each blow. She then took a step back and raised a cloth tote bag as if it were her most prized possession being displayed to her classmates in a grade school show-and-tell report. She then returned to the front door and waited. "Meredith," Patty greeted as she unlocked the bolt. "Are you here to see Cass?" The words weren't out of her mouth before the mother brushed through the partially open door and past her, a missile locked on target. Barely capable of restraining her enthusiasm, she trembled visibly as she stood before Cassandra Kennedy, tarot card reader and psychic extraordinaire. "You were right," she stuttered, pulling a purple square of cardboard from her tote bag. On it, 5 oddly colored men's faces stared back at Cassie, their looks ranging from shy to guileful. Above them, emblazoned in funky block capitals, were the words, "Shades of Deep Purple." Meredith tilted the album cover, and the record in its sleeve came sliding out, almost pitching to the floor. It was only saved by Cassie plucking it out of the air before it bounced off the table's edge. "Look at it. Go ahead. Just look." Brimming with an odd mix of validation and trepidation, Cassie removed the album from its paper sleeve. She pinched it by its edge as Patty gawked over Meredith's shoulder. The vinyl was covered with a fine dust, its rich black color now a spotty patchwork of gray. "What is this, Meredith? What am I looking at? Turn it over!" The woman was barely able to contain the feelings bounding through her like an emotional calliope. "But be careful!" She pantomimed using her palms to hold and rotate it. Cassie followed her lead and slowly wheeled the record so that side A was facing up. There, clearly visible in a heavier coating of dust, was a single, perfectly defined fingerprint. A right thumb, to be precise. Cassie gasped and nearly dropped the record. Patty drew in a breath, then let it out as a single, run-together exclamation. "Holy shit on a stick." Meredith trembled as she spoke. "You were right, Cassie. You were right. This rock album was on her record player, in the living room, just like you said it would be." Seeing Cassie's blossoming confusion, she explained, "I went straight over there after I left you this morning. Jerry knew nothing about this album, said he'd never even seen it before, let alone bought it for her. So I took it straight to the Marin County Sheriff's Office, just like you said I should do." Cassie was mute, astonished as Meredith Harper spelled it out for her. "That's not Jerry's fingerprint. They took his prints last week when Hannah first went missing. Just a matter of protocol, you see. So they were able to compare it and rule it out. This one," she reached down and drew an invisible lasso around it, "is too small to be his thumbprint, but it's also too big to be my baby's." She held her thumb close to the record, just above the powder, but ensuring not to touch it. "See? Hannah has dainty fingers, just like her mama. Our hands are almost identical in size." If that's true, Cassie contemplated, then she's right. By the very nature of perspective, Meredith's own thumb, held inches away from the album, should have eclipsed the dusty print if it was even similar in size. Instead, Cassie could still see ridges and sweeping whorls of it peeking out from beneath Meredith's thumb. Yet it appeared smaller than she expected. Bill, Cassie's own husband, was hardly a bruiser, but she imagined his print being quite bigger than this one. So, if it's not Jerry's, and it's not your daughter's, then whose thumbprint is this? Cassie puzzled over the album, perhaps unaware of speaking the thought aloud. Meredith nodded, a swift and certain gesture. "Exactly. Don't you see? It was my baby's 25th birthday last week, and Jerry certainly didn't buy her this record. In fact, when I popped by with my own gift, Hannah admitted to me that Jerry didn't even remember it was her birthday." "When exactly was Hannah's birthday, Mrs. Harper?" "Tuesday, the 12th of this month." 10 days ago, Cassie calculated. "And what day last week did Hannah go missing?" Meredith's expression clouded. Her optimism, bordering on sanguine excitement, instantly dissipated. "A week ago, Thursday, the 14th. Just 2 days after her birthday." "Do you know if Hannah had any guests over for her birthday, Meredith? Or maybe the day after, like last Wednesday?" "None. At least, not that I know of." Meredith Harper lowered her gaze as if what she was about to reveal was her fault. "Jerry, Hannah's husband, is a very, well, let's just say, a very strict man. He isn't the type to throw a party, or even allow her to have friends around very often." "Not even on her birthday, for God's sake?" This was Patty's question, posed as she took a seat next to Cassie and indicated for Mrs. Harper to do the same. "Not even if she was home alone?" "Especially if Jerry's not home," Meredith replied. She'd begun wringing her hands so tightly that the ends of her fingers were losing all color. "And like I said, I was with my daughter briefly on her birthday. After she got back from work, that is. But before Jerry got home. I like to leave before he gets home. That way there's less chance of upset, you understand." She sought concourse from the other two women before continuing. "And I know she chose to work a double the next day, Wednesday, so no one could have been at the house that day either. Which leaves only Thursday." Cassie was already following the logic to its natural conclusion. "That means this fingerprint either belongs to the person who gave Hannah the record, or to whoever was with my baby the day she went missing," Meredith finished for her. Rather than fill her with trepidation, this notion seemed to spark a renewal of Meredith's hope, for a glimmer returned to her eyes. "And if it helps the police find the person, maybe they can tell us where Hannah has gone." Forcing a thin smile, Patty acknowledged Meredith's summation without pointing out the obvious. Politely excusing herself, she disappeared through a beaded curtain to a small office where Cassie knew a flask of scotch awaited the cafe owner in the bottom left drawer of her desk. Cassie, now alone with Meredith, also had nothing to say. Instead, she bowed her head and gently closed her eyes, taking one long, deep breath after another and releasing each more slowly than the previous. Both bolstered and terrified by knowing her vision was real, she took Meredith by the hand. Meredith did not interrupt. Despite an impulse greater than any she'd ever had, she did not speak. She did not demand to know what else Cassie had seen that had led her to ask about the record album. She did not insist upon the answers to questions that had to be swallowed like a fistful of horse pills forced down her throat. Instead, the mother clasped Cassie's hands, squeezing them so tightly that her fingernails had begun to pierce the skin. On the back of Cassie's right hand, minuscule beads of blood appeared like sun-drenched freckles. Cassie did not notice. What she did notice was the electric charge that ran through her upon Meredith's touch, the heady feeling like she'd had one too many drinks. Her focus on the cafe was growing blurry, the colors and the sounds becoming faint. In their place was the bright, crisp yellows and whites of a living room, one she'd seen before. A doorbell, and the driving beat as Deep Purple's Hush began to fill her ears, feeling the sound in her chest as Hannah lowered the turntable's clear acrylic dust cover. Cassie watched as Meredith's daughter danced brightly across the sunken living room, brimming with giddy anticipation. This brought a smile to Cassie's own face as the young wife reached for the doorknob. Also, like Hannah's, Cassie's smile darkened when the door opened. Standing on the stoop was not the man Hannah had so desperately wished it would be. And yet, it seemed that she somehow knew him. Although inviting him in, uneasy concern was etched upon her face as she stepped to one side, her hands clenching and wringing one another as the faceless man strode into the living room. Now, Cassie was no longer watching the scene play out in third person, but had become one with Hannah. She saw the scene through Hannah's eyes, felt the air of the ceiling fan across Hannah's skin, smelled the mix of cologne and sweat-soaked scent through Hannah's nose, held the scream beginning to form in Hannah's lungs. "You have a beautiful home here, Mrs. Wilson." That voice. Cassie was certain she'd heard it before. "I'm assuming your husband is not with us at the present moment?" To be clearly heard above the music, the man was speaking more loudly than was necessary. For dramatic effect, he cupped his hands around his mouth like a megaphone to further project his voice. Hannah did not volunteer an answer. Her downcast eyes, now Cassie's eyes, scanned the pile carpet as if studying the very fiber of its composition. "Might I turn this down, Mrs. Wilson?" the faceless man bade, a preemption more than a question, as he was already halfway to the turntable. "And do you mind if we drop the formalities and I call you Hannah? After all, you already know me, too, in a roundabout sort of way." Gripped in her right hand, Hannah Wilson's left visibly trembled. Her nervous energy immediately coiled its way into Cassie Kennedy, who now found herself staring down at the hand she had never before seen, the wrist more slender than her own, nails painted a garish pink she would never choose to wear, the wedding ring she did not recognize. Meanwhile, the faceless man had turned away to carefully raise the clear acrylic cover of the record player, using only the indecorously long, filth-encrusted nail of his pinky finger. Lifting the needle without care, the music fractured with a crackle and pop through the stereo's two large speakers. Spotting Hannah sidling toward the door in his periphery, he spun back toward Hannah without warning. In his haste, his left foot caught on the carpet's thick pile, and for the briefest moment, he faltered. Bracing against the stereo cabinet, he shook his head in a humorless and unhurried fashion, while issuing a tisk, tisk, tisk between gritted teeth and a grotesque facsimile smile. Hannah Coombe Cassie gasped, and there the scene froze. Like a film projector forced to hold on a single frame, the image of the faceless man quivered and twitched. Cassie focused hard, mentally zooming in to the partially obstructed hand he'd thrust behind him. Slowly releasing another breath, then holding it, she honed in on her target the way a sniper might. The vacillating, film-like image steadied. And there it was, clear as day. In the act of catching his balance, the man's greasy thumb had pressed upon the black vinyl record. It was unmistakable. What's more, its location near the edge of the album matched the spot where the Marin County Sheriff's Department had preserved his error in white aluminum powder before duly photographing and cataloging it. This elicited a fierce tremor of excitement in Cassie that surged through her. It was because of her prompting that the killer's fingerprint had not only been discovered, but had been preserved before it could be contaminated. How easily it might not have been, Cassie thought. All it would take would be Hannah's husband Jerry finding this record sometime later and simply putting it away. Not only would doing so have tainted the evidence, but the album itself would have vanished amongst hundreds of others in the Wilsons' sizable collection, never to be noticed again. Without Cassie's vision, the evidence wouldn't exist. The terrifying reality of such transience didn't bear thinking about, because not only were visions like these exhausting, they also felt largely out of her control. Uncertain that she'd be able to drop into this moment again, and not knowing how long she might be able to remain here now, Cassie fought the exhausting pull of reality and took note of as much as she could. Above all else, she wanted to see the killer's face, once and for all, before this opportunity was gone. Concentrating more mental energy than she thought possible, Cassie focused only upon the man's empty mannequin head, and little by little, sporadic portions of his features began to materialize. But none appeared simultaneously with any other. Part of a nose, then a glimpse of a chin, the unexpected glimmer in the wavering hint of an eye so blue it surely had been fashioned from the sky itself. Her stomach tightened, a knot the size of a softball growing as her energy plummeted, and the captive scene began to quiver more violently and blur. Pushing with every ounce of energy she had left, Cassie held fast despite the searing pain that now scraped her from the inside out, until she had barely the strength left to govern her body's own functions. A mouth appeared, lips so full and hot that Cassie felt the tingle of blood coursing through them as if they were her own. Then, all at once, in a moment not unlike a flash of lightning, the features came together and formed a distinct, cohesive face. It was a psychic sucker punch to the stomach, and the air vacuumed from her lungs as the scene unfroze. Speeding up so fast that the motion became blurs of color, the center of the image melted into brilliant light, and Cassie was ejected from the vision. She burst into reality the way a person having held their breath for too long bursts through the water's surface. The vision's colors were now the cafe's colors, and they whirled together in a cyclone of haze and blur. And just like that, the killer's face was gone. It made no difference, for Cassie had already seen it. A face she would never, could never, forget. Because it was the face of someone she knew. 14. What started as a soundless shriek was now a hissing, sucking gasp for air as Cassie came out of the vision and pushed away from the table. Cups and condiments tumbled to the floor. Startled, Meredith Harper nearly tumbled from her seat as well, but managed to lurch to her feet instead. "Listen, I'm so sorry, ladies. Honestly, I don't know what happened," Cassie lied. Even at a whisper, her voice cracked with emotion. "I saw the face of someone I know. Nothing else." Real torment added a layer of natural credibility to the lie that Cassie couldn't have fabricated if she'd tried. "I think maybe I just pushed myself too hard to see something that might help you, Meredith. God, I'm so sorry." The light in Meredith Harper's eyes dimmed as she lowered her head, avoiding eye contact. To say she was beyond tired was an understatement. She was tired of being fearful, tired of feeling weak and fragile. Most of all, Meredith Harper was tired of not knowing. But how could she not worry when her only child was missing? Was she to simply ignore the weight of mourning and desperation that came from such a thing? Cassie gave her a thin, consolatory smile. "I wish I could tell you something else, Mrs. Harper." Cassie took the mother's hands in hers, and they felt cold and somehow insubstantial, like the woman herself was beginning to fade away. "I truly do. But I just haven't seen or felt anything beyond a feeling that I was meant to ask if Hannah owned a Deep Purple record. I don't even know why or how I knew to ask you that. It's not like I saw anything. It was more of a feeling." Meredith nodded, still unable to make eye contact. "But because of that, you were able to find a fingerprint, and the police are working on it, right? Going through their database for a match?" Cassie softened her voice, moving closer. "When you came to see me this morning, I'm sure you thought, maybe this girl can tell me what happened to my daughter. Or perhaps you believed I'd get some kind of image that would show us where Hannah actually is right now. But I've given you everything, Meredith. And I know you'll find your daughter soon, alive and well. I'm sure all of this will prove to be just some terrible misunderstanding." The lie was acid in her mouth, but she saw no other way. How could she possibly expose Meredith to the brutality she now knew had taken place in Hannah Wilson's Sausalito home? More importantly, how could she admit that the vision not only revealed to her the man's face, but that it was a face of someone she knew? The vision couldn't have been right about that, Cassie insisted to her spinning mind. No, this time I was wrong. Period. She began running through a list of reasons why it had to be wrong. For a start, she was hardly experienced at this. She'd only been offering intentional readings for a matter of days. Up to now, they were just a fun thing to do for friends or herself. Truth be known, all she expected was to lay down a few tarot cards for people, tell them what they wanted to hear, and make a few bucks in the process. It was a chance to spend more time around living, breathing people for a change instead of hiding away between stacks of books at the library. And if it helped give Patty's Cafe a little extra something to draw more customers, then all the better. Her friend deserved that success. She never expected to receive real visions. Things like Lindsay Rowe's abduction or savage attacks on young wives in their own home. Her only consolation was that if her gift was wrong about the identity of the man, then maybe it was wrong about a lot of things. Maybe Lindsay Rowe and her mom were just fine. Perhaps they had taken off from an abusive man. And envisioning Hannah's attack was only more evidence that Cassie's own subconscious fear, sclerophobia, see, irrational, was rearing its ugly head, more intensely than ever before. Except now it was projecting itself onto other poor, unsuspecting victims. Just like the curse of the Kennedys, she reminded herself. Never satisfied, it keeps eating in concentric circles outward until it devours everything and everyone in the foreseeable radius. And in an odd way, this made Cassie feel better. Because maybe, just maybe, telling Meredith she would soon find Hannah alive and well somewhere wasn't as far-fetched as it first felt. Pulling a tissue from her purse, Meredith wiped away the tears clinging heavy to the corners of her eyes. She thanked Cassie for everything she had done and apologized for any pressure she might have placed on her, feeling a sense of responsibility for that terrible seizure. "Are you sure you're all right now?" Cassie nodded, reassuring her with a hug before walking arm in arm to the door. "Keep praying, Meredith, and make sure you keep your hope alive." Now, why in God's name would you tell her that? Is it Meredith you're trying to convince or yourself? "You be sure to let me know when you hear something." She couldn't stop herself. The need to dismiss the vision was so strong she would have said anything if it would have helped corroborate what she wanted to be true. It was like some rare verbal disease beyond her control. The words just kept spilling out until she closed the door and locked it. Evading the silent judgment in Patty's glare, Cassie skirted around her friend to banish herself to a booth at the farthest end of the cafe. Sliding onto a cracked vinyl bench with her knees tucked up to her chest, she pulled herself into a tight ball, resonating from a place she could not reach. The face of that man, a man she recognized, glared at her, directly at her, as he stood with his back to Hannah's record player. Its wrongness was a low, humming drone running through her, like the ominous thrum of a subwoofer you can feel, but not hear. Yet, it just wasn't possible. He wasn't possible. She wept as that face was all she could see in her mind's eye. A face she had known most of her life. "Now," Patty said with a tinge of rancor as she rifled through the drawer for the pack of Virginia Slims every cell in her body was aching for her to find. "You want to tell me what you really saw?" The cigarette popped and crackled, its gently glowing tip becoming poker red as Patty took a long, fulfilling drag. Not only was this first hit the most satisfying to her yearning lungs, it was also the most intense. In a split second, the draw was rushing a magical little chemical called nicotine through her bloodstream to the adrenal glands that would welcome it with a spectacular release of adrenaline. And just like that, everything was a little bit more manageable as a wave of chemical bliss quenched a thirst in Patty's body, mind, and soul in a way nothing else ever had. Or, she was starting to believe, probably ever could. Easing into Cassie's booth with a slow exhale that felt as close to the ebullience of salvation as she believed she'd ever get, Patty seated herself opposite her friend. Cassie's head was buried in her knees as she rocked back and forth, arms cradling her legs, her tidy little Mary Janes planted firmly on the vinyl seat. If a vision of a brutal attack hadn't brought such a response, Patty couldn't even begin to imagine what could. She began to ask once more, but immediately decided against it. She cut herself short, and her words issued as a tiny wisp of air as she chose silence over answers. As unsettling as that may be. After smoking 2 more cigarettes down to their filters, a measurement of time as precise as any clock in her book, Patty could no longer stomach it. Ahem. No response. "You alive down there, sister?" Cassie's reply was a sideways shake of her head. "Oh, babe, you gotta tell me what happened." Another little head shake, this one even smaller. Cass, hon. Patty squeezed her more substantial frame into the booth next to Cassie until she was tight up against her. Still, half a butt cheek hung over the edge. Hey, how about you scooch over just a smidge and let a sister rest all her ass? This stopped Cassie from rocking, and though she hadn't lifted her head from the tight human ball she'd created of herself, Patty was sure she heard the lightest breath of a laugh. It may have been mixed with the sniffles of a nose in desperate need of being blown, but it was there. She tugged a handful of cheap paper napkins from a tabletop dispenser and slid them through a gap formed by the crook of Cassie's right elbow. Cassie blindly grabbed them, and when their fingers lingered upon one another's, she did not pull hers away. Quite the opposite. She entangled them into Patty's even more. When Patty then gripped and held her hand tight, the warmth was like a soothing mitt in winter, and Cassie unwound herself from the protective ball she had created. Clinging to her friend, she exploded into tears. They embraced in this way until the well had run dry. When Cassie finally pried herself away, she sat upright, her eyes as bloodshot as her beet-red face. A clear runnel had formed from her nose to her upper lip, and Patty thrust another wad of napkins her way, unable to resist the opportunity for a snarky comment. Nice boogers, bitch. To this, Cassie more than sniggered, at last taking her first real breath since Meredith Harper had left them. God help me, Trish. As if these 4 words were the limit of her emotional reach, she stifled another choking sob. Patty countered before this new cry could take hold. No, ma'am. We've had enough tears for the day. Christ, enough for the whole goddamn year, I think. And it's only August. To this, Cassie half laughed, half wept, a gulping hiccup cut short only because she couldn't catch her breath. Do you want to tell me? Patricia's voice was unusually sedate, the words slow and soft. They enveloped Cassie like a blanket. After what you witnessed in this morning's vision, I can't even begin to imagine what you saw this second time around that would cause such an intense reaction in you. She tugged Cassie close, wrapping her in a side embrace that felt like safety itself. Cassie took a long breath, rubbed her eyes with the heels of her hands, started to reveal what she saw, then didn't. Instead, shaking her head again and again and muttering, I can't tell you, Trish. I just can't. I can't. Hey, it's okay, chick. I get it. Patty caressed her back in small, soothing circles. But do you, though? Cassie jumped to her feet. Trust me, Patty, I wish you did. I wish I could tell you. Christ! Stretching her arms high above her head, she screamed, pacing in small circles. Patty, I love you. I want to tell you so bad, but I can't. Can you understand that? Please tell me you can understand. I do. Some things you just have to work out for yourself. Remember, you haven't always known me. I've had my share, more than my share, of shit shows in my life. Some you can only get through with the help of your friends. You make them buy tickets and sit through it with you. After all, misery loves company. And you know as well as I that a gaggle of miserable bitches can be a force of nature. She lit another cigarette and pulled on it hard. But then there are the other kind. She tilted her head back and puffed out a ring of smoke that wafted to the ceiling. It walked along it for a short distance before separating into wisps that clung to the stained popcorn plaster like clouds. The kind of shit shows you gotta sit through on your own. The whole goddamned, god-awful show. And you pray to Christ that the ending ends up being worth it. The fact that this was one of those shit shows for Cassie was written all over her face. But I still need you, Trish. Oh, babe, Patricia assured her through a fog of bittersweet smoke. You're always gonna need me. Always, Cassie agreed, wafting away the smoke drifting between them, and then embracing her. After a minute, she added, Do you mind if I ask you for something? Patty was nodding. Of course, chick. Anything. Name it. There's something I have to find the answer to. Then I'll know without a doubt what I've seen is real. If that's the case, I'll go to the police and tell them whatever I can if it will help Hannah. Makes sense, chick. What can I do to help? Can you look after Bella for me? Just for the evening, maybe overnight at the latest. She would need to feed Bella her supper, she explained, and of course stay with her for the evening. If Patty was willing to do that, Cassie might be able to find a way to get through this terrifying, inexplicable shit show, to use Patty's metaphor. Is that all? Sheesh. I thought you were going to ask me for a kidney or something. Patty stubbed out her cigarette. She lifted Cassie's chin with a gentle nudge of her finger. You know I will, chick. I love that little girl. Bella and me, we're gonna have ourselves a girls' night in. Really? You'll do that for me? Hell to the yes! Do you need me to bring my sleepover bag? Cassie shrugged, a sheepish gesture that meant maybe. Ooh, yay! A slumber party it is, then. What time, hun? Can you come over with me right now? Cassie looked around the shop, at the broken cups and shards of ceramic saucer scattered where she had been sitting with Meredith Harper. She looked at the clock on the wall. It edged ever closer to Isabella's arrival from kindergarten. If I clean this up while you grab your things real quick, I think we can make it over to my place just in time. They did just that. In the kitchen of Cassie's third-floor walk-up, Bella jumped into Aunt Patty's waiting embrace, and they smothered each other with kisses. Cassie, satisfied that her daughter was more than comfortable with this arrangement, said her goodbyes and assured them both that she wouldn't be too long. She preempted what she knew would be Patty's inevitable plea of caution by adding that, yes, she would be safe. You damn well better be, Patricia warned as she lowered Bella to the floor and scooted her toward the living room, where the TV beckoned. You know I will, Trish. But thank you. You know I love you. Well, I can't stand you, Patty replied, and Cassie laughed. Fine. Unrequited love it is, then. Patricia leaned back and gave Cassie a theatrical once-over, her finger tapping her lip. I guess you're not too bad-looking, babes. I suppose I could be convinced to do ya, at a pinch. After a pause and squinty nod that encapsulated everything sleazy she could muster in a look, Patty added, I've had worse. Oh my God, Cassie exclaimed in mock astonishment. I didn't mean it that way. Of course, Patty knew that. Still, it didn't stop her from teasing Cassie about it whenever the opportunity arose. After all, she'd been candid about her own sexuality from the first day, virtually the first moment they'd met. Patty had been a regular at Twin Peaks Tavern, her tried-and-true Saturday night hangout on Castro. Cassie had been a pretty young thing who'd decided to pop in for a drink based on nothing more than the bar bearing the same name as the neighborhood where she lived. It must have been sometime during Bill's busy time with his fancy new job with IBM, because he was in Florida. Has been for 10 days already, Cassie had declared in a rather less than astute response to Patty's attempt to pick her up. She also told her new friend that she'd been suffering a pretty bad case of the doldrums for a while now, being as how she was essentially on her own for so much of the time. which she hated because it kind of freaked her out, truth be told. But no worries, she assured. Nothing a lively drink and matching conversation won't cure. With anyone other than Isabella, that is. So there she was, in one of San Francisco's oldest and most iconic gay bars. And Patty remembered just how seamlessly Cassie had fit in. Like she'd always belonged there. Except for the whole not being attracted to other women part. What a shame, Patty thought. Almost 2 years later, she still found herself echoing that sentiment every now and then. Especially on those rare occasions when Cassie was no longer the meek, squirrely girl next door, but had transformed into a take-charge, badass bitch. Occasions like right now. So listen, Cassie said, drawing Patty back to the present moment in time. I don't know how long this is going to take, but I should be back tonight. Late, but sometime tonight. I know you have to open the cafe in the morning, so at the very worst, it'll be before you have to head up the hill to Haight. Either way, I'll find a payphone so I can call you with an update, or let you know I'm on my way back. I promise. I wish you would just tell me where you were going, Cass, or at least what you're up to. I'd worry a whole lot less. I'm sorry. I know I'm coming across somewhat clandestine, but I'll be fine, promise. And when I come home, I'll have made this right, or as right as I can make it, and then I can tell you everything. You sure you don't need a heavy along for the ride? Someone to have your six? Patty clenched her hands together in a makeshift pistol. With a fierce squint, she made a pew-pew sound as she swung her outstretched arms in an arc across the room. Cassie grinned. I think you mean bang bang. Unless that's a kid's pellet gun you've got there. In which case, I think I'll roll the dice. She shouted goodbye to Bella, who was lying in front of the TV, beguiled by the Linkletter show's most popular new segment, Kids Say the Darndest Things. She then pecked Patty on the cheek, grabbed her handbag, and was gone. Cassie did not call home that night. Curled up on the couch with Bella nestled up against her, Patty tuned the TV to This Is Tom Jones and pretended she wasn't the least bit worried. During one of the commercial breaks, she treated them both to ice creams, even though she knew Cassie wouldn't approve. Nope, not gonna happen, Cassie had once scolded her when Patty offered a then 3-year-old Bella a scoop. That stuff will rot her little teeth. Having to pull the spoon away just as she was about to devour it had felt to Patty like something akin to abuse. When Bella's big, beautiful eyes instantly saddened, it definitely felt that way. But hey, she was the sitter now, so it was her call tonight. Right? Besides, as the clock ticked and the moon swept past the treetops and still no call had come from Cassie, she was prepared to do anything to keep her concern from spiraling into anxiety. After getting Bella off to sleep, Patty waited diligently by the phone. Bundled up on the couch, she pulled the rotary base as close as its cord would stretch, every now and then lifting the handset to make sure it still had a dial tone. Which, of course, it always did. Eventually, Patty finally drifted off to a restless and uneasy sleep, contorted on the couch with the phone next to her head. But even in sleep, panic pressed upon her chest like a 50-pound weight, and she was besieged with dark and surreal dreams. One was a nightmare so intense that she started from sleep with her pulse throbbing in her left wrist. She then spent the next hours pacing laps around the apartment and periodically checking on Bella in between testing the phone. Always 3 minutes late, the pendulum clock in the kitchen chimed once to mark the half hour. 3:33 a.m. And Cassie Kennedy still hadn't called. Saturday morning, August 23rd. She still wasn't home when Patty and Bella shared a plate of eggs with a side of freshly griddled bacon. Patty felt scraped from the inside out. Bella was blissfully unaware. She not only devoured her own breakfast, but the remainder of Aunt Patty's, which had barely been touched. Oh, Bella, what are we gonna do? Briefly ignoring her breakfast, Isabella regarded Patty with those big, beautiful eyes that never ceased to melt her heart. Now, if Bella could only reveal where her mother might have gone last night, that heart might finally stop attempting a jailbreak from Patty's rib cage. Then again, what difference would it make, she argued with herself, even if they knew where Cassie had gone? Cassie was a capable adult. She was smart, and she was strong. A lot stronger than she looked. What was Patty supposed to do? Just come swooping in like a coffee-brewing Wonder Woman or something? Cassie was just fine. She could feel it. So it was just plain rude that she hadn't bothered to call with an update. Hell, for all she knew, Cassie could even be with Bill right now, playing house and fucking his fool brains out while she was stuck here with Bella, worried out of her damn mind. As mounting frustration edged past her concern, Patty sprang from the table. Right, sunshine. Eat up. You'll have to come to the cafe, I'm afraid. And hopefully Mommy will meet us there soon. It was her only option. And her only hope was that Bella would quietly occupy herself, or perhaps nap in the back room, while she herself prepared for a bustling Saturday at Brewster's. 15. Saturday night, August 23rd. Mount Diablo, California. They found a woman's body that night, exactly where the anonymous caller told them it would be. Look for a newish Ford Galaxy convertible, white, red interior, headlights on. The engine will probably still be running. It wasn't difficult to find. After a young woman by the name of Rosalie Sherwood had disappeared from Mount Diablo just a few months earlier, and still hadn't been located, the park no longer attracted the volume of visitors it once had. In fact, it had become a running joke among locals that the only visitors who still came fell into one of three categories: cheap armchair detectives, macabre rubberneckers, or your run-of-the-mill dropouts getting high on pot and smacking tambourines as they found themselves in Diablo's dramatic and ancient landscape. With so little traffic these days, it wasn't exactly rocket science to locate a brand-new convertible idling and filling with rainwater on the side of a desolate mountain road. Not once you knew where to look, at least. Contra Costa County itself is sizable enough. Add to that a sprawling, unyielding topography of more than 20,000 acres, and Mount Diablo becomes a big headache for a small sheriff's department already stretched to its limit. Which is why the caller had provided the most precise directions they could. Quarry Road, above the Serpentine, but before the final bend to Round Top. At first, Sheriff Morris Miller believed the anonymous caller was a concerned but perhaps wary citizen, uncomfortable giving their name. That changed when he pulled up next to the abandoned car and his own headlights glared back at him from the shattered panes of a PT&T payphone booth. The broken glass refracting their light in all directions. The booth lit up like a rectangular roadside beacon in the driving rain. The glow was made eerier with the pulsing blood-red reflection of the rooftop cherry spinning on Miller's patrol car. Sheriff Miller unclasped his holster. Though he did not draw his Colt .38, his palm was firmly against the rosewood grip as he stepped from the cruiser. The convertible was a white Ford Galaxy, just as the caller had said. Its headlights were shining bright, and in the moonless night, their high beams intensified the dagger-like appearance of the slanting rain. Miller edged around the car, ready to pull his revolver. No one was there. He pitched back half a step when a crack of static exploded from the radio. Turned up to full volume, a mix of interference, silence, then sudden bouts of music ebbed and flowed, fighting for attention against the screaming wind. The engine was still running, also as stated by the caller, and had been idling long enough for the cold night rain to sizzle and turn to mist as it struck the car's hood. The soft top roof was down, and rainwater had pooled in the footwells and over the soft red leather seats. Something about that seemed to make Sheriff Morris Miller the most uneasy of all. Somehow, it just felt unnatural to see. If it hadn't been for the fact that this was a crime scene, Miller, a car enthusiast at heart, would have thought this sacrilege beyond acceptable. As it was, a missing woman's body had been reported somewhere around here, and ruined leather sports seats were the last thing on his mind as he took out his flashlight and panned its beam in a wide arc around the car. A man screamed, and Miller wheeled around, his chest tight as his fingers stiffened on his revolver. Maddie told Hattie about a thing she saw. He released his held breath, loosening his grip on the rosewood handle as Sam the Sham and the Pharaohs belted out Wooly Bully in a sudden spark of reception from the radio station in San Francisco. The heart-stopping blast lasted only a moment before the radio's reception once more fell to crackling interference and faded to an echo in the night. And Miller swore that the moment Deputy Rankin arrived with the camera and evidence kit, he was turning that goddamned radio off. It sizzled and cracked quietly in the background, white noise as the wind picked up. Building to a low howl, the wind buffeted the car and tugged at the sheriff's hat. He held it fast with his revolver hand as he swung the flashlight over the payphone booth, where broken panes rattled in their metal frames. Inside the booth, the phone's black Bakelite handset dangled from the phone's braided metal cord. It twisted and banged against the glass as more rain-soaked gusts whistled through the busted panes. It had been at least 30 minutes since the call to the operator had come through. Maybe longer, given the drive and horrendous conditions. But the operator had stayed on the line after the caller had left, and she was still on the open line now. With an involuntary groan that betrayed his age, Sheriff Miller crouched down at an uncomely angle so that he could speak into the dangling handset without having to touch it. In a voice loud enough to be heard over the gusts of wind and rain, he thanked the operator for a job well done and assured her that yes, it was absolutely okay for her to disconnect the call now.
You've made it this far. Nice. Time for a short musical pause. This audiobook is completely free, and we hope it brings you some joy. Let's continue soon.
Receiver clicked. It beeped a fast, pitchy rhythm. Morris Miller was deaf to it. Clenching his lower back as he rose to stand upright, he sucked in his breath. Not in response to the lower back pain which had been plaguing him for days, but at the sight of the phone's rotary dial. A woman's severed finger was wedged in it. Tottering in the wind, tip of the long, neatly painted nail had been jammed under the dial in the hole reserved solely for the number 0. It gave the finger the appearance of levitating, as if it were a being unto itself preparing to call the operator of its own accord. below the finger's second knuckle, just above the hacked tendons and cleaved bone. A woman's wide platinum wedding band gleamed in the beam of Miller's flashlight. Hurrying toward the booth, Deputy Rankin clutched a camera and bag of tools to his chest, curling himself into them in his best effort to keep them dry. Miller stopped him short of entering the booth, and the rookie stared through soaking wet bangs as his sheriff gave him instruction. "You can dust the handset, the top of the phone case itself, the coin slot, and maybe the inside handle of that glass door," Miller shouted over the rain, while keeping his broad-brimmed hat from flying away. "But don't waste your time trying to lift a print from the phone dial itself. You won't find anything." Rankin smirked. Surely the sheriff was joking, or testing him. He apologized when the sheriff's countenance did not change. "Son, there will be no need to dust it." Miller stepped to one side to afford Rankin a view inside of the booth. "Because our killer used the victim's own severed finger to make that call. Besides, we're turning off that fucking radio before we do anything else." The woman's handbag was still on the passenger seat. Beside it, unclasped and gaping open, a change purse sat heavy with nickels, dimes, and just a few quarters. Some of the coins had tumbled from it, and were now submerged in the water which had pooled in the well of the red leather seat. Miller blocked out the deafening mix of music and interference blaring from the dashboard speakers, and picked up both bags. Her killer used her own fucking dime to call us. He repeated this deduction aloud to Deputy Rankin, who stood near, but slightly behind, the sheriff, observing intently. In the handbag, among a mix of the usual personal items and makeup, was the woman's pocketbook. Like the change purse, it was swollen with cash. Carefully emptying it, Sheriff Miller laid its contents on a mat to be photographed. 17 ones, 3 fives, a 10, and 1 20. $62. Along with the coins, the total had to be nearly a week's wages for most people. Despite it being visible, it was all left untouched. So, robbery was not the motive. The pit of Sheriff Morris Miller's stomach came heavy, the realization dawning that this horror had been perpetrated for no other reason than simply because it could be. Lifting the wallet to his line of sight, he studied the driver's license housed in its clear pocket, undisturbed. He spoke the woman's name aloud. Miller swallowed hard, dissolving the knot which had formed in his throat. He rebuffed the tears that would come later, as he would sit alone in his living room and repeat the young woman's details over and over in his head. This he would do until the wee early hours, and was a side of Sheriff Morris Miller his deputies would never see, or ever even know about their relentlessly strict superior. Because in this moment, all that mattered to Morris was that they did the job they were entrusted by the community to do, and that they did those jobs to the best of their abilities. The mourning and sorrow would come later, which is why, though the cacophony of static and splintered songs blasting from the car's stereo had birthed an ache in Miller's head like no other, he was unwilling to introduce Rankin to cutting corners by asking him to just shut the damnable thing off. He knew the rain-soaked interior would yield no fingerprint evidence. The incessant downpour had put pay to that. Still, he patiently waited as young Deputy Rankin meticulously examined its entirety, taking photos of every square inch first. Massaging his throbbing temple, Miller separated himself from the process and the noise. He lit a cigarette behind the phone booth where the wind was least bothersome. Despite its pragmatism, something about loitering here out of view, sucking warm, round smoke deep into his chilled lungs, felt oddly taboo. Like those cold Friday nights behind the school bleachers of Clayton Valley High as the ugly Eagles got their asses handed to them on the football field. And just like those nights, Miller quickly snuffed the cigarette underfoot when one of the teachers wandered his way. Only now, that teacher was a Channel 5 news van, pulling up to Jim Alcorn and Mike Christian, two of his veteran deputies, who were directing it to the soft shoulder of Quarry Road. A safe enough distance to keep the reporters from contaminating the scene. Miller eyed them with his usual disdain. While he was far from trusting any of the media, he did at least share a professional respect with them. Most of them. There were a notable few for whom this principle did not apply. One of them was a reporter for Channel 5 News. "Please, God, don't be Mike Driffield," he implored a deity he once believed in. Once being the operative word. After years of witnessing firsthand the atrocities man perpetrated upon man, Morris Miller was no longer sure if he were capable of continuing down that arduous and horror-stricken path of blind faith. He signaled to Deputy Rankin that he'd done enough, and to please turn that fucking racket off. If the rain had to put pay to any evidence they might have found inside the convertible, it did even worse to the outside. Though it had now slowed to an annoying drizzle, the rain that had already come down in sheets had all but destroyed any marks which, on any other day, would have been an evidential windfall. Forget trace evidence. The tokens here were big and brash and smacked of a killer who was either too stupid to understand what he was doing, or understood all too clearly. Miller was certain it was the latter. Not only was this perp aware of exactly what he was doing, how he was doing it, where he was doing it, and when, he clearly also felt invincible. To the point that he relished this opportunity to play a little game with Morris, taunting the sheriff with clues that could so easily tie him to this crime, but had instead been rendered moot by the storm. Miller shook his head, the anger rising, as he stared at 4 congealed fingerprints plainly visible on the trunk's left edge, where the killer had raised the lid with a hand that must have been coated in blood. There they were, plain as day. Yet, like a watercolor painting held under the spray of a lawn sprinkler, the rain had rendered them utterly unusable. This metaphor of a painting could not have been more apt, for the same was true of 2 long, parallel, and slightly curved lines the killer had traced diagonally across the trunk's lid. As if the woman's blood had been a pot of paint and the killer's finger a brush, he had drawn them across the trunk's vast white lid as if it were his canvas. To Miller, they looked like 2 parentheses back to back, but in reverse order. And despite the blood having dried gummy and hard, they too had run in the torrential rain with no possibility of capturing a print. Miller stared, slightly pondering. As frustrated as he was intrigued, he ensured Rankin had taken a dozen or more photos of each blood-stained mark before donning his leather gloves. With the new deputy eagerly peering over his shoulder, keen to witness his first official murder victim, Miller unlatched the trunk's catch with a click. In the fresh silence, it made a snapping sound like a twig underfoot. The trunk lid bobbed open. The stench was a 2x4 strike to the face. Miller reeled, twisting away and shielding his nose and mouth with a scowl, the color of his face draining away. Beside him, Deputy Rankin fell to his knees, heaving until his supper painted the gravel. Apparently, seeing the rookie vomit was a hoot to Deputies Jim Alcorn and Mike Christian, who, at the crime scene's perimeter, bent over laughing and mimicking the spectacle. they didn't notice Sheriff Miller advancing on them. Before he knew what was happening, Jim Alcorn, merely the nearest of the two, had been seized by the collar and was being unceremoniously escorted to the rear of the convertible. Clenching the scruff of Alcorn's shirt in a fist the size of a catcher's mitt, Sheriff Morris Miller thrust the deputy's head inside the trunk. "You do not make light of one of my crime scenes. Do you understand me?" Inches from Alcorn's face lay a contorted and bloated corpse. What only days before had been a vibrant and beautiful young woman, a wife, and perhaps even a mother, was now lying in the juices of her own decomposition. Her body had been twisted and bent unnaturally so that she fit in the trunk of her own car. She was missing the ring finger of her left hand, and she had been decapitated. In the clotted wound of her open neck was a squirming mass of maggots. They wriggled in endless, fluid-filled blisters now bubbling over the dissolving skin. "You arrogant, soulless piece of shit," Miller castigated. "I said, do you understand me, Jimmy?" Nodding furiously while wrestling from the sheriff's grip, Deputy Jim Alcorn dropped to all fours at the sheriff's feet and deposited a partially digested TV dinner for one onto the gravel shoulder of Quarry Road. Tying off the last section of crime scene tape, Deputy Mike Christian did not laugh this time. The Channel 5 news guys smirked and continued setting up for their live shot, a scoop that would guarantee them the 6 o'clock lead story. Mike Driffield was anything but retiring about how stoked he was that they were the first TV crew on the scene. "So fucking wild, man!" Driffield beamed. His cameraman nodded, silently closing his fingers one by one in a 5-second countdown until they were live. "We're gonna be the ones who get to name this killer," Driffield declared. Before the cameraman closed his last finger, the reporter couldn't resist adding, "Seriously, how groovy is that?" What Driffield found so groovy was the fact that when they arrived, the convertible's radio happened to be momentarily blaring British pop star Donovan's latest hit, Hurdy-Gurdy Man. Dark and moody, the song was an eerily appropriate soundtrack to the harrowing scene as it unfolded. And so the killer's moniker was born. Drawn in blood by a crazed killer. Feigning solemnity, Mike Driffield shared the gruesome details of the scene with his viewers, while his cameraman panned away from the reporter and zoomed the live shot in to the Ford Galaxy's trunk. Off-screen, Driffield continued to narrate. "Looks like this sadistic murderer, who this reporter is dubbing the Hurdy-Gurdy Man, has targeted yet another young female victim in this dark and foreboding landscape, suitably known as Mount Diab." Live on air, Sheriff Morris Miller plucked the microphone from Driffield's hand and hurled it across Quarry Road. Sailing over the guardrails, its audio cable unspooled. Like a cartoon dog reaching the end of its leash, the mic then snapped violently backward and slammed into the ground with an explosive boom as feedback resounded through TV speakers across the San Francisco Bay Area. Shrieking, the cameraman tore the headphones from his ears. Stupefied, Mike Driffield stood agape. "How groovy was that?" Sheriff Miller asked as the producers back in the studio cut the remote feed, and the live shot fizzled and went black. 16. "Well, we seem to have lost our live feed," the news anchor stated with some incredulity, visibly shaking his head without realizing it. Or perhaps he did. "I apologize for that. But to recap, Responding to a report from an anonymous caller, the Sheriff's Department of Contra Costa County has discovered the body of a woman, yet to be identified, in an abandoned vehicle in Mount Diablo Park. We will release more info the mo— A jarring bolt of electric panic shot through Patricia Brewster, making the living room of Cassie's walk-up swim before her eyes. Oh, Christ. Oh, Christ. Oh, Christ. Oh, Christ. News. Los Angeles police now believe there may be a connection between the Hollywood murder of pregnant actress Sharon Tate Polanski and 4 others in the early hours of August 9th, and grocery store magnate Leno LaBianca in— Playing on in the background, the voice of the news anchor continued to announce, with some considerable verve, his story about death and destruction in Hollywood. He might have been reporting that aliens from another galaxy had landed and were now setting up shop in the White House. It would have made no difference. Patty heard nothing after "yet to be identified." Her eyes wide with disbelief, she clutched her chest and it rose and fell with her exaggerated breaths. Her other hand clutched the armrest of the couch so tightly, her knuckles were white. Please don't be Cassie. Please don't be Cassie. Overcome by a sense of vulnerability and unable to stay in one place, she jumped up from the sofa and began pacing the throw rug in the center of the living room. Please don't be Cassie. Tears began to well in her eyes as she struggled to process what she'd just heard. Okay, you gotta calm your ass down, she chastised herself. We don't even know that's Cassie. But you can feel it, can't you? The voice in her head was as immutable as it was cruel. And in her mind, it was coming from the newscaster on the TV. Your best friend's dead, and you could have stopped it. But how? She cried out, and in Bella's room she heard something stir. You could have said no to watching Bella, that's how. Cruel to be kind. Isn't that what they say? Then she couldn't have gone. She'd be pissed, sure, but she'd be alive. Get out of my head! Now, Isabella inched out of her room with small, halting steps. Bleary-eyed, she hesitantly approached the living room while nervously surveying Patty. Oh, Bella, you poor little thing. I'm so sorry. Patricia bent down and made herself small, less threatening. She opened her arms wide, inviting Bella in. Come here, baby. It's okay. Aunt Patty's okay. Everything's okay. Bella lingered in place, briefly swayed as if she were going to fall back to sleep right there and then. She allowed Patty to take her into her arms, where they returned to the couch. Holding Bella tight to her bosom, the two rocked slowly back and forth until Bella's sleepy eyes could stay open no longer. It turned out to be exactly what Patty needed as well. Consciously slowing her breathing to a calm, restful rhythm, she soothed her own nerves and assured herself that Cassie was fine. Cassie was not that poor woman they found. That Cassie would be home any minute. As the broadcaster's voice continued in the background, a calm, hypnotic drone, the clock in the kitchen gently ticked away. Seconds became minutes, and by the time the clock gently chimed 11:30, Patty, too, was sound asleep, with Bella snoring sweetly in her lap. Sunday morning, August 24th. With the dawning day came the promise of another glorious, carefree summer Sunday for all who would soon make their way to adjacent Panhandle Park. That wasn't the case for Patricia Brewster and Bella Kennedy. With no phone call from Cassie, and with her still not home, a panic-ridden Patty reluctantly picked up the phone. She hesitated, placed her fingertip in the hole reserved for 0. Paused again, then slowly spun the dial until her finger reached the little metal dial stop. Let go, Patty, she told herself. Stop hesitating and just call them. What can it hurt? She lifted her finger, and the clear plastic disc rotated back again, clacking 10 times.
Bell Pacific Operator, a voice announced.
In nervous, faltering words, Patty asked the woman to please connect her call to the San Francisco police.
Putting you through now.
The line clicked and hummed before a second operator, this one running the switchboard at police headquarters, answered. I need to report a missing person, Patty muttered, her nervousness impossible to hide and concern etching every word. One hand unconsciously wrapped the phone's spiral cord around her index finger, as her other held the receiver so tight, her fingertips had begun to pale.
I'll put you through to the staff sergeant on duty. Please hold.
Staff Sergeant Reagan came on the line moments later and graciously listened to Patty's concern. It's no trouble at all, ma'am. We're happy to send a car over and have an officer take your statement. Again, Patty teetered over an answer. This is all becoming so formal. What if Cassie is just fine, and I'm blowing this out of all proportion? Ma'am, would you like an officer to come by? In the end, Patty agreed and gave the address to Cassie's Lion Street apartment. 3rd floor. Ring the bell, and I'll come down. Patty nervously peered through parted curtains, watching for the police car to arrive. Bella quietly amused herself by playing with the stuffed animal. Sitting in the rectangle of sunshine streaming through those same curtains, she was blissfully unaware of the possibilities that lay ahead. And for that, Patty was endlessly thankful. Still, she found herself half whispering under her breath, Oh, Bella, I hope Aunt Patty's doing the right thing. Of course, she didn't expect Isabella to stop playing or actually answer her, but it would have been nice to have at least one other person understand how she was feeling right now. Though she also lived alone, Patty was constantly surrounded by people coming and going at the cafe. Being cooped up in this apartment with only Bella as companion somehow smacked of claustrophobia. As beautiful as Cassie's place was, right next to the park, and as amazing and sweet as Bella was, there was just something solemn and isolated about the vibe here. For the first real time, Patty was experiencing a glimmer of Cassie's actual life. A tense 30 minutes crawled by, and still no officers had arrived. Out of her mind with worry, Patty settled on the floor and was distracting herself by playing with Bella. When the front door to Cassie's apartment creaked open. Disheveled and pale with her face drawn with exhaustion, Cassie stumbled through. Patty's relief washed over her in a cool wave as she rushed to greet her. It became an unsettling mix of gratitude and trepidation when she embraced Cassie and felt her friend's trembling body against her own, saw the dirt in shoes worn thin. Cassie! My God, I've been so worried! What happened to you, babe? Where have you been? Clinging to her friend, but not speaking, Cassie nodded repeatedly. The faraway look of someone in shock had stolen the focus from her bright blue eyes. Cass, can you hear me? More nodding. A tighter squeeze. Patty gingerly walked her to the bedroom before Bella could see her. I've called the police already. They should be here any minute, babe. No police, Cassie mumbled. But in the quietness of the bedroom, it was as loud as it was unexpected. Please, Patty, call them back and say it was a mistake. God, Cass, look at the state of you. How can I do that? It looks worse than it is. Just do it, Trish. The focus had returned to Cassie's eyes. For me? The officer was already en route, but Patty caught him circling the block, searching for a parking spot. She explained that her friend was back, and that it had all been a big misunderstanding, to which he replied, "Of course it was. It always is." She apologized for wasting his time, and he grunted but was more than happy to head on his way. One less stack of paperwork to fill out before he could head home for Sunday lunch. "He's gone," Patty proclaimed as she mounted the last step, slightly out of breath, pushing the door which had been left ajar. No one heard her. "Cass?" She was nowhere to be found. Neither was Isabella. "Cass! Where are you?" Patty searched the apartment's 5 rooms before rushing to the balcony. There, crossing the street to Panhandle Park, were Cassie and Isabella. What the serious fuck? Patty tackled the 3-story stairs a 3rd time and managed to catch up to the pair near the playground. Cassie had all but collapsed on a park bench. Bella was already engrossed in a game with several children she often saw there. Standing in front of the bench, hands on hips, Patty deliberately blocked the view of the lawns where Bella was playing. Cassie strained to see around her, but Patty only moved whichever way her friend did. Eventually, they ceased the charade and Patty raised her hands in surrender, shrugging her shoulders. "I give up. Seriously. Like, what the hell, Cass? I look after Bella for 3 days, have to take her to work with me, by the way, and sit by the phone with my nerves shot, waiting for you to call. The call you promised so I would know you were okay. Then you just show up 3 days later and take Bella to the park without saying a word? Like nothing happened?" Embarrassed or uncomfortable, Patty wasn't sure, but Cassie refused eye contact. She stared intently at her hands and the dark stains in the creases of her cuticles. "I'm serious here, Cass!" "I know, Trish." "That's all? And I'm sorry, okay?" "No, not okay. I need more than that this time, Cassie." Patty mock-poled at her own hair in frustration. "You've been so withdrawn, and well, just plain AWOL. So much these past few months. Christ, girl. It was only last week that we were sitting in your kitchen having coffee, and I was telling you how much I missed you when you'd disappeared for, what, was it like 3 weeks? Before that. Again. And now you not only do it, but abandon Bella? What is happening, babe?" She crossed her arms and let out an exasperated huff before settling on the bench next to Cassie. Neither spoke, the tension between them so thick it was palpable. Their mutual silence all the more evident by the bright staccato tones of sporadic laughter from the playground and the occasional bark of passing dogs where Bella and her friends were playing chase. This time, Patricia wasn't going to be the one that caved. So they sat there until Bella broke from the pack of children and began to amble brightly in their direction. "Okay," Cassie said and turned to face Patty. "I want to share this before Bella gets here. So please, just listen." Patty agreed, her expression softening. "I can't tell you where I was or what happened," Cassie explained, "because I don't know myself, Trish." Her words trailed off until they were barely audible. Only Patty, sitting close and leaning in, would have been able to hear them. She began to respond, faltered, closed her mouth, almost comically resolute. Tried once more, this time extending her hand to Cassie, who took it without hesitation. "I'm being careful about how I respond, because I know I have a tendency to come across as a smartass in these situations. To cut the tension. But I'm not right now. I just want to make sure I'm understanding you. All right?" "Yes, of course." Reticent to say what she needed to say, Patty continued to tee it up softly, I'm not trying to argue here, or, as you would say, be a real see you... What's the rest again?
A real see you next Tuesday, Cassie meekly offered.
The smallest smile. So small, it must surely be the smallest a smile could be and still be called one, lit upon her face. It was gone as quickly as it had come. Patty did chuckle, though. No vibe, no matter how bad or serious, would prevent her from laughing at that phrase. It just tickled the absolute shit out of her, every time. Yeah, that's the one. I'm not trying to be a real well, one of those. I'm just trying to understand. So, here goes. I might as well just say it. Did you have, like, a 3-day bender? Were you tripping out on something? Cassie shook her head fiercely, her response vehement and unquestionable. No, nothing like that. She looked across the expanse of lawn to see Bella slowing to a walk, but still headed their way. She waved, and Bella quickened her pace. You think I'd do that shit when I have her to think about? Patty wanted to believe that Cassie wouldn't, but after this weekend, she was starting to think anything was possible. Bella was now 10 yards away. I get blackouts, Trish. I don't know, kind of disappear for a bit. I can't explain it. I left here Friday feeling this inexplicable but undeniable pull to check out the Presidio for some reason. I remember getting there, and the next thing I know, I'm hiking through Oakland toward the bridge. Oakland? Christ, Cassie. That's across the bay. What were you doing in Oakland? And where's your car? Cassie shrugged, displaying little concern. I'll report it gone, stolen, whatever. I'm sure it will turn up. Then to Bella, who was speeding toward her lap. Hey, my gorgeous little baby girl. Are you having fun? Bella was all smiles as she decided not to leap into her mother's lap, but onto the bench between them instead. Cassie grabbed her face with both hands and gave her a kiss. Okay, now, go play some more while Aunt Patty and I talk. She swatted her gently on her backside, and Bella was off and running toward her friends, who were now playing tag. One of the girls tapped Isabella as she trotted past and cheerfully shouted, Tag! You're it! When Bella managed to turn on a dime and almost tagged her right back, the girl shrieked with delight, twisting away just in time. Wait, Patty said after a moment's reflection. Are you telling me you walked home? From Oakland? Cassie didn't answer, but felt every one of those 12 miles in her feet, which burned and ached as if their souls had been beaten with a board. But there's something else, Trish. Something I need to share with you about that vision I had of Hannah. Patty steeled herself, shuffling on the bench and placing her hands together in her lap as she gave her full attention. All right. I didn't tell you Friday at the cafe, but that episode I had, it was because I did see something else. The second time Meredith came, when she brought that rock album. Something important that could actually help Meredith get some closure. She paused, visibly poring through the repercussions of what she was about to say. Something that would really help the police. Her voice had begun to tremble. Patty saw her throat tighten, could see the reflexive swallows as though Cassie was trying to keep the words from coming out. She placed her hand over Cassie's, and despite the morning's burgeoning August heat, her fingers were cold. She nudged herself a little closer, pulling her legs onto the bench and tucking them beneath her so she could nestle into her friend. I'm here, babe, and I'm listening, okay? whatever you have to say, it's okay. You can tell me. And we'll get through it together. You, me, and Bella. The Three Musketeers. Cassie was again staring at her hands, now enveloped by Patty's. The warmth felt like safety. She waggled her fingers and winced at the sight of her ragged nails and the stains around them. So evident when in such close proximity to Patty's perfectly manicured nails, with their immaculate French polish. She nodded. I just want you to know you're the best friend I could ever ask for. And, whoa, hey. Patty squeezed her hands gently, rubbing her fingers. This is starting to sound like a goodbye speech or something. No, not a goodbye speech, Trish. But it might end up being, after I tell you what I saw. And I mean you leaving, not me. Patty chuckled and patted Cassie's hands. Not me, sister. I'm afraid you're stuck with me for life. Across the great lawn, Bella was rolling on the ground, squirming with joy and scratching her back in the scent of the freshly cut grass, mimicking two of her friends. Just tell me what you want to say, Cass. It's gonna be all right, I promise. Cassie took a deep breath, brought her eyes to meet Patty's. I saw that man's face, Trish. The one who attacked Hannah in my vision. For a split second, Patty was gormless, her mouth agape. My God, babe. Can you describe it? Like, would you recognize him if you saw him again? Cassie's eyes started to moisten, her lips parting. She nodded her head just once. It would have been imperceptible to anyone but Patricia. Yes. Now the tears welled over her bottom lid and ran freely down her face. I would, because he's my brother. 17. Patty insisted Cassie soak in the tub for as long as she needed. Just get yourself right. I'll hang with Bella and keep her occupied. Then we'll figure this out. As Isabella napped, they sat on the wrought iron balcony at a small round high top Patty had given her friend as a moving-in present. It was a used one from the cafe, part of the inventory she was changing out. But it was solid and comfortable and looked perfect in the bohemian chic vibe of the home. His name is Solomon. Cassie settled back and focused on the sound of her own breathing, how it mingled with the chatter of the birds in the tree canopy at their same height, or the whisper of the gentle summer breeze that brought the scent of the cut grass from the park and the lavender blooms in the small courtyard below. It moved her hair like fingers playing lovingly through it. I haven't seen him for a very long time. I didn't know you had a brother. 3, actually, Cassie said and leaned forward, a chamomile tea cupped in her hands. Well, officially 2 now, I guess. Joey died when we were just kids. Oh my God, babe. I'm so sorry. Though finding this all rather hard to wrap her head around, Patty didn't let it show. You've never talked to me about them. Cassie shook her head, deep in thought as she stirred her tea. What happened to Joey, babe? Was he sick? Or some kind of accident? Cassie stopped stirring her tea and the spoon jangled lightly against the cup as it swirled a full rotation, then stopped. Kinda, yeah. You sure you're ready to talk about this? I feel like maybe you need some more time. No, Patty. I'm ready. To Patricia Brewster, this was the best indicator of all that she really was ready. The fact that she'd just called her Patty instead of Trish. You know, I probably sound like I'm talking in circles, but this is all a bit much, you know? That's just one cut and a very deep wound that's never fully healed. Not really. There's always a nagging ache, but sometimes, if I'm lucky, I can ignore it, and it goes away. She looked deep into Patty's eyes, and the pain Patty saw in them was as evident as it was old. It explained a lot about who her friend was. All the little idiosyncrasies that made Cassie Kennedy the amazing, complex, kind, and fierce woman she loved. We were orphaned at a very young age. Me, Joey, Solomon, and our youngest brother, who we always called Catcher because of Catcher in the Rye. Joey was the oldest. Me and Solomon were in the middle. Anyway, for a short while we were in a public home with other kids. God, Cass, I knew none of this. Patty began to lean over the table to give her a hug, but Cassie laced her fingers around her wrist and politely coaxed her back down into her seat. A soft smile played on her lips. No more tears, Pat. If I start again... Now that was a new one. Patty had never heard Cassie call her Pat. Not once in all their years. I think I might never stop. Sure, I understand. Patty placed her hands upon the tabletop, one atop the other. I didn't mean to interrupt. This is all just a bit much, I know. But it's high time, I tell you. Speaking of high time, Patty said as she slid her hand into the purse hung over her chair and pulled out a prim metal case. I think I might need something a little stronger than a chamomile tea for this. She clicked open the case and extracted a tightly rolled joint. Do you mind? Of course not. Now, for the first time in days, Patty basked in a smile from her friend that was full and real. Because not only had she toked up in front of Cassie plenty of times before, but Cassie had joined in herself more than once. Now was one of those times. Cassie snatched the joint from her hands and lit it herself. She inhaled, held it as long as she could, then coughed it out in a skunk-scented haze, her entire body rocking. Patty grabbed the spliff before it might fall from her hands. Been a while, I guess. Still barking, Cassie nodded rabidly. Patty chuckled and sucked the smoke into her lungs. To her, it felt warm and comforting, and like home. After a few seconds, she raised her head and blew it high above, while Cassie caught her breath. It has. Cassie beckoned for the joint, and this time took a modest hit, allowed it to roll around inside her, then blew a thin stream from her pursed lips. That's better. She reveled in the sensation, staring up at the sky and blindly passing it back to Patty. As I was saying, we were in a children's home for a short while. But not long after, our aunt and uncle from Pennsylvania came to claim us. Oh, thank God, babe. Cassie's face soured, vehemently shaking her head. That's what we thought, too. But no, Pat. God wasn't the one to thank for that. If ever the devil had a hand in something, it was bringing our aunt and uncle into our lives. 18. 16 years earlier. June 1953. Rural Pennsylvania. The boy wasn't sure how many days it had been. Solomon was the one who'd kept track. Of the four of them, he was the most organized, so it made sense that he was the one who'd gouged lines into the door jamb until his thumbnail had bled. He did this every morning, or at least whenever they all agreed it was morning. Because not only was it quiet in the closet, So quiet. It was also dark. So dark. The way the boy imagined a grave must be. So, who really knew? He could still hear that sound as the old paint cracked and flaked away beneath his brother's ragged nail. Even though he could never see it, the boy always knew when Solomon's skin had rubbed raw and the blood had come, because the sound wasn't dry anymore. And then there would be a sharp, metallic scent that sliced through the round, stifling scent of their own B.O. "This way, we won't give up hope," Solomon assured them. The boy, whose name was Joey Albrighton, now ran his fingers up the wood. He began at the cold cement floor and counted the lines upward in the dark. He would have sworn he could see them, but knew that was impossible. There was simply no light. He thought his eyes would get used to it by now, and he'd at least be able to see shapes or something. His teacher, Mrs. Billings, said that's how evolution worked, how the fish grew legs so they could leave the water. But Joey thought she was full of you-know-what, because he'd been locked in the darkness for a very long time now, and still couldn't make his eyes see anything. 27. That's how many lines Joey counted that Solomon had scraped into the door jamb. But his brother had been gone for a while now, and Joey was the only one left, so he no longer knew exactly how many days had passed. Joey didn't feel sorry for himself. He'd volunteered to stay so the others could go. With Cassie being a girl and all, Joey figured she shouldn't have to suffer through any of this. Besides, she'd been crying, shaking, and throwing up all the time in the beginning, and who could blame her? But Ketcher, their youngest brother, was only 8. So they all agreed, even Cassie, that he should be the first one to get out. She would then be next, followed by Solomon, because not only was Solomon the most organized, he was also the smartest and would know what to do. Joey would be the last to go, and even though Solomon didn't want to leave him behind, which Joey knew was the truth, they all agreed that Joey would stay in the hopes the monster might not notice the others were missing. Being the eldest, he'd inherited the role of stalwart, ad hoc guardian, and he was going to do whatever it took to live up to that responsibility. But now that he was alone, Joey shivered with cold. His fingertips were starting to go numb. He was even more skinny than he had been when Solomon was still here. And he was so thirsty. His tongue had begun to swell, and he could barely swallow. While he never would have admitted it to the others, Joey now felt the weight of his fear as he waited, listening for the sound of those footsteps pounding slow and steady down those rickety old stairs, which he knew they soon would. But Joey also knew this. When that sound did eventually come, he'd find it in himself to do whatever he had to. He was willing to protect the others, especially his sister, at any cost. That was Joey's purpose. Though, if he were honest, he was no longer sure he'd survive even one more time. But he had to try. It might sound odd, but he didn't blame the monster. Not really. After all, that's the nature of monsters. They just can't help it. Monsters hurt people. But his aunt, she's the one they hated. Because she should have known better. She did know better. Still, she let the monster come. Sometimes, she even held them down and read from her Bible while the monster did the awful things monsters do. Her favorite was Ecclesiastes, chapter 3, verse 1. To everything there is a season, and a time to every purpose under heaven. It was one of those times, one of those terrible nightmare times, that Joey discovered a way to escape. As she'd held him down and her words poured over him like a mantra, Joey focused only upon his aunt's hands, her long, slender fingers, nails that were always so perfectly manicured, that wedding band that was wide and plain and glimmered in the light of that single, naked overhead bulb. Even though it was not very bright in the cellar, after the blackness of the closet, that shimmer was as bright as the beach sun reflecting off the water when you've forgotten your sunglasses. So that's where he went while it happened. To the beach. Shh now, baby, his aunt would coax between Bible verses as her left hand lovingly covered his mouth. So close to his face, Joey could hear the gentle ticking of her wristwatch as its tiny second hand marked every excruciating moment. Be still, and it will all be over soon. Go to your special place, my handsome little boy. After all, you're hungry, aren't you? And so Joey blocked out the pain and the sickening sounds by allowing the ticking of that watch to take him to his shimmering water. He permitted himself to be swept away by the shrieks of a lone seagull and the rhythmic pounding of the surf washing up against the beach, instead of the real sounds. If he were a good boy and didn't thrash or fight or cry too much, Joey would be allowed something to eat when it was all over. If he weren't, he'd receive a correction, which Joey quickly learned was just his aunt's fancy word for a beating. It was never the monster that dished out the corrections, only his aunt. And she did this any time Joey made the monster's visit, well, less than it could be. At first, he went hungry for days, but he knew he had to eat if he was to have a chance of getting out of here. Once he learned how to go to his beach, his aunt would bring him a sandwich and some water. Sometimes, if he were especially good, she might even bring him a few potato chips before locking him away in the closet again. And if he could make himself go to sleep, he wouldn't notice that he was still hungry. In that sleep, Joey would again be with Cassie, Solomon, and Ketcher, whom Joey missed most of all. He knew they would all be together again one day. But for now, they were safe, and to Joey, that's all that mattered. So maybe now you understand why Joey let the others get away first. And once you get to know Solomon, you'll realize why Joey being the one to stay behind was the only real option. If you were wondering where their parents were while all this was taking place, don't. Their mother was gone. 3 years earlier, she'd drank herself to death, which is to say, she was found at the bottom of a hill in the mangled remains of the brand-new 1951 Roadmaster their father had custom-ordered from Buick just the year before. He made certain his children knew that a bottle of tequila was found sloshing around in there with their mother's dead body, runnels of the clear liquor flowing down her bloodied face and into her twisted mouth as its distinct aroma blended with the pungent scent of her warm blood. "Stupid bitch. Same in death as she was in life," he proclaimed as he cursed the woman for destroying the only thing he ever loved. And in case there's any doubt, the object of the man's deepest, most heartfelt affection had 4 wheels, not 4 limbs. The children had no idea where their father was now. After their mother's accident, he was often absent and would be gone longer and longer each successive time. When he did eventually come back, he'd be cursing and screaming about how the stupid cow had screwed him over yet again, leaving him with these fucking parasites, that he never wanted to be a father in the first place, and how he should have just punched her in the stomach when he'd returned from active duty, only to discover what the whore had done while he was fighting for his country and his life. These violent fits were when Joey's youngest brother first started to hide and beg his brothers to protect him. Solomon was big for his age, but in reality he wasn't that much older than their baby brother. So, even though Joey was barely a few years their senior, it was he who would willingly step in front of the belt as their father was swinging it with the intensity of another alcohol-fueled rage. Again and again and again. The final time they were left on their own was the longest. After eating the last of the Spam and resorting to expired tins of dog food, a man appeared on their doorstep. It was not their father, but a man in a suit accompanied by other men in suits, and a handful of police. A nice lady called Maureen was with them as well, and once Joey believed she was really on their side, he told Maureen where she could find Cassie and Solomon, and even his youngest brother, Ketcher. That way they could all go together to a safe place with the nice lady, a place where a bunch of other kids just like them, lived too. They were at the county home for only a matter of weeks before their aunt and uncle claimed them. The family wasn't supposed to leave the state and take the children back to Pennsylvania until the official hearing, but the adults didn't care. The children were their rightful kin, they said, and that's all there was to it. The next thing Joey remembered was the clean pine scent of their car, as he and the others all squeezed onto a long bench seat between his uncle at the wheel and his aunt next to the window. With his belongings stuffed into a paper shopping bag on his lap, the children's home grew smaller in the rearview mirror, and Joey felt Ketcher take his first real breath in as long as he could remember. At last, they were with people who really cared. Life couldn't have been more perfect. They went to school with the other kids in the neighborhood, came home and did their homework. They ate dinner together as a family. Real meals on real plates at a real dining table, almost the moment their uncle got home from the office. After chores and cleaning up were done, once they'd brushed their teeth and gotten into their gym jams, they'd gather together in the living room where they'd listen to the nightly radio serials. They were captivated by shows like Mystery Theater, Tarzan, and the personal favorite of Joey's youngest brother, The Shadow. For once, life was so good that Joey wondered if Mama had died on purpose and her ghost had got rid of Daddy so they could be with Mama's sister. She must have known that was where they truly belonged. Everything was just that good. But then Ketcher started getting the visits, always late at night. He told Joey he would wake up being tickled by the monster. Sometimes he didn't have to tell Joey this, because Joey could hear him giggling in the bedroom next to his. But then the tickling changed, became something else, and their youngest brother became something else with it. Just like that, the warm joy of their shiny new life was snuffed out as quickly as its flame had been lit. The nighttime visits and the awful sounds lasted longer than any of them could count. And if Ketcher screamed or kicked or did anything to make a fuss, the monster would make their aunt come to keep the boy calm and still, holding him while she read from Ecclesiastes. Until, that is, the night Joey could no longer bear it. Sprinting into Ketcher's bedroom, Joey threw himself on the monster, scratching and punching and biting. The next morning, their aunt separated them, locking them in different parts of the house, but deciding that windows made this too risky, she locked them in the basement instead. She didn't have to worry about windows down there. Despite being a bright summer morning, it was cold and damp and dark. But Joey found the switch for an old yellow bulb that dangled from a frayed wire in the ceiling. Solomon found a dusty old lamp, although both were faint and sometimes sizzled and flickered. Together, they kept the cellar from being too dark. With nothing else to do, the four found themselves scouring the basement. What they were looking for, none of them knew. The only way out was the door at the top of those creaky old stairs, and their aunt had locked that behind her with a resounding bang. So they made a game of it to pass the time. And that's when they found them. Toys. They had been hidden away, carefully tucked out of sight in different parts of the cellar. And they had been played with to the point of being worn and tattered. Joey's youngest brother found one behind a stack of old lawn chairs, whose aluminum frames had dulled with age. The weave of their plastic mesh seats dry-rotted away. Two more were secreted away behind the furnace. One was inside a box of faded newspapers, and the last Joey's sister found in the back of the closet, behind a box of little white mothballs that stunk like nothing else they'd ever smelled. With a little imagination, despite their faded colors and broken pieces, and one that reeked like old ladies and chemical death, these 5 broken-down toys helped occupy their time. Until their aunt came and took them away, then unscrewed the bulb from Solomon's lamp, then gathered Joey and his siblings and locked all 4 of them up in what had once been a coat closet. Doing this made it easier for their aunt to manage them in their unruliness. And in his own way, Joey understood that. From the other side of the door, they could hear the deadbolts scrape and click. Then the sound as she climbed the old wooden stairs that creaked and groaned with every footstep. When she then flicked the switch and that last dangling bulb in the middle of the basement fizzled out, even the glow beneath the closet door went away, leaving them in blindness. This first time was just a few hours. Other times, and if she had been especially unhappy with their unruly behavior, they might be in the dark so long that they'd miss out on lunch or supper. The thing was, Joey never exactly knew what it was they had done wrong, but he figured it must have been something very terrible for their aunt to punish them so. It was Solomon who soon figured out that instead of pathetic sobs or wails or whining, they would do better to revert to pleas of remorse instead. Apologizing for what, they did not know. But that didn't really matter. If their aunt believed them, then eventually she would let them out. Eventually. Then everything would go back to being normal again for a while. Even wonderful some of the time. But the trips to the cellar closet started happening more frequently, and each time they lasted a little longer. Afternoon would bleed into night. All night would become the next day. The next day would blend into several into an entire week. And of course, you never knew when the monster might come. This latest trip to the closet was the longest, which is when Solomon came up with the plan. They managed to get their youngest brother out first, then their sister, and eventually Solomon, too, had left. Now, Joey was all alone. He had just run his fingers up the door jamb, again counting the 27 lines, when he heard those terrible footsteps and the telltale squeaking of the basement stairs. Shaking and going weak in his arms and legs, Joey's heart pounded as if he'd just run 100 yards. His only solace, thin as it may be, was that this time would be his last. It had to be, one way or the other. There was just nothing left in him. He pressed away in the darkness, shrinking beneath a shelf as the bolt on the other side unlatched with a clang. When the door creaked open, Blinding light poured in. Within it, a stark and towering silhouette filled the doorway, an image which had prefaced Joey's beach visits so many times before. Clenching his eyes closed, the boy thrust a defensive but trembling hand before him as the monster took one slow, deliberate step nearer. What happened next happened fast. Hidden behind the boy's back was a wire coat hanger. He'd meticulously bent and unbent until it snapped, untwisting and reshaping it until it had become a skewer. With its looped handle now gripped tightly in his fist, his muscles tensed as hot adrenaline coursed through him. Except it was no longer Joey cowering in the corner, but Solomon. And when the monster reached in, the boy struck. 19. Sunday evening, August 24th. Cassie's Haight-Ashbury apartment. Cassie Kennedy leaned back in her chair, feeling as though her insides had been scraped out. Nothing was left of the joint they were sharing but a smelly roach in the ashtray, and Patty had reverted back to her Virginia Slims while rummaging through Cassie's cabinets. She found a bottle of vodka in the tiny cabinet above the fridge, the one you have to stand on a chair to access. "Jesus, Patty, don't fall. I can't afford the hospital bill." Patty groaned, a sound like, "Ah!" as the top of the fridge creased her diaphragm. With one final push, she stretched toward the back of the cabinet and snagged the bottle by its thin neck, dragging it out. "Why the fuck do you keep it so high up and so goddamned far back?" "Honestly? No, I want you to lie about it. I haven't had enough drama for the day, so figured maybe you'd make something up that would wet my whistle." "My, we are a snarky bitch, aren't we?" "Not we," Patty insisted. "Just me. And I'm damn proud of it." She spun off the cap, a generous pour half filling her tumbler of ice. She presented the glass to Cassie across the room, and Cassie nodded. She poured a second. "I'm afraid this particular story is rather boring. You see, I keep a new bottle all the way up there and at the back of the cabinet because if I can't manage to get to it, then I know I've already had enough. My version of portion control." Patty's mouth turned down at the corners as she nodded. Very clever. Maybe I should try that. Then again, I'd probably fall on my ass in a drunken stupor and break my tailbone or something." She took a sip of the ice-cold vodka. Good stuff." They sat in silence, staring into their own thoughts, until Patty had all but sucked the liquor from her ice cubes. "Joey died that night," Cassie said, her expression morphing from somber to empty. A blank slate Patty couldn't read. "Christ, Cass. I know." She took a big gulp, finished the drink, and thumped the glass on the table upside down. "I hate going back there. But I'm glad you know now." Patty hurried to the kitchen to pour another, relieved that her back was turned when her eyes glossed over, her lips and hands beginning to lightly tremble. At least the weight of the full tumbler steadied her shaking hands. She hid the trail of a tear creeping down her cheek by bracing herself against the kitchen counter and speaking over her shoulder. "What?" She cleared her throat, composing herself. "What happened to Solomon?" When my aunt heard the screams, she came running down to the basement. Solomon was standing over my uncle, the twisted coat hanger in his left hand, shrieking and flailing and trying to scuttle away. My uncle was holding his right eye in his. Patty swiped away a tear with the back of her hand before turning around. "I can't believe what you guys went through. And I'm sorry, but your uncle deserved that. I only wish that coat hanger had skewered the piece of shit's brain. She slammed half of the drink in one gulp. I used to wish that too. Every damn day. For years. Trust me. Cassie considered turning her glass over and having another. Patty saw and gave her a nod, but Cassie again declined. No, I better not. I've got Isabella. Now, Patty laughed, which felt a lot better than anything she'd been feeling since Cassie got home. I don't think she'll mind if you have a second drink. On top of the weed? I better not. But I'm fine, really. It's your funeral. It was a poor choice of phrase, and Patty almost withdrew it. Instead, she immediately spoke over it. You were saying you used to wish that? So you don't anymore? Cassie shook her head, settling back in the sofa, sliding her legs up and under herself. Not really. You have to eventually let that shit go, or it will eat you alive. From what I understand, my uncle was permanently blinded in that eye, and it affected him for the rest of his life, which wasn't long. He died of an acute brain aneurysm about 3 years later, apparently. And Solomon? Solomon was committed to juvenile detention. Basically, a prison for kids. He was far too young to be tried as an adult. Instead, he spent the rest of his childhood in a semi-drugged haze, locked in a gray concrete building behind barbed wire fences, watching his back and appeasing psychiatrists. Poor kid. That's awful. That had to be hard, especially for him. Cassie tilted her head. It was. It was fucking awful. Soul-destroying. But why do you say, especially for him? Well, he's a lefty, like yours truly. She reminded Cassie that she'd revealed that Solomon was found with the coat hanger in his left hand. And we lefties are typically more creative, a little wilder, free-spirited horses that can't be tamed. Patty fluttered her eyelashes, trying to ease the tension. When Cassie did not respond, she assumed her serious voice again. It had to be excruciating for him to be locked away 24/7. Cassie smirked, or at least it seemed like that to Patty. Her tone bordered on the verge of caustic. Very clever girl, aren't you? Or observant, at the very least. You know, I've always admired you, Pat. The cafe, your courageous lifestyle. In fact, I've always loved you, in a way. And you know, all this time, I've never given you enough credit for being as sharp as you really are. Now her expression had warmed. So, I'm sorry for that. Perplexed and a little uncomfortable, Patty dismissed it with her usual irreverence. Sharp? Moi? She fanned her fingers over her chest and assumed a French accent. But, madame, I am, how you Americans say, dumb as the box of the rocks. I'm serious, Patty. I never give you enough credit for who you are and all you've done for me. I love you, girl. Aw, I love you too, Cassie. She plopped herself on the sofa and leaned into her friend. And I'm proud of you, not only for living through such hell and coming out the other side, but becoming the beautiful and strong person you are. And I'm proud of you for sharing the truth about it with me. I know it has to be super hard to talk about. I just want you to know I'm here for you if you want to talk more. I know, babe. That's why I wanted to tell you now. 'Cause I'm really freaked about seeing Solomon's face in that vision. Well, let's think about this logically. It might not be literal, you know? Like, maybe it's a subliminal thing. Hell, we don't even know for certain yet that what you saw even happened. Cassie was certain, and said so. Okay, I know you are, Patty assured her as she sat up and slid her legs under her so that she and Cassie were facing one another on the couch. But just humor me, all right? Sure. Hell, Pat. If it helps me get a grip on what the fuck is happening, I'll do more than humor you. Cassie winked, the comment meant to be overtly suggestive. A flush spread across Patty's face, its warmth spreading down to her belly. Oh my, I do say. Now Patty was a demure Southern belle, fanning herself. Cassie play-punched her on the shoulder, and they both laughed. In her normal voice, Patty continued to share her theory. But listen, seriously, when was the last time you saw Solomon? Now Cassie's expression fell, again solemn. In all but a whisper, she admitted it had been that very night, when Solomon had attacked their uncle and Joey had died. I think Joey thought we had all gotten away. That's why he stayed behind and took the abuse for the rest of us. To protect us, you know? But we didn't, Patty. We were in the house the whole time. Her face screwed into a mix of a scowl and a sob. She cleared her throat. She untucked her legs and placed her feet on the floor, her hand now in her hands. God help me. We were in the house the whole time. He died for nothing. Joey, my big brother, died for no fucking reason at all. Patty had nothing to say that would add any value, so she chose instead to only listen, to be the empathetic ear she'd just promised her friend she'd always be. We were separated that night, Patty. I never saw any of my brothers again. Cassie was on the verge of breaking down in tears all over again, which Patty knew was the last thing her friend wanted. So she curtailed them by swiftly jumping to what had been on her mind since Cassie claimed to have seen her brother in that awful, awful vision about Hannah Wilson. Okay, babe. Well, maybe that's it. I think you're missing your brothers so badly that you just want to see them again. I mean, Christ, Cass. That was what? She began counting on the fingers of both hands. 16 years ago? Cassie nodded without looking up. And maybe this guilt you've carried all your life about Joey's death and Solomon's commitment to that awful institution, guilt that isn't deserved, by the way, is rearing its ugly head again because of Meredith Harper. Can that be something you'll at least consider? Cassie made brief eye contact, barely nodding. Okay, then. Now Patty felt as though a weight had been lifted, and she leapt to her feet. I think that's exactly what's happening here, babe. I think the whole Hannah Wilson thing wheedled its way into your subconscious and plucked at all these feelings you had buried deep down for way too long. And they came out in this awful, insidious imagery of Meredith's daughter being killed. Patty's relief was so strong, she was almost giddy. It all made sense now, and the feeling of wholeness was almost better than the pot she'd just smoked. See? It doesn't mean you're crazy. It doesn't mean you're a fraud or that your gift is a fluke. Because none of those things are true. You are so gifted, and I have no doubt that you did tap into some supernatural insight when you saw that Paige Peggs was pregnant, even though she was skinny as a board. But that doesn't mean that what you saw happen to Lindsay Rowe or Hannah Wilson has to be real. She took a breath. Thank God you didn't tell Meredith Harper what your vision had shown you about Hannah. My God, can you imagine? So you don't think what I saw was real? Then how do you explain me knowing about the Deep Purple album on Hannah's record player? The one she took to the police. I think, Patty admitted as she poured a third vodka and lit another cigarette, that Hannah Wilson is a young woman like you. And I think young women these days are more open about digging things that girls like me weren't allowed to dig when I was your age. Rock music, for a start. So, you think it was coincidence? A good guess. I think the odds were in your favor. Or maybe you genuinely saw it, just like Peg's pregnancy. But that doesn't mean the rest of your horrific visions have to be real. Think about it. You're seeing the face of your long-lost brother as the killer. I mean, what would be the odds? Cassie conceded to her point. Pretty long, I guess. I can appreciate that much, at least. And besides, chick, if you haven't seen Solomon since you were, 9 years old? Then how would you even know what his face would look like today? It was a valid point. You're right, Pat. See? A smart cookie, just like I said. You know it, bitch. Patty opened the gleaming cigarette case and, without warning, tossed Cassie a joint. Like a viper, Cassie's right hand snatched it tumbling from the air. Just a few hits. Then I really need to get Bella up and give her some dinner. So, you're a righty. Interesting. Cassie was perplexed. After a moment, the penny dropped. Oh, because Solomon is a lefty. Yeah, he's the only one. The rest of us were normal. Given how grave the conversation had been, Cassie emphasized the last word and shot Patty a cheeky grin, just to make sure her friend knew she was joking. Thank God for that, Patty retorted. Not sure there's enough room around here for any more awesomeness, the likes of me. A few hits ended up being the whole joint as an uplifting sense of relief washed over them both. For the first time in as long as she could remember, Cassie felt truly free of the nagging fragments of angst and fear and worry that lacerated her sense of peace and calm on a daily basis. Maybe it was the first time ever that she'd felt this way. They watched reruns of The Andy Griffith Show and Bewitched and Batman until the news came. That was a bit of a buzzkill, so Patty gathered her things and prepared to head home. They were in the middle of their goodbyes when the news anchor's voice caught their attention as he teed up a supplement to a story they'd run in the previous night's broadcast. As some of our regular viewers may know, a remote broadcast last night was interrupted before we were able to bring you the full details. I am now able to share the rest of that information. We would like to caution parents that some of these details and images we're about to share may be too graphic for our younger viewers or the faint of heart. Reported missing approximately 7 days ago, 25-year-old Hannah Wilson of Sausalito was found yesterday evening after an anonymous tip was received by the Contra Costa County Sheriff's Department. Deputies discovered Hannah Wilson's body in the trunk of her Ford Galaxy convertible, abandoned in Mount Diablo Park. Her head had been removed from her body. They stood in stunned silence as the television filled the room with its uneasy hum, making a mockery of their deduction that Cassie's visions had been nothing but figments of a traumatized subconscious. Flickering across their faces, the screen flashed between images of the convertible, a glimpse of a body as brief as the blink of an eye, and the odd markings scrawled across the trunk in what appeared to be blood. A symbol like 2 backwards parentheses. Heavy tears of guilt and frustration blurred Cassie's vision, her hands trembling as the news anchor continued to share details of the brutal attack Cassie had seen so vividly in her vision. This included morbid details about the number of knife wounds, as well as Sheriff Miller's belief that Hannah Wilson was killed elsewhere and her body driven to Mount Diablo post-mortem. Hattie's face drained of color, her bloodshot eyes saucers of disbelief and alarm. According to Sheriff Miller, the victim's husband has now been brought in for official questioning. It is our understanding that no charges have yet been filed at the time of this broadcast. I knew it. Weak, strained, and cracking, Cassie forced her voice from a throat constricted with dread. Patty, I should have done something. Patty gripped Cassie's arm tightly, her own words barely audible as she tried to offer comfort in the face of a shared horror. You tried to, Cass. What else could you do? Though she meant it, the consolation fell flat, lying there like roadkill. Cassie had followed what Patty believed to be genuinely logical deductions. They had finally dismissed Cassie's visions, both women convincing themselves that the images were too horrific to be real. But now the weight of that mistake pressed heavy upon them, leaving them to grapple with a paralyzing sense of dread and responsibility. In other news, NASA is busy preparing for its second mission to land astronauts on the moon with Apollo 12. Cold disquiet fell upon them as the newscaster's voice trailed away. Cassie stared unblinking at the flickering television, the light playing grotesquely across her features. Is it possible you were the one who made that anonymous call? Patty whispered as she reached for Cassie's hand. It felt as frail and bloodless as hers had become. No, I don't think. No. Cassie lurched away, pulling back her hand. Still, she did not take her eyes off the screen. The broadcast was now showing B-roll images of Cape Canaveral. Bill would be there at this very minute. At least, he should be. I told you, Pat. I don't remember anything after I left here Friday. Whoever called the sheriff's department, it wasn't me. It can't have been me. I had no idea where Hannah was. I saw the attack in her home. I saw the man who I thought was Solomon dragging her away. Nothing after that. How could I possibly know she was in the trunk of a car on a remote mountainside an hour away from here? So you're back to the Solomon story. God, Cass, I thought we explained at least that part away, but now... Patty rubbed her temples, her face ashen. Now I don't know what to think. Fuck. Listen, I'm not changing lanes here, Pat. I agree with the things you said about Solomon. I mean, yes, in my mind, when that man looked up at me, standing at Hannah's record player, I truly believed it was my brother's face. But the things you said about all that past trauma bubbling away under the surface makes me wonder now. She stepped across the living room and picked up the phone receiver. Wait, Cass, who are you calling? I think we really need to think before you tell the police anything, especially now that... Cassie shushed her as the operator picked up. I'd like to be put through to Kennedy Space Center, please. Patty heard a murmur from the other end of the line. Something indiscernible. Yes, ma'am, Cassie said. I understand it is a long-distance call. I accept those charges. Patty heard the faraway drone of mechanical ringing. Then came the lower timbre of a man's voice, stiff and official. This is Mrs. William Kennedy speaking, Cassie told him. My husband is an engineer working with you as part of the team assigned by IBM. Now the man's voice lightened, rising in pitch. Patty made out something about him knowing Bill, but little else. Rather than patch her through, however, he was sharing some information Patty could barely make out. Whatever it was, Cassie tensed up and pressed the phone receiver firmly to her ear, muffling his voice so that Patty was no longer able to hear him. A moment later, she thanked the man and hung up, her hand trembling so palpably that the receiver nearly missed the phone's cradle. "He's not there," she relayed to Patty, her voice teetering. "That gentleman said he was home." "Bill's here? In San Francisco? Right now? But aren't they supposed to be gearing up for a second moon landing? Why would they send him home at a time like this? It doesn't make sense." Cassie agreed, calming herself with a breath and pouring another vodka. This one neat. "I know, but he just told me that Bill's been back almost 2 weeks now." 20. "What are you saying, Cass? 'Cause it kinda sounds like now you think maybe Bill is somehow mixed up with all of this." Cassie hung up the phone and unconsciously bit at her lip. "I don't know what I'm saying, Trish, but I just can't shake what you said. About? About why I might have thought it was my brother's face I saw in that awful vision about Hannah. What if you're right? What if the face I thought I knew was someone else's? Like Bill's?" Cassie nodded. "Oh, Cass, you can't possibly think Bill has anything to do with this. I know you're beyond exhausted, and maybe a little bit stoned, and just need to meditate on this and find your center again." They were words of wisdom that Patty decided she would do well to heed herself. From the moment she'd heard the newscaster utter the words, "Broadcast last night was interrupted. I am now able to share the rest of that information," Patty's own pulse had skyrocketed, her head beginning to ache in a slow, rhythmic thump. "And I'm going to go home and do the same. It's been a long, stressful weekend, and frankly, I need to sleep." Cassie half heard, still staring at the screen as if it were communicating only to her. "Poor Meredith," she said to no one in particular. "Poor Meredith," Patty echoed. "And poor Hannah. I can't believe it's true." Cassie murmured before snapping back to the moment, her attention fully upon Patricia. "What's that you said?" "I said, and poor Hannah. Yes, of course. It's so sad. And scary. And poor you, Cass. You saw it happen. I can't even begin to imagine what you're feeling right now." More stunned now than anything, Cassie attempted a smile and assured Patty that she'd be fine. "You know, I always knew you had something special, girl. But I didn't expect it to be so strong. If I'm honest, I kinda expected it to be at the lost heirlooms found level, not the caliber of this. Tell me about it. The universe has bestowed a special gift upon you, Cassandra Kennedy. I think the important thing now is understanding it, and learning how to use it. Yeah, some gift. Thanks, universe. I would have preferred some nice earrings, or maybe a new watch." Cassie's voice was deadpan, despite the obvious joke. Everything about her as numb as her tone. "I don't know about the whole understanding thing, though. I think I'm going to hang up my cards for a bit. No more readings at the cafe. I love you, and I know it helped business, Patty, but I hope you'll understand." "Of course. I wouldn't think twice about it." Patty made her way to the door, grabbing her pack of smokes and lighter. "I kind of regret persuading you to start giving readings in the first place now. I just thought it would be good for you, you know?" "I know." "You sure you'll be all right? If not, I'll stay." "Go," Cassie insisted, and playfully turned her friend toward the door, ushering her out. "Go home. Get some sleep. You need it. We'll be fine." Patty began the climb to Haight Street, a cigarette already between her lips. She turned to wave before the trees obstructed her view of the balcony. She knew Cassie would be watching over her until she was gone from view, just as she always did. But this time, the balcony was empty, the house already in darkness. September 1969. They did not see each other for weeks. Neither one had made a conscious decision to maintain the absence. It just felt a natural progression for both of them, given all that had happened. Time was needed to process it all, and space was a good thing. For now, at least. In Cassie's mind, however, everything had changed. She had changed. Feeling less and less like Cassandra Kennedy and more like Cassie Albrighton, the girl she had once been, the idea of seeing Patty or coming to the cafe at all felt like a part of her life that was either off-limits, irrelevant, or both. The very thought that she might bump into Meredith Harper sent shivers down her spine. So she physically sequestered herself from the world in the same way as that dark, oppressive cloud over her thoughts had isolated her from it emotionally. Why she felt this way, she couldn't say. Though she debated it with herself more times than she could count. She just couldn't explain these feelings to herself, let alone to anyone else. Least of all, Patty. She took to distracting her burdened mind by dedicating time with Isabella. They went for long evening walks as Cassie cleared her head, and Bella frolicked in the less intense heat and easy breezes that heralded the first hints of the coming fall. During the days when Bella was at kindergarten, Cassie again immersed herself in the library. Steadfast and reliable, she cherished the safety and solace she'd always found in books. Unlike real life, which was plagued by clutter and confusion. Her life, at least. Knowing beyond a shadow of a doubt that her lingering fear of violence and violation was the furthest thing from irrational, she was no longer concerned with the trappings of sclerophobia or any other such psychobabble nonsense. Far from avoiding her gift, Cassie now committed herself to the task of learning more about psychic abilities. She scoured books on documented cases of extrasensory perception in other people's lives, in the hopes of removing some of the chaos and uncertainty from her own. It was time to fully accept the person she really was. That bright, promising, and powerful girl called Cassie Albrighton, who had been overshadowed by the woman Cassandra Kennedy for as long as she could remember. Even before that person had willingly taken Bill's last name. The first step in that process was to acquire an understanding of which spiritual gifts she naturally possessed, which she did not, and which she might be capable of further harnessing. The cases she focused on the most shared detailed records about people's abilities to perceive distant events and locations, past events of which the viewer was not consciously aware, or the power to gain information about a person or object through touch. These were respectively known as clairvoyance, remote viewing, retrocognition, and psychometry, and Cassie memorized their names and indicators until they became part of the person she now believed herself to be, which was also the person she had once been, a long time ago and a world away. At least she had found an explanation for all the feelings she'd had but never quite understood. Of her discoveries, perhaps the two most salient were known as astral projection and bilocation. Both explained the process and ability for one's consciousness to separate from one's physical body. Instances of the former, astral projection, also known as an out-of-body experience, had been documented as far back as the late 1600s in a Chinese handbook on alchemy called The Secret of the Golden Flower. She found references to the latter, bilocation, or the means to be in two places at once, in belief sets that ranged from Hinduism and Buddhism to witchcraft and the occult. But perhaps the most startling examples were found in what is arguably the most mainstream or widely accepted doctrine of all: Christianity. Exhaustive research uncovered several documented occurrences of bilocation over the last 2 millennia, each one attributed to a saint. Cassie found what she felt was the most notable in AD 40, eyewitness accounts of this ability in the beloved Virgin Mary herself. "Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee." Cassie's mind immediately jumped to the recital, a throwback to her aunt chanting from the other side of the closet door. She could hear the woman's velvety voice as surely as if she were with her now. Still smell the perfume her nose would forever recognize. A heady mix of lavender and vanilla with a soft, musky undertone, mingling with that clinging tang of cigarette smoke. This latter component of her aunt's scent was not so dissimilar to the one she now associated with Patty. Unlike her best friend, however, the presence of Cassie's aunt had almost always been accompanied by a subtle change in the electric charge of the air. A lightning storm no bigger than a molecule, but as tangible to Cassie as the nose on her face. These sensations and so many more Cassie had experienced every time her aunt knelt before the locked closet door, praying for the wayward souls of Cassie and her brothers. While behind it, huddled together in the pitch-black and biting cold, or slowly dehydrating in the stifling heat, the children's tummies rumbled and their muscles atrophied as their eyes weakened from prolonged periods in the dark. "I'm glad we stabbed your sicko husband," Cassie exclaimed out loud, without realizing she had done so. "I only wish it had been you, you nasty bitch." Two of her fellow bookworms shushed her. Another had a look of genuine shock that twisted the woman's features almost comically. "I'm so sorry," Cassie whispered in a hushed apology. She raised her book to display it to their hard, squinty eyes. "A crime thriller. The husband is the baddie. I guess I got swept up in it." The shocked woman nodded, her face untwisting with a silent awe. But the other bookworm shushed her again. Two others, a man and a woman sitting together in the corner, each reading a copy of the same book, cast her understanding smiles before burrowing back into their own pages. Only one older gentleman felt determined to cling to his aggravation, shooting her the evil eye for a good 30 seconds. He was clearly convinced that by doing so he was serving up justice, a kind of bookworm Batman, if you will. Far from keeping her quiet, imagining the man in a bat cowl and leotards only caused her to break out in a fit of the giggles she couldn't stop. Bundling up her stack of books, Cassie quickly checked out. She was still laughing out loud, much to the curiosity of many passers-by, when she caught the streetcar to Haight-Ashbury. If she hurried, she'd be home just before Bella got back from kindergarten. "See? Mama's not crazy after all, my beautiful little Bella Luna." Cassie wiggled her fingers maniacally in the air. She was an iconic baddie, after all, at least according to the old man in the library, and pounced on Isabella with a bout of tickles. This made her daughter squirm and howl with delight. "There are no sclerophobics in this house, baby girl. Just us hippie witches and our ability to bilocate. And if Mama can do it, you'll be able to do it too, when you grow up." She picked Bella up and spun her around, dancing to music only she could hear, humming badly without care. "There shall be no more Kennedys in this house. No, ma'am. The curse of that name stops here, right now. From here on out, it's Cassie and Isabella Albrighton. You and me against the world, little one." She had loved Bill, and was fond of the woman she had become. But even more than the life they created together, Cassie missed the strong, fearless person she had once been. Cassie Kennedy must go. Her fears and phobias and unsolicited, uncontrolled visions gone with her. It was time to bring Cassie Albrighton back into the light. So their weeks passed, with Bella flourishing at kindergarten and Cassie buried in the exploration of her newly discovered gifts. She read, she slept, she daydreamed and listened to music. As days became weeks, she returned to consulting her tarot cards, divining insight into the future and what it might hold if she were to remain on this current path. And most importantly of all, she began meditating, allowing her consciousness to free itself from her body and travel where it may. At first, she only saw the inside of her own head, a place she didn't much care to visit for all the traumas and concerns that still hid in its darkest corners. But after a few weeks, she found herself able to float away, if only a few feet, to look down upon her body as it sat on the living room rug in the lotus position. She was able to do this most easily when she had just a puff of one of the joints Patty left behind. There were only 3 in the shiny metal cigarette case she'd forgotten to take with her, so Cassie smoked them sparingly, just enough to relax her agitated soul. Once she'd attained this level of